Joe, can you please say something? We're still not receiving you in the room. We're checking. Okay, please. Yes, Joe. Not yet in the room. They're checking something about. Yes. Bonjour, Ella. Tu m'entends? Je je sais pas ce qui s'est passé. Peut-être c'est la connexion. Tu m'entends pas ou qu'est-ce qui se passe? Je sais pas. Ça va? Ah, d'accord. D'accord. OK. Bon, on va vérifier le son dans la salle, mais sur Zoom, ça passe bien. Je t'entends bien, mais dans la salle, ils sont en train toujours de vérifier le son. Donc, il y a une salle plénière aujourd'hui. Je sais- Oui, une salle plénière pour la journée. OK. Bon, merci. À plus. Bonjour, Anna. Comment ça va? Tu m'entends, toi? Oui, oui, je t'entends très bien. OK. Bon, c'est bon. Je vais vous demander si on a toujours pas, sur Zoom, je vous entends, mais dans la salle, on est toujours en train de vérifier. Bon, après, on va vérifier avec vous encore dans la salle. Oui, d'accord, merci.
de l'Université d'Edan Kimathi au Kenya.
And from a university in Kenya. And we shall complete the panel by a presentation made by UNESCO by Professor Deirdre Bateau, who is the Regional Director and representative of UNESCO at the Regional Office for Southern Africa. Now, before giving the floor to any panelists, my illustrious panelists, I would like to take a few moments to present the results of the SPI Forum, its 5th edition, in fact.
So the 5th STI Forum was, as I said, on the theme accelerating the development and diffusion of emerging technologies to build a green, inclusive, and resilient Africa. So it was hosted by the government of Niger, through His Excellency, the Minister of Higher Education and Research, Mamadou Djibo, and with the participation of ministers of Niger, Democratic Republic of Congo, Namibia, and Rwanda. So we have had a number, you know that one of the main themes of AFSD is actually on an annual basis around SDG 17 about partnership. And it was indeed a partnership that led to the organization of the 5th Forum on STI with the government of Niger and South Africa. South Africa having been with us since the first edition. The Africa Union Commission, UNESCO as a traditional partner, AIEA, UNIDO, UN Technology Bank for the LDCs, the African Material Research Society, and the African Biomedical Engineering Consortium. Support was also granted by the Konrad Adenauer Stiftung Foundation of Germany. A number of pre-event or accompanying events actually were organized together with the forum, with the Youth Innovation and Design Bootcamp that actually brought together 54 participants and 52 mentors and trainers to emerging energy and water technology, entrepreneurship, IP, protection, and scaling up for impact. We also have had a session on physical science, technology, and generic STEM bootcamp for primary and secondary school people, as well as a hackathon for climate change and Connected Africa Girls Coding Camp. So all these were organized as events of the STI, so that whatever we say is not just, recommendation and messages and approaching the issue from a rhetoric point of view, but really making sure that when we speak about capacity development, when we speak about youth involvement, these youth are part of the whole process. So a report will be presented to your consideration, but I would just like to focus on the main messages that came out of the forum. The first one was, the first set of messages came from the high-level panel on strengthening science, technology, and innovation system in Africa. And basically, participants called for an increase of the number of researchers in research and development, and an increase of investment in R&D up to the Africa Union agreed 1% of GDP. Countries are doing differently, but we are seeing a trend actually of financing science, technology, and innovation improving, even if we are not there yet. The second type of recommendation is to type on all, actually, the energy that can be present, and among these, the African diaspora, youth and women, to strengthen the national regional innovation systems. The third type of recommendation was about the provision of necessary support infrastructure, such as technology and innovation parks and hubs, meaning creating the environment that would be conducive to a better development of the STI. The second set of recommendations were around the outcome of the high-level panel on STI policy formulation. So, and participants called for ensuring that STI plans and policies are action-oriented, measurable, and specific enough in design through wide and ongoing consultation of all key stakeholders needed to implement the policies and those likely to be affected directly on and indirectly. Actually, as you may recall, last year we came to the conclusion that even if we had good policies, the translation of these policies into concrete and impactful actions was maybe the missing link, and it is there that efforts were to be made, hence this call for action-oriented approach. The second recommendation is that STI policies and strategy should include implementation and monitoring and evaluation plans. Basically, again, and this has been something that we have heard throughout the forum and in the STI1 and FRSD, peer learning, learning from experiences so that we do not repeat the same mistakes or a less impactful work. And finally, the STI policies should include detailed breakdowns of resources needs and sources by sources, time and agreed levels to support improved implementation, monitoring, evaluation, and popularization of outcomes and impact, so that whatever comes out of these actions actually doesn't remain closed in laboratories, but is really owned by all those concerned. Then the forum has also organized a number of policy dialogues on development and application of emerging technology for water and sanitation, emerging energy technologies, science and technology for industrial and infrastructure development, and on science and technology for sustainable cities and communities. And as you can see, this was a sort of prelude for what has happened later on during ARFSD. So again, a number of recommendations came out these specific sessions, and were focusing on the needs of the various sectors actually in terms of STI. I will not go through all of them. I prefer to give the floor to our panelists actually to better develop some of these aspects and also the interactions with yourself as participants to the forum. A number of sessions and launches were also organized, like a session on open science, and we will hear a little more about it later on. The launch of the UNESCO Artificial Intelligence Movement project called African Women in Tech and AI. A session on the European Union and Africa Research and Innovation Partnership. A session on the role of universities as engines of regional and national transformation, with the focus on the Alliance of Entrepreneurial University in Africa that was launched in Rwanda, so that we can build actually on what has happened the previous years. And the launch of the Origin Research and Innovation Labs, with the Origin Research and Innovation Lab for East Africa at the Dedan Kimathi University in Kenya. And through Professor, we will hear also a little more about this. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is in a very, very rapid summary what has been discussed and the outcome of the Science and Technology and Innovation Forum, the fifth one. This really is maybe doesn't give all the essence of what has been discussed, but again, as I said, a more detailed report will be shared with all of you. And to react to the outcome of the STI, the main recommendation, and the way they can be implemented, I'm happy to have with me, as I said, a panel of eminent participants. And je vais commencer, donc je vais me retourner aux membres.
I'm going to turn now to the members of the panel to ask them for their reaction to these recommendations, what they think of them, and to tell us, in their opinion, are going to be taken up on board to become a roadmap for the implementation of the guidelines of their future actions, and on the basis of what they're currently doing and what they foresee to do in the long term. So it is in this context that it is my honor to request His Excellency, the Minister Mambo Djibo, to tell us something more. Well, during the forum, he did share with us the forum that he actually opened, and we had the honor to listen to him on that occasion, and he had shared with us some achievements that have been made by Niger, and now I'm going to, together with us, to look together in the future on the basis of these achievements and actions, what is being forecast to be done in the short and longer term within Niger. Your Excellency, Mr. Minister, the floor is yours.
Madame.
Thank you, Madam. The situation of Niger is not very different from many other countries in Africa today. And when you look at me and you look my neighbor on the left, you will understand that even a lot of us are not digitalized. So that's the reality of the country. And we are still trying to deal with things with physical support in geographical terms. But when you look at things, perhaps I don't need to remind you that higher education, everybody recognizes, is the major leverage for development for our countries. But the situation of this sector leaves us to see many things, many shortcomings, many gaps. We have a very low level of being able to absorb people education, and Niger is one of the countries that actually produces more children in the world. So each year there are hundreds and thousands of new students that come and knock on the door of schools. And even for 2023, there were at least 7,000 new candidates seeking secondary education, whereas our pace of production and capacity of absorbing these students is not sufficient. It is true that from 2021 to date, we have managed to put in place about over 6,000 new spots in the school, but this does not solve the problem because each year we have to renew these numbers. And also there is a peculiar problem to Niger, namely the non-availability of a teaching material, because Niger tries to do what it can in the fields of knowledge, and the documentary resources that we have very often are way outdated. So we are not up to date of what it happens in the area of new publications, namely teaching material is expensive, and we have to train people to how to use this teaching material. Therefore, we have teaching material that dates back to an older age. And I am a teacher and a researcher myself, and sometimes I hold courses as it was done 20 or 30 years ago. We also have a lack of qualified teachers. Most of our teachers are young doctors that have never learned what teaching is.
Nous avons de faibles capacités de mobilité alors que notre pays est un pays extrêmement vaste.
We have limited mobility possibilities. Our country is very vast. Between Niamey and the Difa region, we are talking about 1,300 kilometers. A teacher who needs to go from Niamey to Difa will require 2 days to travel there. Even by air, you may require 3 days to actually have a seat in an aeroplane. So even the teachers are not able to have the requisite mobility. You can imagine the situation for the students. Everyone recognizes new technologies as a panacea. We have a very low penetration of Wi-Fi and very low internet access. There are many of our students who have never touched a laptop. So the higher education needs to be developed to have the requisite impact on the country's development. So we need to have access to the digital transformation. The teaching practices must move farther and faster. We need to open ourselves to the use of new technologies in order to ensure the introduction of students to these technologies and also to have greater access to these students, and also have a lower ratio or a student-teacher ratio from the current 1 teacher to 50 students. We all know, as I said earlier, during the first panel, that we need a clear political will. We need clear political will so that we can make operational access to all the tools that we need. And for this, we need to come up with a teaching program, whether virtual or in person, with a requisite program that will be flexible and adjusted to the circumstances and in line with the regulations to accelerate the digitization and the access to resources. COVID-19 revealed to us that hardly one Nigerian student out of 10 has access to a computer. 1 in 10. Even fewer have access to the internet. So there's more a user of more utilization of social networks rather than using the internet for education. So I think we need to do something about distances. We need to do something about infrastructure. we need to also do something about teachers, so that instead of having to do 1,300 kilometers from Niamey, or 900 kilometers to Agadez, the same teacher can from Niamey be able to teach the students at those distances without having to leave Niamey, with the necessary flexibility. They should be able to have access to those students even at those distances. We are, unfortunately, confronted with a very harsh reality in my country. As you know, resource mobilization is a daily challenge, so much so that computer equipment is, like other things, is difficult to access. So this access needs to be liberalized, and possibly we need to bring some of these equipment tax-free. We should also train adequate numbers of teachers. As you know, an intellectual can be very conservative. An intellectual thinks they know, and they don't feel like changing. So very often what happens, they reproduce the same practices, the same approaches. Instead of changing paradigms in line with the circumstances to take account of the new context, so that digitization can become a reality. We think that we need to have a different approach. As I said earlier, it would be good for our heads of state accept, or rather take ownership of these projects. It's up to them to say what needs to be said, to mobilize, to sensitize, to convince. They need to be committed. This should make it possible to mobilize the requisite financial resources. As you know, without money, you won't win the war. We need to implement a lot of these perspectives that we are talking about. The universal education idea needs to be shared. We must continue with the same clients. We need to diversify. We need to allow young girls, children, the handicapped to benefit from the same kind of services, the same level of access. We need to have the practices and materials adjusted to their circumstances. We need to strengthen the disparities between people. Very often, we have political instability, which we also have disparities between the regions. So we need to ensure that these political issues do not affect when you have what is being put in place. You don't want a new minister for education to come and compromise what has been accomplished before. This happens elsewhere. You know, the lifespan of a minister is very low. Hardly do they understand what is required of their mission before they are pushed out. They don't even have time to implement their vision before they are replaced. And obviously, people who replace them come with a new vision, with their own vision. So we must also ensure that digitization takes into account an essential factor, which is quality. the quality of education through pilot studies and proper governance of the education system. We can also call upon the radio as a vector. This has been tried in Niger in the 60s and 70s with education by radio. We made it possible without necessarily the teacher being there present. With the one teacher, you could access a lot of students, and this allowed us to have a very big scale in terms of access to this teaching. So we need dissemination of teaching materials and familiarization with computing. The internet as a tool must not be a luxury. Internet must not be reserved to certain levels of society only. It must be shared out to the greatest numbers so that people can actually derive advantage therefrom. So, what do we need to put at the disposal of teachers? We need to have them accept, we need to have their ownership of these new approaches. We have to ensure their commitment of the political authorities, and above all, to convince the ministries of finance that even if computer equipment is no longer taxed, if it's accessible, tax-free, they should accept that so that it can contribute to better preparation of our human resources. We also need to digitize our resources, such as libraries, to allow the maximum number to have access to information that is up to date, which makes it possible to take stock of knowledge in a particular line. In Niger, we are committed to undertake the digital transformation as a reality. We already have a project underway, which is called Universal Digital Transformation for Education. And this is being implemented in Niamey at the Francophonie Agency and with the European Agency for Development. Recently, we set up the Virtual University of Niger, which, as far as you're concerned, should assist us in moving faster. Ladies and gentlemen, these are some of the elements that, from my perspective, from point of view, mean that Niger is making some progress, and I hope that will help to enrich the reflection on the use of the digital transformation in teaching. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Ministre.
Thank you very much, Excellency Minister, for having shared your reflection with us, going from realistic and clear-minded appreciation of the situation in your country. You said that a lot of our weaknesses can be resolved through an accelerated and accented digitization. You spoke about the problem between supply and demand, the limited number of places available for students, the fact that equipment is old the teaching methods will need to be reviewed, the low level of connectivity, on the basis of which you have defined your own policy and vision for digital transformation of teaching, knowing that this vision can only become reality if there is political will at all levels. And you also spoke about the distance learning program that has been set up, and you also spoke about the need for continuity so that you don't have to put to question everything when there's a change in the leadership of the Ministry of Education. And I think an important point that you insisted on is that of change of paradigm and the state of mind. The mindsets is a matter of culture, is a way of understanding issues and to get over the resistance to change, to accelerate the process of digitization. In general, when we speak about development in Africa, we speak about difficulties of access to financial resources, but you're convinced that financial investment today will have returns that are more than excellent in the area of education, and we need, therefore, to move in that direction. Thank you very much, Excellency Ministers, for sharing your approach and your vision and your perception of this particular field, and having undertaken in Niger digitization as one of the tools for accelerating STI in the country. I know that you have other commitments. I don't know how much longer you can stay with us, but we're going to ask the other panelists very rapidly to take the floor. And we'll understand if you have to leave us before the end. And thank you for your participation.
Minister, the Vice Minister, Emma Theophilus from Namibia, Minister of Information and Communication Technology, to react to some of the outcomes of the STI Forum, and also to tell us how Namibia is, based on what is already going on, how Namibia is planning actually to move forward to make the technology as an integral part of the development of STI in the country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Karima, and very good morning to everybody. And thank you to the Minister for highlighting some of the ideas I would have spoken about. But before I come to digital transformation, of course, the STI Forum was a success in that we shared best practices among countries, but also more importantly, shared on what possible steps we can take as government, as private sector, as development partners to actually accelerate our science and technology innovation policies, implement them and monitor them so they're able to continuously adapt to the times. And I think the first things I'd like to highlight on is strengthening our national systems for innovation. And this is really in the preview, considering that Africa has the youngest population on the continent. Many are skilled in different ways. Some are unskilled, some are semi-skilled, some are fully skilled, yet some cannot have the ability to gain employment or even start up a business due to funding. So I think we need to encourage a startup culture on the continent that allows young people to innovate, to think outside the box, to think of solutions that will bring value to our socioeconomic challenges. And once they do, actually invest money into those startup ideas and encourage those innovators with mentorship and the necessary financing. And then the second one around STI policy implementation and monitoring, I think we need to squarely base this STI policies around socioeconomic issues that affect our countries now, and then scale it from there. Of course, we have to aim for the moon, we have to aim for the stars, but our bread and butter issues, our basic necessities need a boost in terms of science and technology and innovation. Policymakers, whether it's academia, judges, executive parliamentarians, would want to see the returns on science and technology innovation policies that responds to our basic necessities in our communities. Then we can elevate it to something bigger and higher from then on. Only then I think they'll become more involved in the STI policy formulation, implementation, and monitoring, because they've actually seen returns on the policy put to work. Coming then down to digital transformation, Karima, I think I can only agree with the Honorable Minister of Niger that we need tax exemptions where hardware is concerned, whether it's cell phones, tablets, computers, which is a very difficult conversation to have with the fiscus and finance ministers on the continent, because basically you'll be taking tax revenue from the budget, but it's a necessary conversation to have, because once we're able to have tax-free commodities in terms of cell phones, tablets, laptops, and computers, we're able to narrow the digital divide. We're able to roll out more of this equipment into our schools, into our community centers, into our community halls, into the hands of children that can leverage the power of the internet to learn beyond the classroom. But more importantly, in Namibia right now, we're looking at a Universal Service Access Fund to actually fund the ability to access the internet, and also looking at low-cost data costs, because unfortunately, many of our telcos do charge a lot of money for data, which is a barrier for many learners and students to actually access the internet and learn from there. But also more importantly is the lack of digital skills. There's really a lack of digital literacy holistically on the continent, and the same for Namibia. So as a Ministry of ICT, we're looking at digital ambassadors, where we equip young people with the ability to basically use the internet to set up an email, to go onto a website and learn, to go to YouTube and learn, and then have them teach at the community level, their peers, peer-to-peer learning, and so on. And finally, Karima, last but not least, I think in actually properly financing our science and technology innovation policies, it is no secret that many of the institutions that carry the STI policies in our countries are universities and institutions of higher learning. I think that's a first step to actually boost their budget, so they're able to strengthen that policy at policy level in terms of the deliverables of our national universities, but more importantly, capacitate our universities to have a financial arm where they're actually able to have entrepreneurial activities to fund the science and technology innovation policy, because unfortunately, even with COVID, we saw some of these issues were not a priority during times of crisis. And I believe that if that's to happen in the future again, STI policies will still not be a priority in time of crisis. Other issues come up to the forefront. So we need to capacitate our institutions of higher learning, our universities, our vocational training centers to actually have an entrepreneurial component through external funding, through entrepreneurial activities, in order to actually fund the science and technology innovation policy. And with that, thank you so much, Karima.
Thank you very much, Minister Emma, for your contribution to the reflection. Earlier, Minister Djibo, when he started his intervention, said that more or less our countries have the same type of challenges to face, to address, even if the countries are not at the same level, actually, of embracing ICT in general and in the area of education in particular. And you mentioned the progress made actually at your level, and also the elements that need to be further improved as a general access through more accessible equipments, but also more accessible programs that are to be offered. You also mentioned the need to further develop the skills, actually, both, of those who are learning and those who are teaching, because both of them have to go through different mindsets. And we have seen during the pandemic that this shift in mindset has to be speed up, because virtual learning, distance learning was not really an easy transformation. And we have to make sure that we are all on the same page on that. But what is also interesting in your countries is that you have a sectoral approach to ICT, meaning that it is not led just by technical people, but it is really mainstreamed in various components. And this leads to maybe a more coherent approach, and maybe more rapid, because you do not have to regularly convince those who are to participate in the progress of ICT for development. So thank you very much again for being with us and for sharing Namibia position and projects. Our third panelist is Professor Ndirango Kioni, Vice Chancellor of Dedan Kimathi University. As I said in my introductory remarks, some of the activities that were part of the STI Forum was the launch of the Origin Research and Innovation Lab. And this is what the Dedan Kimathi University of Kenya has done. So it's my pleasure now to give you the floor, Professor, to tell us more about the project, the Innovation Lab, but also maybe more about what your university is offering in the context of accelerating digital transformation and the development of STI. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Karima, for the very comprehensive summary that you gave regarding the outcomes of the STI Forum. One of the commendations that came out, which is very important, which I think I should add to, is the fact that the implementation of all these STI policies is very much dependent on what happens in the universities. And it's clear that the forum recognized the critical roles that the universities have actually to play in ensuring that STI is actually effective in bringing about the kind of transformation that we need to see in Africa. Africa continues to make gains in STI area, as evidenced by the increasing contribution to the volume of scientific literature in the world. But it still lags far behind what it should be. And we have to continually figure out how to bridge that gap and catch up with the rest of the world. I would like to focus on just two areas. One is the Origin Lab that has mentioned, and the other one is the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities, which was launched recently and has had follow-up activities. The entrepreneurship is something that is generally new to the universities in terms of being mainstreamed. It is something that we have to do as universities, and we have to do that noting that our industries are weak, and therefore the linkages between universities and industry are not what they are in much of the developed world. So the Alliance provides us an important opportunity to really leapfrog and try to catch up with them, what other universities are doing in terms of offering entrepreneurial education. The era we are living in is one where it's possible to share resources. And one of the things that we hope we're going to do is to use that platform to have entrepreneurial education implemented in the institutions which are already members of that alliance, and that can be done using the digital platforms. We can also use that platform to also link with the diaspora. And you can link with the diaspora in many aspects, not just in the provision of entrepreneurial education, but also in some of the other science, technology, and innovation activities that we are actually engaged in. The other thing I would like to comment on is the Origin Lab. Origin is a very useful concept because it is going to be an important catalyst in transforming the development of science and technology parks and areas of innovation in Africa. It is designed to work not as a country institution, but as a continental institution, and is based on operating on a concept that we can, as Africans and African institutions, leverage the human resource that we have on the continent and in the diaspora to quickly solve problems that come up in our nascent industries, in the SMEs, in government institutions, in the informal sectors, and so on. And it's therefore going to be developed in such a way that any person, ordinary people in the business world, can actually post their strategies, and then through the platform, solvers of the strategies can actually be identified and asked also to solve the problems through the mechanisms of the platform. And then thereafter, the originator of the problem can then look at the solutions available and decide how they can then apply them to quickly improve their business. At the second level, the Origin Lab, Research and Innovation Lab, will also try to promote a different approach to research across Africa, and that is to get African researchers and scientists to focus on pressing African problems and be able to then use the best talent available, be able to work together, and be able to come up with unique solutions to address our unique challenges. So what we are doing at the university is that we are looking for partners besides what the partners who are available in our science and technology park. We're looking for partners in the private sectors, partners operating in the region, and indeed partners from the diaspora. What we have in the university is the first hub. This is the physical hub. And the physical hub is going to serve the countries in the East African region. And it's going to be the first of the 5 hubs that are going to be established all over Africa. So at this point, we are looking at using this as also a learning stage of how the Origin Lab is going to work across Africa. And we look forward to working with the different institutions, universities, the different researchers in Africa and across the world. I think lastly, what I would like to mention about the digital technologies is that universities made a lot of gains because COVID-19 made them leapfrog in terms of use of digital technologies as a means of academic program delivery. We have now an opportunity to build on that. And that, of course, means that we have to put effort and put resources to develop the digital infrastructure to equip our students and even staff with the appropriate digital devices, and also to ensure that the use of ICT is not just around the areas around the university, but really across board, that people can then be able to benefit fully by being able to access high quality education from wherever they are, even if they may not be in the university. I recognize, for example, the direction taken by our government. They have a ministry, a State Department of ICT and Digital Economy, and this is recognizing the great role that the digital technologies are going to, the role that they're going to play in actually transforming the economy. And we see already the ongoing transformation of higher education sector through, for example, the provision of the Open University to make university education accessible to as many people as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor, for highlighting two of the activities your universities involved in the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities in Africa and the Origin Labs. Both are totally in line with what you are trying to do with the forum, meaning that there are platforms and I would say facilitator of peer learning, exchange of practices, information, and maybe sources of joint activities that can be implemented not only at the level of the university, not only at the level of Kenya, but at the level of the continent in more partnerships. And the entrepreneurial culture that needs to be further nurtured and supported actually is something that the Alliance is looking for and trying to improve, giving the opportunity to all potential stakeholders to work together in this area. And I'm seeing the progress that was made since last time we met in Kigali. And same for the Origin Labs actually, and its willingness to spread all over the continent and be again an opportunity for addressing some of the continent's challenges and problems. And we can see from the few publications we have, you mentioned that we do not publish enough, but even what we publish is sometimes not even addressing real problems and providing tangible solutions to African problems. And I think that through these two initiatives, we can be closer to what is expected in terms of promotion of R&D and STI to address development issues and to speed up the development process. So thank you very much for sharing your experience, and I'm sure that the centrality of the role of the university is not a question and is more and more accepted or recognized as the university brings solutions to real problems actually. And the link between the universities and decision makers is something that we need all of us to promote. Thank you very much, Professor, again for your contribution. Our last presentation will be made by Professor Lydia Brito from UNESCO. And Professor Lydia will tell us about her vision of how science can further develop in the continent in the service of development, and also what UNESCO is doing in this context. Professor Brito.
Yes, thank you very much. And I would request if I can have my presentation in the screen. And Madam Moderator, thank you for inviting UNESCO, co-organizer of the STI Forum, to be here in this panel, and also recognizing the Deputy Minister from Namibia, with whom we have been working closely, and also the Vice President, Professor Kioni from Kenya, again, where UNESCO through our East Africa office have been very much working. I don't know if I can have my presentation, please, the technical colleagues. Madam Chair, I'm going to call my presentation Unleashing African Science for Social Justice. And I'm building in what was the central theme of the World Science Forum in December in Cape Town, where the main topic was how can we make sure that the science we do worldwide, in particular in Africa, is indeed a science for social justice. And when we look again, can I have my presentation, please? It would help me a little bit. But the first question maybe I would put, why are we here discussing STI in Africa, and why is it important really to look at science, to unleash African science? And I would say that the first reason, and this is a concept that we, UNESCO, developed in Latin America and the Caribbean during the COVID, is that we can look at knowledge as a vaccine against inequalities, a vaccine against injustice. Because by the time you have knowledge, you can indeed act as an active citizen, conscious and based in the knowledge that you have acquired. And if we look at the role of science, science and scientific knowledge can help us to overcome extreme poverty and really reducing the inequalities that we are seeing. Many of you, Madam Deputy Minister, the Minister of Niger, the Vice Chancellor, mentioned the digital divide, mentioned that we don't have enough teachers, that our schools are not equipped to give the quality education that all of us need. And that's another area where science can impact strongly. It's how can science support the education systems to really be truly inclusive and provide quality education for all of our children, young girls and men.
Professor. J'en appelle à la technique. Il y a une présentation. Est-ce qu'on peut la voir sur l'écran? Elle arrive? D'accord.
Addressing the IT section, there is a presentation. Could you please post it on the screen? Thank you.
It's fine. The other issue that was very much discussed both on the STI forum but also during this forum is it's how much we are being affected by climate change. And we need serious science if we want to look at mitigation, adaptation measures, and create the resilience that is fundamental to guarantee that we don't leave anyone behind. But science goes even beyond that. It goes through social issues. One of the major threats we have on knowledge acquisition is misinformation, is disinformation, is lack of freedom of expression. And we were talking about digitalization, social media. So we do need also scientific knowledge to inform. Can you go to the second slide, please? Yes, and finally, if we are talking about promoting green development, and we need to nurture creativity, we need to have in-depth knowledge to do it. Next slide, please. And allow me to create a new word in English. I'm not an English speaker, but I wanted to introduce a concept that we don't need only a different type of science, but we need different ways of doing science. So I'm saying new type of sciencing, putting the action on the science. And one of the issues that we are missing, and in particular in our continent, we are not interrogating the impact and responsibility of human behavior. And if we don't do that, we really don't start the transformative change we need. We also need sciencing that brings the different fields of science together, and also brings the cultural context and the open interactions that really promote and nurture human creativity and innovation. We need sciencing that promotes social transformation and that makes sure that we create a culture of science. Honorable Minister was speaking about that. Does our societies understand science and science processes? Does our society have access to the knowledge that allows them to take the right decisions? We also need sciencing that brings national, global, and regional science systems working together, because the type of complex challenges we have in today's world, they are multidisciplinary, they're multi-dimensional, but they are also across scale. So we do need that connection. And we need to mobilize communities and societies to co-design, to co-production of scientific knowledge. We need to recognize, in particular in Africa, that we have our other knowledge systems, that our scientific knowledge is not engaged with. And there are a lot of good examples, for example, in traditional medicine, that in other regions of the world, traditional medicine is being recognized as a strong part of the medical and health environment, but we don't have our universities, Vice Chancellor, working with traditional leaders, our universities of medicine, to really make an alliance and gain the knowledge that exists in our traditional systems. And we can speak about water management, we can speak about land management, and many other ways, including the social inclusivity of many of our societies that are not being mobilized. We also need to partner and network more, but in a different way. And we need to learn, but we also need to unlearn, to relearn again. If we are talking about behavior change for sustainable development, there is a component of learning, to learn again, that needs to be in our systems of scientific development and technology development. Next slide, please. And that's why UNESCO is proposing a framework where this sciencing, this new type of sciencing, can really be anchored. And this is our recommendation on open science, because it's based really on the human right to benefit from scientific knowledge and the right to participate in the production of scientific knowledge. This human right that is in the Charter, in Article 27, it's mostly forgotten, but it's also one of the human rights that can enable the rights to education, the rights to good health, the rights to participate as an active citizen of a country. And that's why we say knowledge is the vaccine against inequalities, against discrimination, against injustice. The frame is also based on principles of inclusion, fair relationships, and cherishing the importance of diversity. Science needs diversity. STI systems need diversity to be healthy, to respond to the major challenges that we are facing both as societies and as governments. It also includes, therefore, the recognition of the different knowledge systems in societal organizations and governance systems. STI ecosystems cannot be away of where they are in. It's about sharing data, infrastructure, human capital, and this responsibility of ensuring that knowledge is indeed a common good. UNESCO have developed 5 tools related to the open science recommendation that support member states to develop the policies, to establish the financial mechanisms, to the infrastructure development. So there is already, and I'm putting there, unfortunately you cannot see, but you can come and see me or look at our websites. We have a full set of tools that can allow universities, governments to move into a sustainable open science framework. Next slide, please. And going back to the STI Forum, Madam Chair, I think the first thing that was very clear is that knowledge is a common, a public good. And that was, again, a strong message from the STI Forum, as it was from the World Science Forum in Cape Town. And specifically here in Niamey, we mentioned 4 parts of the key interventions that you need to unleash African science. And the first one, you mentioned the policies, the tools, the regional strategies, their alignment with national and regional development plans, the issue of shared infrastructure. Deputy Minister, you mentioned that, Vice Chancellor, you mentioned that through the Origin program, we need shared infrastructure. We can't afford to have infrastructure in one country not serving at least the regional area where they are. Shared pooling funding, scientific human capacity, that was very much discussed. But allow me to bring 2 more components or key interventions. And one is this idea of the scientific culture. If indeed we want knowledge to be the vaccine against inequalities and injustice, we need to have in our societies a scientific culture. And that means working from early education in terms of STEM areas, so that whatever you do in your life, whatever you are, urban, rural, north or south of Africa, you use knowledge to take your decisions and to promote the development of your communities. And the other one is the new partnerships. It was slightly touched on the SDI Forum, but I would say that indeed for unleashing African science, we need more partnerships. The next ones. And therefore, allow me to finish with 3 recommendations. And one, His Excellency, the Minister Jibu, was very strong in the forum, and it was very strong today. We need political and leadership commitment from the highest political level. And otherwise, we will not be there. And we need that to guarantee that STI policies are integrated and aligned with the national and regional development plans, and that complement other policies. Deputy Minister, you and the Minister were speaking about taxation. If the science and technology policies do not talk to the financial policies of the country, the issue of taxation will never be resolved. And that's why in many of our countries, we have a lot of micro enterprises that are technology-based, but they never can become medium and large technology-based firms because the taxation systems in our countries are against the development of technology and science-based companies. And we have studies that we have done that show that. So these technologies have to complement and have to talk, have to dialogue with other policies. Transforming national education systems, I think Honorable Dishbo was very, very strong on that. We do need different ways of teaching. We need to include other people. Everybody should have the right to quality education. But for that, we need to transform our systems. And we are in the right moment, Madam Chair, as we are pushing the Transforming Education agenda that was launched by our UN Secretary General. And we just had the summit last year in September, and we need to make sure that we take that agenda into us. But we work also on the STI ecosystems, recognizing that transforming education is fundamental for unleashing African science. Recognize that African countries have to invest massively in STI, be them in shared research infrastructure, in creating the capacity, the human capacity that we need. We are the youngest continent. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, we are the source of the future researchers of the world because we have the young people. So if we don't take that responsibility as the African continent to say we have the majority of young people in the world, for science in the world to flourish, Africa as to produce researchers. So it's not just about Africa. It's about the world. We need to tap on our youth and make sure that they will become the top global researchers, serving Africa, serving the world. And therefore, we need to make science, technology, and innovation a policy imperative. I remember a few years ago, or in fact, almost 10 years ago, I was in Asia, and there was the presidential run. Do you know what was the topic the presidential candidates spoke about most? Science, technology, and innovation for the sustainable development of that country. That was the key discussion of presidential candidates. We need to have that in Africa. We need to put this imperative in the political agenda of our countries. Next recommendation, please, next slide. And finally, Vice Chancellor, you are here representing academia. We had also the executive secretary of the African Science Academy. I think there is a role for you. And one of the things is to work among yourselves. Work together, share resources, human resources, infrastructure resources, good ideas, places to train young people. Adopt really these principles and values of open science because they are important. Also, again, promote this interaction with other knowledge systems. And you have the potential because you are there. You are connected to the communities that you serve. And through your students, through your academic staff, you can reach that. Therefore, open a space for citizen science, for co-production, co-design. That's how you create a culture of knowledge, a culture of science in society, and really encourage and foster early career scientists, in particular female scientists. We need really a lot of scientists. The world needs more science, and science in Africa and in the world needs more scientists. And they should come from Africa because we are the youngest continent. And we should make sure that we have female researchers. Last recommendation, last slide, please. And finally, it's about partnerships. So we do need partnerships, but partnerships that really, the collaboration is about science for caring. It's not just science for the sake of science. It's really science that touches the lives of the most vulnerable, that brings solutions and hope to those communities that have no hope. We need also to have partnerships that allow us to have a good grasp of new risks and ethical considerations in the new science and new technology advances. And I think this is something that we can't keep postponing. We talk about artificial intelligence. It's a good thing, can bring a lot of good things to our societies. But the shadow side of it is that it can discriminate more. It can exclude more people. It can make us take biased decisions. So we need science needs in the partnerships have to analyze that. We should embrace, of course, during the open science principles, funding mechanisms that are aligned with African development priorities and that invest in the new generation of global researchers. We can't have partnerships and funding that is not about African development priorities and challenges. We cannot have partnerships and funding that doesn't make sure that our young people will become these top global researchers that Africa and the world needs. We also have to recognize, and that is a culture change, and Vice Chancellor, you know what I'm talking about. We promote researchers that publish in peer reviews journals, most of them outside Africa. But we don't promote, we don't recognize researchers that share, collaborate, engage with other researchers, with society, that do that science for caring. And that is really indeed a problem. Final one, just to show a picture of something we are also doing. Last one, please. And really, thank you very much. And I wanted Madame Chair to put these two pictures. It's from the boot camp that we had here in Niger. You can see the young female students from secondary schools here in Niamey doing 3D, working in coding. I'm hoping that we were able to bring some of the students today, this morning, so you can interact with them during the break. And really, thank you so very much for this opportunity. Thank you again, and congratulations also to UNECA for a beautiful STI forum, but also a very important African regional forum for sustainable development and excellencies. I'm really hoping that the declaration of this forum indeed will have science as an imperative for the sustainable development of our continent. Thank you very much to all.
Merci beaucoup, Professeur Brito, pour cette
Thank you very much, Professor Ruto, for that presentation, which allows us to really come up with a good summary of what has been discussed and presented on the different issues that were raised in the course of this forum. UNESCO, as participants know, is one of the pillars of this forums, has been since its creation, since it was set up, and by virtue of its mandate, it plays a significant role in the development of science and technology on the continent. In its many ways, many dimensions, it plays a significant role. While you were talking, I was trying to find a French equivalent to the expression you used about sciencing. I think it's a word that very well summarizes our ambition, what we need to do so that science becomes a fundamental element of the development of our countries, and not something that remains peripheral in research laboratories and academies. In your presentation, you very well articulated the fact that if you really want to make of science a new engine for development, a development which will take us to 2030 and beyond, and for significant acceleration beyond, we need to get the political decision makers to make the right decisions, to come up with the right budgets, what is needed for education, on the appropriate environment so that entrepreneurs can work in developing their ideas, to put in place an environment in universities where research is carried out, and that it's there that we train, educate, prepare our researchers in the new spirit. That's where research activities are undertaken. And it also spoke about the third element of the recommendation, which speaks about partnership. It's a dimension that involves many actors who all have a role to play, and this is done within the framework of networking and bringing together ideas, research, resources from science for development. Thank you very much. I'm persuaded that our final report will be all the richer thanks to the very many ideas that you've presented this morning. Once again, thank you to all the panelists for their comments, their presentations, their reactions, the course of the forum. Now we have quelques 20 minutes or so, because thereafter I would like to give the floor to the panelists to react. We can take questions, comments from the participants. So, do you have online participation? I'm sure someone will tell me if indeed we need to give the floor to someone participating online. I can see Ghana wants to take the floor. Some gentleman sitting at the back. I also see a hand raised. I can't identify the individual concerned. So I can see lots of hands now being raised. So little by little, people are asking for the floor. We begin with Ghana. You have the floor.
Okay, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation by the panelists. And let me start by saying that straight to the point. The issue of research, I'm thinking, should be linked to our training. And that gives relevance to the research that we're carrying on the continent. But more importantly, this should also be linked to our industry. Because that is where we engage the private sector, which can serve as a key financial source for some of our research and scientific explorations. We also need to make our research more relevant when it is linked to the development of our respective households, and also creating and expanding the choice opportunities for our people. This makes our research, our science, technology more relevant. But beyond that, coming to academic institutions, we have all these universities and research institutions in Africa. And I think that these platforms, which we need to create for them to constantly engage, is very important. How would the scientists in Morocco relate to somebody in South Africa, in Niger, in Namibia, in Mali? These things are very important, and we need to sustain that. This must be deliberately done. It should not be accidental. It should not be left to the individual professors at the universities, but that should consciously be created by our countries and also by the leadership of the continent that are facilitating science and industry and technology. But finally, in our universities, we need to encourage research again. When our professors publish in our local journals, often we say that they are local professors. But these are an array of journals which are in Africa, which we need to sustain and improve and bring them to the level that the world will also recognize. And we can only do that when we give that recognition ourselves. There is nothing like local professors. No, it's a scientific knowledge, but being shared on a local platform. Often, it even gives a venue for more people to access. And they also understand not only the theory, but the practical element of these researches. And therefore, it must be encouraged. Our professors, our scientists must be able to publish in our local journals, and we must encourage them and motivate them to do so. My final point is for the youth. Financing some of these activities that we're undertaking shouldn't be events. It must be processes. It must find a space in our budgets. There must be deliberate funding that must be devoted by African countries for innovation and the promotion of science. And these areas are not just fantasies, but they are realities. And it's the base of our development, which we must establish. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There was a hand there, but I can't see the person anymore. Liberia.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. And I want to thank the panelists, for the deliberation. The issue of science and technology in Africa is one that shouldn't just be stressed, but we have to put our all in science and technology to actually catch up with the rest of the world. I give you an example. Recently, we had COVID that actually affected many countries. Today, Economies are still suffering as a result of the COVID pandemic. But guess what? The vaccine that were being produced, we could not find some coming from the continent of Africa. We have to get from different continents. And those people had challenges, so they had to take care of their population before thinking about, supplying to Africa. So that means our research should be focused on the major issues that we are faced with as Africans all of the time. Put a lot of resources into that, not just publication. We've done a lot of publication. I agree with other colleagues that our works need to be shown across, but we have to look at science that will take care of the everyday problems in Africa. And I say this to you also, if you look at the continent currently, and that's where we need to invest a lot into technology. Currently, we have less than 50% of the population of Africa that has access to mobile connectivity. So if you had a science university somewhere that does not have access to the internet for research and so forth, it's also a major challenge. So as a result, we have to have our the continent or the governments in Africa investing a lot more into technology, like I indicated, the internet.
I came to learn from this and the previous STI sessions that there are developments in various lessons and examples reported from African nations, but we agreed that we still lag far behind the expectations in achieving the CDGs and, of course, in accelerating the African Union. Today's forum with regard to SCTI is very important because it is related to universities and research institutes. And let me give you an example. The World Intellectual Property Organization is releasing or released yearly the innovation index of countries globally. And always what we see and the fact there is African nations are far behind the expectation. We are still at the end of the list. And recently, there is a report that very few countries in Africa addressed the 1% GDP for research and development, except some countries like South Africa and others. And we still are far behind in utilizing the role of SCTI in addressing national development agenda, as well as accelerating SDGs in Africa we want. The point I would like to raise here is where the commitment from member states or from the leadership, because so long as there is a commitment from the political wing, there is a possibility of enhancing research, employing SCTI, and accelerating SDGs, and of course in addressing national development plans. But the fact is not that. So maybe I think, in my opinion, we need to critically review and give more emphasis to research and development, and hence enhance the capabilities of researchers in various science institutions across the nation. Without that, maybe we are talking every year about the role of research and development, and of course, the cross-cutting issue of SCTIs in addressing national, continental, and global agendas. With regard to the open science policy, I very much appreciate Professor Rosa, which also presented during the ACTI forum. And yes, true, UNESCO and other United Nations agencies are playing a great role in making science open and accessible to nations, particularly in Africa. But I still believe there is a huge gap also with accessing peer-reviewed journals. As a colleague from Ghana said it earlier, we are very much restricted with peer-reviewed journals which are licensed, and hence we are not able to access them. So where is the open science policies, the data sharing policies, the partnership, I think should equally work in this regard too, so that researchers from Africa shall have access to science, shall have access to peer-reviewed journals. But the reality is still not as we talk on today. So my point is, I think African researchers are mainly focusing on journals which are not peer-reviewed, rather which are predatory. And there are several researchers who are directly or indirectly are affected by predatory publications because of restrictions made with peer-reviewed journals. Such a forum, which I very much appreciate, UNECA, which really is working aggressively in implementing the right policy directions and the CTI in general and research particular. We need to, I think, critically review the role of open science policies so that policy determinations and political commitment would play a great role in achieving SDGs or national developmental goals through STIs. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. There was a second hand there. So let us do geographic proximity.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Modératrice.
Thank you very much, moderator. First of all, I would like to congratulate all the panelists for the high quality of their presentations. And in particular, I would like to thank the representative of UNESCO. At the end of her speech, she put an emphasis on the importance today of targeting local knowledge in knowledge production. I think this was at the heart of our thinking, because for us, when we think of agriculture, we have an organization called ENDA and have insisted on promoting pioneering research, local knowledge, and to set up conditions that are accessible to local populations, local people, and have them participate in knowledge production. Who are researchers? They do research for us. Is the research they do aimed at Africans, for Africans? Who are the beneficiaries? Who are the people who order this research? This research is mandated by the World Bank, by international organizations, whose objective is not the development of Africa, is not the future of Africa. In our organization, ENDA, we put in place what we call RAZA, that is alternative research for Africa, so that the reports that have been done, when you look at them from independence, were reports, research reports, that were mandated by the World Bank and other international organizations, and with a very peculiar vision of Africa, if at all. If we want to push for African development, we have to see what kind of research systems we need to put in place, because we need to say this clearly. And I think Madame did mention this in her speech. If I look at the pandemic, if the pandemic wasn't so difficult for Africans, it's because there was local knowledge, which made it possible to attenuate the impact of the pandemic in our continent. I think we need to ask ourselves, what are the strategic approaches that we need to put in place so that our needs as Africans can prioritize our own needs, so that in our production of knowledge, we are responding to African needs. This is what we need to respond to. We need to consider research and asking ourselves, this is whose advantage, whose benefit. Madam, I want to end by saying that since independence in the 60s, all the economic models that have been produced did not take into account African realities. They did not take advantage of what we can derive from our natural circumstances. Madame did recall that with the involvement of the youth, with as the lady from UNESCO said, we need make sure that our heads of state are with us in this endeavor. Thank you.
Madame, là-bas, la jeune dame là-bas, au fond de la salle, s'il vous plaît. Au fond de la salle.
The lady at the back of the room.
Thank you very much. My name is Mary Kamau from Kenya, and I'd like to comment about what Professor Lydia said on creating a culture of knowledge, specific now to the academia. I'd like to acknowledge that our academia has been very rigid, even in terms of the curriculum, in how we teach and why we teach. And you will hear very many experiences or testimonies of people who come out of universities commenting on the rigidity, and most of them do acknowledge they learn outside the academia. So my recommendation is, how can the academia break this rigidity if we are to truly achieve this culture of sciencing? Yeah, because as Professor Lydia rightly mentioned, we need to create this culture from a very young age, yeah? And academia has a great opportunity to do that. And I'm glad we have the Vice Chancellor of leading university in Kenya. So Vice Chancellor, this is an opportunity to see how can Dedan Kimathi and other university create centers of excellence that break away from this rigidity and become disruptive. And some of the recommendations would be, how can academia take into account systems thinking? Because the way the curricula is designed, I don't think it looks at all elements of the systems thinking, and thus choking the possibilities that could be. Secondly, how can academia involve learning and development experts, especially those that have invested in developing disciplines of breakthrough learning? And we have a lot of intermediary organizations that are entities that have done this. For example, there's the African Leadership University. There are all these other NGOs, especially in Kenya, that have tried to get into the STI space. So how can academia involve them, learn from them, and this then can be in line with SDG 17 on partnership for goals, yeah. And thirdly, we need goodwill from academia to champion this. I know, Vice Chancellor, you may face a lot of backlash because of trying to disrupt the academia space, but it will require goodwill from such leaders as yourself to make science disruptive, yeah. And UNESCO, I know, Professor Lydia, you've mentioned that you're sharing tools. Perhaps it's also time, I've not looked at the tools, so I don't know what they involve, but it's a time to not only share the scientific tools, but also helping academia design learning and development in a way that allows then STI to thrive in Africa. Thank you. Those are my submissions.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll take just one additional comment.
Yeah.
And I'll give the floor to the panelists to react to some of the, even if they were not really questions, but a number of messages.
How can she not think this side?
Yeah.
Please, here. Show me your nameplate.
Please.
Yeah,
This corner.
No, please. Is it Sierra Leone? Yes, please.
Okay, thank you so much. On financing STI and perhaps beyond, Thank you so much. Certainly, STI is the way to transforming our continent. That's no joke about it. And generally, the panel has discussed the benefits of STI, the link of STI to development, and to a very large extent, the conditions under which STIs can strive. And let me pinpoint on one condition. We talk about political will, political commitment. Where is the will? Where is the commitment? I would say largely the will and commitment are there. What could not have been there is political capability. And when you talk about capability, we talk about resolving the perennial fiscal traps that have been meted on us. Look at tax to GDP in most of our countries. Most is just above 10% of GDP, way beyond what is required for sustainable development. The issue is, the solution is long-term, and we need structural transformation of our economies to produce the necessary economic productivity. Look at IFS, illicit financial flows. About 90 billion is lost, almost 2 billion per African countries. If you could reverse that and put that to STI, we'll have the financing one. Let's recondition our economies. Let's promote AFCFTA. That's the promise. Let us have good FDI, and let us have good African private investors. If we get our economies right and get our local investors up and running, they will finance the STI that we want. So to me, that should be the message. We'll keep talking until we raise our fiscal positions across Africa to a certain threshold minimum. It's difficult to finance our ambitions, including STI. Let's think about it. Thank you.
And then,
Thank you.
s'il vous plaît.
Now, I'm just asking the organizers, for how long can we go? Because I'm seeing that we are 2 minutes to the...
We are at the limit.
Yes. Is that done? Okay. So I was saying Maroc.
Juste.
Yeah, I'll come to you.
S'il vous plaît, j'avais un commentaire à faire.
I have a comment to make. I had given the floor to Morocco first, if you could be patient. Thank you. I would like to raise two issues. Today, research. Can you hear me? Is it audible? I would like to raise two issues. First of all, research. I am the opinion that research is a theme that has to be developed for our countries in Africa if we truly wish to accelerate the transformation and the orientation towards sustainable development. Instead of having applied research or theoretical research, we need to have a truly applied research, and so that at least a percentage of every country's GDP should be earmarked for research purposes. And also, I would like to point out that African culture is multifaceted in nature, and we should capitalize on it if we truly want to make progress. And perhaps we have to orientate science so that culture is also taken on board and shared and made available to what we're doing if we wish to achieve sustainable development, which we wish to be at the core of everything that we're doing. Thank you very much.
But since you are insisting, you will be the last.
Yeah, thank you so much. Rose, a member of parliament from Uganda. I want to appreciate the presenters, but most importantly, Africa is overburdened with diseases, especially the neglected tropical diseases. And I really suspected by now we would have done something in research about this. Africa is for all of us. We have hookworms, we have leprosy, and many others. Even malaria is killing so many of us. So if we have to really think about research, this research should be able to help us, first of all, get out of the burden of the diseases, because you can't do much development when you're sick every time. And on the digitalization, honestly, there is also a threat of dumping. I hope we'll be able to guard against this. If we're talking about laptops and we're talking about computers and phones, Africa seems to be the dumping ground. As we go for this digitalization, definitely we should be able to guard against dumping in Africa. Lastly, just one thing again to scientific research. We in Africa do so much in seed propagation, and we have seed stores, but the GMOs are proved to be something else. Of course, you can talk about food, or you can talk about development or scientific methods when you're hungry. But when you keep the GMO seeds, definitely the next performance is so poor. Can we get something that is sustainable for Africa so that we develop at the same level? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I'll give one. Thank you all for your comments, questions, and reactions to this panel. Actually, I mean, we can go on and on, but I'm asked to try to bring this meeting to an end. So I will give the floor to the panelists, just in one or two sentences, to give us your main messages, actually, about STI for development and the way forward in reaction to what has been said during the forum itself, but also during this session. Professor Brito? And as I said, one or two sentences.
Thank you very much. It's indeed a great pleasure to be here and also to listen to your comments and recommendations. I mean, UNESCO is young. We are working with the member states. For example, we were supporting Namibia on the new science policy and strategies, as we did also to Zimbabwe and to other several countries in the continent. We are ready to continue to work, listening also to the needs and how can we best serve the needs of our member states. And really, it's about working all together. No one has a solution. How can we unleash the African science, the science we need in Africa? We need all of us working together, and we need also to mobilize our societies so that they can also promote the importance of science in the political agenda, on the national development agenda, but also in their own local agenda. So count on UNESCO to continue this conversation and this dialogue. And really, again, through Karima, a word of thanks to NECA for being able to work so well in this forum, the two UN agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Professor Kioni.
Thank you very much once again, and for the contributions that have come from the floor. They have without doubt enriched our discussion. One of the things I would like to say, in addition to what I said before about the Origin Lab, is that, to borrow the words that have been used on the floor, is that it adopts a system approach, basically, where you have players with different, from different backgrounds, not just purely the sciences, but also the people who are expert in social and socio-cultural issues being part of solving the problem. So it does take into account some of the recommendations that have come from UNESCO. The other aspect about bringing about the change that we need to have in our university is that the association of entrepreneurial university provides a fantastic platform. And what probably is required is that as we go forward, there has to be a way of increasing intra-Africa fellowship so that we can have faculty within our African institutions being able to share experiences and being able to travel to different universities so that they can be able to pick some of these good practices that without doubt are there in some of our universities. The last thing is that we really have to take responsibility and start the things we need to start in our institutions. We can't, we have to take responsibility. We can't lament about how our programs are designed. And the universities have that a unique capacity and opportunity to be able to disrupt by taking charge and then convincing the policymakers on the need to allocate more resources and to be listened to in terms of policy development. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Minister?
Thank you so much, Karima. It's very difficult to summarize all the great contributions that have come from the floor and to respond to some thoughts, which I think also came out during the forum quite strongly. I mean, my sister from Kenya is talking about circumventing the curriculum and the education system to actually gain some knowledge out of it because, you know, it's not moving as quickly. So those definitely we can relate to. So first, I'll just like to say that even during the forum, just sharing some lessons from Namibia in that, in fact, we having a commission dedicated to research, science, and technology. We also have the departmental research units in every ministry. And this was for the sole reason that decision needs to be data-based. Decision-making processes by policymakers, by politicians such as myself, needs to be data-driven. And the need to actually have researchers that are able to actually populate research first in order for decisions to be taken. And I think that's something that could be replicated across the continent. And then secondly, around e-waste, definitely, for example, Namibia passed its e-waste policy last year around electronic and electric waste material. But even now with low orbit satellites, whether it's through your Starlink, your OneWeb, your Amazon going into our African space, that would also give a potential of e-waste that we need to deal with as collectively as a continent and not as silos as countries. So thank you for bringing up that. And definitely it's an area we need to look into. And lastly, I think just economic barriers that were spoken about in utilizing, for example, the free trade area as a potential need to change our economic system to actually respond to the research and science that is coming and the technology and innovation that is coming in order to respond to an African context and not sort of the context we have inherited through our past. For example, economic barriers are issues just like migration. People moving from one place to another or trade. For example, now Namibia, between us and Botswana, you don't need a passport to move between our two countries. All you need is an identification card that needs to be replicated across the country if we want to make the Africa Free Trade Area a reality on the continent. Thank you very much, Karima.
Thank you very much, Minister. Chers participants, vous l'avez vu, ce sujet.
Dear participants, you can see that this subject has taken us far in our discussion despite the limited time, and I think the organizers will understand from this session is to guarantee you that the dialogue is going to continue, and we hope from year to year to enrich this very fundamental subject. What has happened during this day on STI, I believe that during the course of this debate, many people wanted to take the floor, which indicates that everybody is extremely interested and that we have reached a point where we have to guarantee our resilience. We have to make sure also that economy becomes part and parcel of social and economic development. So countries have to now make a series of choices. And I think on the basis of what has been said, it is undeniable that the choice of science and technology innovation is at the core of this paradigm shift, which concerns us all and how it's going to help us to design our policy. Science and technology is not an isolated subject in a laboratory under the control of researchers that are working in isolated fashion, but science and technology is cross-cutting in all our activities. And I believe, therefore, that to bring solutions as to how this can be done, this was also part of the debate that we held in the General Forum, and it was also part of the comments somebody spoke about the free trade area. You have also talked about economic diversification, industrialization of the continent. All these elements, in fact, are as many platforms that will help us to rethink the relationship of science and technology related to innovation capacity that we looked at during the COVID, where various reactions and responses were done in an isolated fashion. Youth showed its creativity. The sky was the limit, and therefore we saw how the industries as well during COVID were able to boost, especially in the pharmaceutical sector. But what we have to ask ourselves, if the potential is there, why don't we see it in times of crisis? How make sure that this crisis is permanently present and used so that research and development and science and technology become something which is commonly used and regular and popular, not only for the decision makers, but also for the academicians, the private sector, the business people, and in general in interactions among and between African countries. There will be much more to say on this subject, and therefore I urge you to continue discussing, because partnership is also part and parcel of what we are trying to encourage our countries and all the actors concerned to jointly carry out. I would like to thank you all most sincerely for your active participation. I know that you haven't all been able to say something and express yourself, but I am sure we will continue this debate in the long term. And thank you. And please join me in thanking the panelists once again. Thank you.
Oh, it was fine, thank you.
Donc, nous faisons une pause d'un quart d'heure et nous reprenons nos travaux à 11h30. Please.
So we're going to take a break for 15 minutes and resume at 11:30.
when you mention my name. DJ Cypher Lee in the mix.
Oui, 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 oui. Merci de rejoindre le podium. Ceux qui interviennent dans la session. On va commencer très rapidement.
Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome you back from coffee break. We'll be moving on to the next session, a plenary session, immediately, and it's focused on the presentations and discussions on accelerated actions and partnerships for inclusive and green recovery from multiple crises and integrated full implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union. I hope you can all hear me. Okay. So once again, I would like to welcome you from coffee break and into this session on presentations and discussions on accelerated actions and partnerships for inclusive and green recovery from multiple crises and integrated full implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 of the African Union, the Africa that we want. The reflections will be in 4 major directions. First, we'll be having reflections on the UN engagement at the regional level to support the agenda of the African Union and the acceleration of the 2030 and 2063 agendas. Our second reflection will focus on peace and security issues in support of the African Development Agenda. Our third reflections will be a presentation by the major groups and other stakeholders on tackling multiple shocks and crises and the acceleration of the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. And we'll also be focusing on the SDG accelerators. I have a panel of 4 people, 4 distinguished people with me this afternoon. First is the Mr. Pafe Onanga, who is a UN Under-Secretary General and Special Representative of the Secretary General of the United Nations to the African Union. I also have with me Antonia Joy Kategewa, who works with the UNDP in New York, and also a member of the Joint Secretariat of the Regional Collaborative Platform. And again, I have with me Mr. Martin Usonko, who is a co-chair of the Steering Committee, African Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Stakeholders. And finally, I have with me a youth representative, the founder and CEO of Kaino Africa Edwin. His name is India Pierre, and will also be joined a little bit later by Inyako Lawrence Fletcher, who is the General Coordinator, Climate and Sustainable Development Action. And he will be making a presentation on commitments and actions to accelerate the delivery of sustainable development goals in Africa. My name is Saeed Adejimobi. I'm the Director of Strategic Planning, Oversight and Results, the ECA, and I'm also a member of the Africa RCP. So straight away, we move on to the session. It's a reflections on issues of partnership and how can we accelerate the implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063 in Africa. The first presentation will be delivered by Ms. Joy Kategewa, and she will be sharing with us what the UN system at the regional level has been doing in support of the acceleration of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. Without much ado, Joy, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Said, and good morning to you all. It's a pleasure and an honor to share with you how the system is coming together to strengthen a stronger value proposition for action, not only on the SDGs, but also on Agenda 2063. And in this session, we talk about partnership. Can colleagues working on the presentation please beam it? We talk about partnerships, but really the question is, how is the UN system itself coming together? And at the end of the presentation, I hope you will agree with me that something is evolving in how the UN system itself works that presents something of a better chance for collective action to accelerate implementation of the SDGs. So if we go to the first slide, I'll give you a sense of, the regional collaborative platform which is indeed the institutional framework that we're using, the platform we're using to come together as a UN system. I'll tell you about what it is, why it's important, and how we're working together. I'll then go into the opportunities and issue-based coalitions. This is a bit of a mouthful, but I'm sure you'll agree with me that it's also a shift in how the system works together to focus not just on problems, but indeed also on opportunities. And then we'll talk about progress and achievements. What did we achieve in 2023? What is emerging as the footprint of evidence that working together in a joined-up manner is working? And then I'll share some information on the priorities for 2023. So if we go to the next slide, which is really about the what questions. You know, the Secretary General of the United Nations sent a clear signal about the need to revitalize, to reinvigorate the assets of the UN system by sort of building on this delivery as one approach that we have seen at the country level and elevating it to the regional level and asking the question, how is it that you can come together, collaborate more, and then approach not only countries, but also our leading partner, the African Union, as a joined up one UN, so that together you bring the strengths of the multiple entities to support, to accelerate, to provide almost like an integrated, better offer in support of these countries. And so the regional collaborative platform, it's not a coordination platform, it's a collaborative platform. And that platform is really a unified and single mechanism for regional collaboration. And what it really does is, as I said, bring the system together to create a stronger value proposition. It's really helping us to have the ability to create an ecosystem of the entities of the UN at the regional level so that they can coalesce around issues and opportunities to support and accelerate the agenda. What are the tools that we use? We have analytical and policy support. We have convening platforms. We have an operational side, which is really where we deploy the expertise of the regional entities. And then, of course, partnerships and alliances. And when you think about it, at the country level, you have a UN country team that has all of these entities, UNDP, ILO, UN Women, etc., as the configuration might be, working under a resident coordinator. At the regional level, you have, is there a problem? No? At the regional level, you have these entities represented there to almost have an oversight, broader perspective, supporting and coming in almost as a standby facility to strengthen that which is happening at the country level. Now, these regional entities in the context of Africa are a good 27 entities. And so you ask yourself, how can we go stronger to support Africa to accelerate the SDGs? So if we go to the next slide, I'll tell you about the mechanism that we use to do that. So in terms of the governance structure, first and foremost, we have the regional collaborative platform that is chaired by the Deputy Secretary General, who, as you recall, joined us on the first day. She's the chair of this regional collaborative platform that brings together the regional entities, as I spoke about. And she has two co-vice chairs, which would be the Executive Secretary of the Regional Economic Commission for Africa. So we saw Mr. Antonio Pedro on day one as well, and you've been seeing him throughout. And then it has the Assistant Administrator, Assistant Secretary General, and Regional Director of UNDP across all of the global places, but today we're talking about Africa. And so UNDP, UNECA coming together to co-chair in the interim of these annual meetings, the system coming together to support Africa. And what do they do? What is the meat on the bone, so to speak? What's under that is what we call the opportunities and issue-based coalitions. And these coalitions are very important because the thinking and the analysis and the reflections that resulted in a focus on opportunities and issues was a deep, long, rich reflection within the UN system, but also a check-in with the African Union, a check-in with the UN entities on the ground, a check-in with civil society and others to arrive at what we call these opportunity issue-based coalitions, where we're saying that if the regional system approaches the countries with support in these areas, we will unleash an Africa promise. We will unleash the opportunity that Africa is. And so you're talking about now 6 coalitions. So we have data and statistics as one of them, evidence-based policy making, evidence-based action. We're talking about the entities coming together to work on ensuring effective macroeconomic stability, diversification, and so on and so forth. The third one is we're talking about innovation, digitalization, these accelerators that if you sort of sort them out, if you invest in them, you'll have a catalytic push across the development spectrum. The other opportunity issue-based coalition is climate action. We know the narrative, we know the script on climate action, but what if the UN came together to work collectively in that way? What would we see? And we'll see that when we talk about achievements. The other OIBC is the question of the nexus between humanitarian development and peace. What does the system do to ensure that we break the triggers that cause this insecurity, this conflict, and so on? And then the last one is there are many things that happen on the continent that are sub-regional in character. So sub-regional context, the Secretary General has multiple strategies in Africa. We have USG Parfait here with us, who's representing at the African Union. And basically what this is how does the system come together for the Horn of Africa? How does it come together for Sahel? So let's go to the next slide, and then I'll show you a little bit of taste and a flavor of the results that we had in 2022. So based off these issue-based coalitions, opportunity and issue-based coalitions, what we can give as a snapshot, and I won't go through all of them, but just to give you a taste, is one, we have now what we launched about a year ago, which is this Africa UN Data for Development platform. It's the platform where we're keeping track on what's happening in the SDGs. It's the platform where we're helping countries to boost their statistical capacities. It's the platform through which we're helping, working closely with the African Union to move ahead on this statistics strategy for Africa. It is the platform where, we have worked with at least 31 countries in 2022 to increase the indicators, 31 countries to increase the indicators to about 160 on SDGs. The year before, we only had 21 countries on the continent that had achieved that. So you can see we're making progress. The other one is the Africa COVID-19 Hub. And the idea was to bring into one place a touch point where if you say, what is the UN doing on the COVID response, on the COVID recovery, there's that one place you can go to. The COVID-19 Hub, it's become a huge resource that's available for use for policy making and so on and so forth. And then we have climate action. We all know that last year was the year of the Africa COP. And what the OIBCs did, the Opportunity Issue-Based Coalitions did, is to come together and say, let's work with the Egyptian presidency, let's work with the African Union, with the African group of negotiators, to elevate Africa's voice in this COP. And what that resulted in is a multiplicity, an important footprint of what we can call success. So for example, a stronger understanding of what we mean when we talk about a just energy transition in Africa. When we talk about loss and damage facility, the advocacy that stays the course with the knowledge, with the evidence, with the practice that pushed us to have something concrete, we can say we walked out of COP with something for Africa. When we go to the macroeconomic question, the OIBC on macroeconomic, we all know the AFCFTA is a game changer, but how do you move it from ambition to action? How do you domesticate it? We've worked in OIBC to help at least about 30 or so countries with national implementation strategies. We've worked very closely with the Accra-based Secretariat to sort of push ahead on this guided trade initiative. We can no longer say that the AFCFTA is still floating in the theoretical space. 8 countries have started trading on the basis of these preferences. And we're moving ahead to ensure that women are the lead beneficiaries out of this AFCFTA. So with UN Women, UNDP, the Secretariat, we have this great report we put out last year called The Engine of Trade. And there you'll see the voices of women telling you how they want women issues resolved in this AFCFTA. There's several other things. UNIS is a big one. UNIS is really the integrated strategy for Sahel. And you're bringing in catalytic pillars on resilience, on security, on governance, on energy. And you're saying the system is coming together to invest in unlocking the opportunity there. So time is not on our side, but let me just talk very briefly about the AU-UN partnership. The AU is a critical player. It's the partner of choice for the UN system here in Africa. And so what we've done in 2022 is go through a process of listening, engaging, consulting, and seeing how we can bring the RCP as the platform that can take forward AU-UN collaboration on the areas that we've spoken about in the OIBCs. And indeed, last year, I think it would be accurate to say, Said, that we have elevated to a point where we actually now call it the AU-UN Regional Collaborative Platform. So let's go to the next slide, and I think that will be the final one, where I'm talking about what next. Now, the RCP, to be truly meaningful, has to strengthen the evidence of what we see on the ground, that things are changing on Agenda 2063 and the SDGs because the UN system is coming together to support countries. And so we've gone to the resident coordinators, to the country teams, and asked them what next for 2023. And what they've told us is what will guide, will be the North Star of how we build these regional assets and deliver for next year. And so what we're seeing, they're telling us is we need more data and statistics. We need to make sure that we don't just stop at COP27. What came out? How do we ensure it's implemented? So this year, for example, we'll be working a lot to ensure that the loss and damage facility is not just a political decision, that it is implemented. We're talking about digital transformation and investing very much in building the capacity for digital on the continent. Of course, AFCFTA will remain a big thing. It is the AU theme for 2023. So we're supporting that in a big way. And then the nexus is critical again. I'm sure that USG Parfait will give us a bit more about that. And then finally, we are really putting all the resources and the expertise to help the country teams to develop these cooperation frameworks, which are really the compact that brings the system together at the country level, to say that all of us within the system at the country level will focus on A, B, C. They're telling me to stop. Slow down. Okay. I'm concluding anyway. And so basically, this cooperation framework will continue to benefit from the expertise at the regional level, coming in to have that cross-boundary, trans-border perspective, and bringing in the analysis, the research, bringing in the data, bringing in the perspectives to tie together to ensure that the compass, the cooperation framework at the country level, is indeed one that can accelerate implementation of the SDGs and Agenda 2063. Thank you very much.
Can we give her a round of applause, please? Thank you very much, Joy. I would like to make an announcement before we go on to the next presentation. Please, the evaluation questionnaire for this meeting, the entire meeting, has been shared with you through email. Please kindly complete the questionnaire. It's very important for us. We need to have your feedback in terms of what you think about this forum, what is good, what's not working well, and what is it that we can improve upon. So please kindly complete the questionnaire that has been sent to you through email. All the participants have been sent an email link through which you can complete the questionnaire. Please do so. And if you've not received it, please let us know. Let the secretariat of this forum know, and they can share that with you. It's very important to get your feedback so that we can improve on subsequent ones. We'll be moving on to the next presentation, which is on peace and security issues. You'll all agree with me that without peace and security, there cannot be development. Peace is a fundamental bedrock of development for us on the continent. And what we've seen on the continent is that some of the gains we've made on peace and security have been eroded. We've seen the resurgence of coup d'etat on the continent, which we thought that we've already settled. We've seen demonstrations, protests, and riots arising from the kind of deprivation that COVID-19 imposed on our citizens. And we've seen growing instability again. And that's why the theme of the year, I think 2020 by the African Union on silencing the gun, still remains as relevant as ever to us today. So we have a very distinguished senior UN official who will be speaking to us in terms of what the UN is doing with the African Union to be able to silence the gun and achieve peace and security on the African continent. We have Mr. Parfait Onanga-Anyanga, who is Under Secretary General of the United Nations and Special Representative of the Secretary General to the African Union. You have the floor.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Said. It's a renewed pleasure to be with you this morning, now maybe afternoon already, and to share this moment with this esteemed panel of experts. And thank you, Joy, really for enlightening us on the need for all of us to understand what is happening at the UN system to precisely accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. And I hope this could be an opportunity for all of us to think outside of the box. I think the time for innovation is not only in science and technology. It's really about re-engineering our whole thinking about the challenge of peace, stability that has been with the continent from its inception. And the audience is certainly very familiar with Kofi Annan's, very well-known, famous quote about, peace and security, the interplay between peace and security, stating it very clearly that there can't be any peace without development and no development without peace. And he went on to add, and the SG himself just recently at the Sharm el-Sheikh COP27 high level, at the opening of this important undertaking, reminded the world that not only these two, but Kofi Annan ended by saying that you cannot have none of the two if it's not grounded in full respect and protection of human rights. So this is the challenge we're having. And what has emerged since 2017 is the very clear understanding by both our leaders, the UN Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, and the chairperson of the Union, the African Union Commission, Moussa Faki. They got it very clearly that none of our two entities, regardless of our capacities, mandates, could alone resolve the daunting challenges of peace and security affecting the continent. So that alone is extremely important. And they went beyond words to agree on a set of joint frameworks for enhanced partnerships, strategic partnership in peace and security. Acknowledging one single thing, and that's what Joy also stressed just a while ago, that the primary responsibility will always lie with member states. That's known, and hence with the region, here the African Union. But the UN has a supportive capacity that we are endowed because of the global multilateral architecture. The UN Security Council remains with the primary responsibility for maintaining peace and security globally. Yet, under Chapter 6 of the Charter, it is also well, Chapter 8, it's well acknowledged that regional organizations have a key role to play in the maintenance of peace and stability regionally, but also globally. And this is a task that the African Union had really taken up from the very beginning, since the 60s. After all, the forebearers of the region realized that they have inherited a very complex and challenging whole, and that's why they went on very clearly, very quickly to say, hey, though we may have populations, communities straddling across borders, and that's why now the whole issue of cross-border remains a challenge for the continent. Though we have that, we will go for the intangibility of the borders we inherited for colonial powers. Even though people say, why did they change it? But they were wise that this is what we have, let's keep it. And therefore, they went on to also adopt two important principles. One is the non-interference principle, very clearly, while they agree that they will come together to support the independence, territorial integrity of individual states, none of one of them should be allowed to interfere with peace and security and to disturb peace and security in any of the countries. That principle one. But at the same time, what is quite unique with the African Union is that in the Constitutive Acts of the Union, in Chapter 4, H, and this is important to read, in addition to non-interference, the Union agreed
that the right of the they agreed to the right of the Union to intervene in a member state pursuant to a decision of the Assembly in respect of grave circumstances, namely war crimes, genocide, and crimes against humanity. And to make it, a long story short, it's thanks to this principle of non-interference that the Union helped the global community in the World Summit in 2004, 2005 in New York, to the now known principle of responsibility to protect. It came from the African Union. So the African Union has been actually a clear contributor to the normative framework of the global community in its efforts to address threats to peace and security. And just remember, this was adopted in 2002, just for a few, let's say, 10 years after the horrors that we some of us witnessed in 1994 in Rwanda. So this is what we have at the moment, and to make it work, knowing that the continent is today faced with all the challenges and the threats that Said just mentioned at the beginning of before I intervened, the new threats that the continent is faced with are so daunting. I mean, violence extremism, the threat of terrorism, social unrest, and this resumption of what the Union has very clearly banned in its own charter, this the resumption of what is delicately called, unconstitutional changes of government that has coups. All of this is now becoming the new not the new reality, but the reality of the continent. And then we need to face them really head on. And just recently at the African Union Assembly of Member States, Secretary General Guterres came out very clearly. He did it in early December together with his friend and brother Moussa Faki, and then again during the last summit in Addis Ababa. Secretary General Guterres is acknowledging that the current threats to peace and security faced by the continent are so daunting that we can no longer address them through traditional peace and security means, the way we have done it in the past. And therefore, we need to change. And what he's advocating for is that the regions, by virtue of their own responsibility to be the immediate responders, have to be better equipped. And therefore, he says we need to ensure that we deploy new types of operations under a regional mandate, and in this case, the Peace and Security Council of the African Union, but backed by the United Nations Security Council. And in this case, there must be funding that is predictable, that is flexible, including, of course, the use of assessed contributions, because after all, we should never forget that while threats are regionally located, they continue to constitute a threat to peace, to global peace and security, to collective peace and security. And therefore, there must be a collective responsibility that we shall also have some kind of burden sharing as we try to address them. Of course, the SG is not making decisions. He has put that forward. It will be coming up in April with, at the end of April, with a report to the Security Council in which he will very clearly articulate this vision. And this is also part of his new agenda for peace, because the call is clear. We have new challenges. We can no longer continue to address them, to face them with the kind of responses that were established in the early years of the establishment of the UN. We have to adapt, and this is what the SG is now advocating for. Now, let me put it this way. There can't be any solution that could be seen as only security driven. because at the end of the day, there cannot be anything as military solutions to political issues. So at the end of the day, what we have together to face and to answer, and by the way, the African Union has provided a number of frameworks, including the Peace and Security Architecture itself, which has established the Peace and Security Council, the African Governance Architecture, the Silencing the Guns flagship initiative, all the measures, including early warning mechanisms established by the Union at the regional level. We have the tools. No one can come from outside and tell the Africans what to do and how to do it. They do have the tools, they have the mechanisms, they have the frameworks. What needs to happen now is, of course, to move forward and really aggressively on implementation. And with implementation comes the whole issue of means of implementation, and this is where funding comes up as a core impediment if it is lacking for member states to be able to address these multifaceted challenges. Now, I will end with something that is very dear to my heart, because indeed, I don't believe in military solutions. Yes, action has to be taken to degrade the threats that non-state actors pose to peace and security and stability, that is preventing development from taking shape in any country. This is a concern because at the end of the day, what is the responsibility of the state, of any state, is to have the monopole of legitimate force and to be capable of establishing under the rule of law and under the civilian control of communities and society, to be able to ensure that there is no force that can threaten stability in any place. Unfortunately, because of history and because of wrongdoing, because of the lack of governance in some cases, we do have a situation where, unfortunately, not all states are viable and capable of facing such threats posed to the stability of their countries. And this is why there is an urgency in any country today to go back to the foundations, to the building blocks. We need to be aggressively, passionately engaged to revisit how societies, how they work. What is now like a cliche, what is called social contract. We need to go back to that. And the reason is simple. 60 years in the making, let's acknowledge that this continent is, although it may be described as still very unstable, it remains the continent of hope. When I look at this room, I think the majority are below 30. Maybe I'm exaggerating. But this is the continent of hope. There is no question about it. Look at my neighbor. Look at the gentleman on the far left. This is the reality of this continent. And that's why there needs to be a conversation, interregional conversation, intergenerational conversation. We need to bring in the youth. We need to bring in, all categories of society. They need to come together on a regular basis because we are living, all of us, we are living in societies that are, ethnic, we have identity differences in our societies. It is beautiful. It is absolutely a source of, richness for our societies. But how do we face with two challenges. The first one is how to live in peace and harmony in a society that is where identities may, if we are not careful, be polarizing. So this is the first challenge. Living together in peace and stability while we are different because we come from different backgrounds. This is the first challenge. The second challenge is how to live in peace and stability and manage the relationship between the center and the periphery of countries in where, unfortunately, most of the time, power is concentrated at the capital cities, and then the rest of the society feels marginalized and excluded. So these are the challenges we have to, and that's why I beg our leaders, to go back. And if you see the matrix, and we are not giving lessons here, everything that I'm saying is contained in the framework that led the African Union to establish the Silencing the Gun flagship initiative. Everything is in there, including building, going back to the social contract, ensuring that there is constant national dialogue on the challenges societies face. What do we do and how do we do it together? Because what is called res publica is the common thing. It belongs to all of us. And that's why as long as we will not be engaging in inclusive politics, not only inclusive growth, but inclusive politics, ensuring that all categories of society are part of the conversation, we will continue to face, poverty alone will not solve, addressing poverty alone will not solve the problem. We have to go back to the fundamentals, and the primacy of politics here invite us to revisit that very, basic needs to ensure that we come into one-stop shop, one place, and address our constraints, our challenges as a community of people. So I will end there, but we are in this work with the African Union, and we have established a series of mechanisms, constant consultations, just for you to know. Antonio Guterres meets with Moussa Faki. Every year, they meet at the summit level together. Every 6 months, his team under Commissioner Bankole and USG Political and DPO, those who deal with peace and security in New York, they come together twice a year. And at the desk level, every day, my team and Bankole's team, we regularly meet. We revisit everything that we are, in the box to try to address the challenges we face. And as we do it, we are now the RCP, just to show you the nexus, what is called nexus, the relationship between the political and the peace and security. That's why I'm here. We come all the time together, with ECA, with UNDP, the whole family, together with African Union, to try to understand what challenges are with us. Now, last. No, thank you. I mean, look, this is not our job only. And that's why I'm so happy to see in this room so many champions, so many people who are dedicated to understanding how can we get out of this conundrum. And that's why it's so good to see that it has to be people-driven. It will not come from top down. It will be people-driven. You have to own it. It is something that is inviting all of us. I mean, this is absolutely true. And last, as I said, and really, Said, pardon me for keep going. At the last AU summit in Addis Ababa, the Secretary General, and you heard certainly yesterday also the Deputy Secretary General, or the day before yesterday at the opening of this forum. There is now a growing consensus to the fact, and precisely because of the nexus between peace and security, everything we have discussed cannot happen if the current global financial, trade, economic architecture is not reformed. Because it cannot be Africa's own sole responsibility. It's not going to happen. And that's why the Secretary General is now championing a cause to go back to Washington. Maybe some of you don't know, because we went through COVID and it was very frustrating to see that money was available, but it was not accessible to those who needed it most. So we need to change that. That has to be transformed. And it cannot be only something that it is not us against them. Forget about it. It is us together. It's us together. And this is what climate is reminded us, all the global challenges are reminded us. COVID reminded us about it and exposed our limitations. And that's why the SG now is engaged in this really campaign crusade, to tell everyone the G20 and others is not only about representation, it's really about ensuring that we change the business model. There is something wrong with what we are, because we've been doing, by the way, development for 60 years, and nothing is changing. The perception of Africa remains the same. A place where you go to get cheap goods, they travel 60,000 miles away to be transformed, and they send back here to be dumped. The low end comes back here, except for those who have money. So this is the complexities of the world we have, and this cannot continue. Otherwise, as long as Africa will not be able to produce wealth, this generation will ask us, what have we done? And it will simply be totally unmanageable. I thank you, Said.
Thank you very much, Mr. Puffy. He does not only have the responsibility of promoting peace and security in supporting the African Union agenda, he's also a very passionate Pan-Africanist. You can see in his presentation the commitment that comes with it, the passion that comes with it. And that's what we need to transform this continent. I take away two key messages from your intervention. One is the fact that we need to look at the structural dimension of conflict prevention. That the structural dimension is extremely important. We should deal less with conflict resolution. We should focus more on conflict prevention from a structural dimension. And in doing so, we need to see the interface between governance, peace, security, and development. Governance remains a fundamental challenge for this continent, and we need to face it. Issues around corruption, issues around inclusive participation, issues around involvement of youth in the political process, issues around human rights and the rule of law. These are fundamental issues. And like you said, re-echoing Kofi Annan, without good governance, without the rule of law, predictable administration, no amount of funding, no amount of resources we put on this continent will make any difference. Governance is very fundamental to achieving peace, security, stability, and development. And what we're seeing is that the poverty of governance is deepening economic poverty and breeding inequality, breeding deprivation, and eventually resentment and conflict. I also like the point you underscored in terms of the youth. And I'm very pleased that we have the presence of a large segment of youth in this forum. We have the Pan-African Youth Union. We were having conversation throughout the evening yesterday. They are quite here, and I keep on telling them, we are about to hand over the baton to you. Begin to put yourselves together to be able to make the change happen. We've tried. Perhaps our best might not have been good enough, but we'll soon be handing over the baton to you. But I think we need to see it in that spectrum, that not only handing over the baton to them in the technical space, we also need to hand over the baton to them in the political space. And I think this is a conversation we should begin to have in terms of how we want to promote development and economic transformation on this continent. On that note, I'll be moving on to the next presentation, which will be by Martin Soko, the co-chair steering committee, African Regional Mechanism for Major Groups and Stakeholders. He will be speaking to us on the role of the major groups and stakeholders in the acceleration of the SDG. Mr. Soko, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I wish to acknowledge that you are so much right when you say governance is very fundamental for development. But we will add to that a participatory governance is crucial if Africa has to take off from the actions that we take as we are heading toward achieving the SDGs and Agenda 2063. We are very thankful to ECA and the other organizers of this event because that gives us the opportunity to bring the voices of the people here and table some of the things that are thought at a grassroots level that may have not gotten here. So we are happy to have the space. But before I deliver the messages that the major groups prepared and wish to submit here, I will not miss the opportunity to say that the space that we are getting is still very narrow, and we wish this could be extended, because as you hear from my co-panelists here about peace, if the space keeps narrow, then you will lack peace. And when you lack peace, you may not get to development. So we really plead here that the space which is given the civil society and other non-state actors be really widened. I may even joke and say, when we go to the next forum, please give us the floor more than you did this time. Now, we are going to present some of the messages. I say some of the messages that we managed to bring up for you and also for our leaders, with the hope that this will get to the high-level political forum. What I'm going to deliver to you is a summary of the work that has been done in between the last forum and now. And I will start with messages on goal 6. Can we get a slide, please? Messages then on goal 6 to ensure access to water and sanitation for all. On this, we wish to urge governments to use a multilateral approach to manage disputes arising over the use of and access to transboundary water bodies and adopt legislation prohibiting pollution or transboundary water, or transboundary water, including by supporting a global treaty on plastic pollution. Also to cooperate with African organizations working in the field of water quality conservation and sustainability to establish a regional center for freshwater quality restoration in Africa, to strengthen the knowledge base and access to information on hygiene, water, and sanitation, and to information needed for a better understanding of the impact of human-induced climate change on water security. To avoid privatization and commercialization of drinking water services and recognize access to safe drinking water and sanitation as a human right, as well as ensure water management by investing in the provision of public drinking water and sanitation services. To invest in direct jobs in the water and sanitation sectors that respect environmental protection and are based on gender-sensitive measures. We also urge the international community to reform the international architecture for climate finance to respond to critical adaptation needs, including water, address current inadequate institutional arrangement for loss and damages, and ensure that industrialized countries honor their commitment to raising and deploying climate finance that is accessible and dedicated to priority areas. Thank you. Now on goal 7, to ensure access to reliable, affordable, sustainable, and modern energy for all African major groups and stakeholders We call on African governments, the international community, and the private sector that invest in the energy sector to shift their investment toward green investment in renewable energy, including wind and solar, to reduce climate change that is currently negatively affecting the African continent. We urge African governments to develop strategies with local content laws for the renewable energy to bridge the energy gap across the continent and enhance its prospect for managing climate risks in a view to delivering sustainable energy for all, be positioned to have a say on multilateral solutions to share global problems, to solve global problems, and push for the reform of the global fragmented, underfunded, and often poorly governed climate financial institutions. We also call on African and European governments to address the current energy crisis in a human right-based and mutually beneficial manner, and implement just and gender-sensitive transition industrial policies and investment plans through measures related to energy in countries' national climate plans, with the effective participation of social partners and major groups as established by the ILO principle on the just transition. We call on African governments to recognize access to energy as a human right and ensure universal access to affordable, reliable, and modern energy services, including clean cooking food, by implementing inclusive and gender-responsive energy policies that respect and promote human and labor rights, decent and climate-friendly jobs in renewable energy sectors and their supply chains. We urge the international community to set up international climate finance to support renewable energy production in developing countries and establish accountability mechanisms for sustainable and green investment while focusing on adaptation financing targeting remote communities or settlements, including vulnerable groups. On goal 9, to build resilient infrastructure, promote sustainable industrialization, and foster innovation, we urge African governments to promote scientific research and improve their technological capability, increase skilled workers in the field of scientific research, including through skill development programs for existing workers, and encourage increased public and private spending on research and development. To increase public sector-led investment in high standard infrastructure, including energy, road building, machinery, and others, to meet development needs and support decent job creation for all, including persons with disability. To significantly increase access to ICT and strive to promote universal and affordable access to the internet at local and national levels. To implement just transition industrial policies that provide a foundation for national job plans and development plan and coordinate the decarbonization of industries while ensuring decent and climate-friendly jobs in the transformation. To develop agribusiness as a way to boost the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Area while supporting micro, small, and medium-sized enterprises to ensure employment retention and the formalization of the informal economy by ensuring access to financing and implementing the ILO recommendation 2 or 4 on the transition from the informal to the formal economy to ensure that industrialization and structural transformation produce shared benefit by ensuring minimum living wages and collective bargaining on wages. On goal 11, to make cities inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. We wish that the provision of adequate and safe housing for all be ensured away from slums, especially for marginalized and vulnerable groups who urgently need it, while ensuring high standards in the sustainable provision of buildings that are environmentally friendly and accessible to all. To invest in just transition toward sustainable cities, including by accelerating the decarbonization of urban transport through sustainable solutions that provide decent work and contribute to labor market formalization. We urge our governments to ensure the provision of adequate and safe housing to deeply retrofit social, public, and low-income housing, reducing energy demand and lowering energy bills while creating decent and climate-friendly jobs, especially for low-income and marginalized communities. Ensure resilience to extreme weather conditions and disaster through the implementation of response systems for urban emergency as well as disaster risk reduction and management. On goal 17, to revitalize Partnership for Sustainable Development, we urge African governments to reinforce the role of social dialogue as a key means of implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063 in strategies to build recovery and resilience for multiple and converging crises, considering that to be sustainable, crisis response measures must be built on the engagement of social partners. Social dialogue and industrial relations help to rebuild trust in institutions and contribute to crafting equitable and sustainable policies. We urge our governments to create a task force of African negotiators and advocates to reassess existing climate finance facilities and initiate African-led reform processes, develop African input into the newly created facility for the financing of loss and damage, and provide technical support to the African group of negotiators, representatives in the fund establishment process. We urge to ensure effective and meaningful participation for persons with disability as provided by Article 4.3 and 32 of the UN Convention of the Right of Persons with Disabilities, as well as for volunteers in line with the 7/129 into action planning for the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and the African Union Agenda 2063. We urge them to enhance the capacities of their national designated authorities to ensure that their engagement in the Green Climate Fund process is structured and clearly articulated. To this end, African countries may work together as an alliance in a network to leverage on their collective strength to raise climate funds to scale while promoting whole of society approaches for DCF processes that include CSOs and communities at the front line of climate crisis. We urge the international community to ensure the implementation of adequate financing strategies that include an increase in the quality and quantity of official development assistance, debt relief restructuring and cancellation, the implementation of progressive taxation systems, and a multilateral reform of the current corporate tax architecture, including a maximum tax floor of 25% for all corporations, a billionaire's or a wealth tax, and a financial taxation, transition tax, tackling tax evasion, tax avoidance, and illicit financial flows, reallocation of special drawing rights, and business accountability. We still urge the international community to design and operationalize new models of global governance to redress the current power imbalance and uneven distribution of wealth at international level. This should be a truly inclusive multilateral system where social partners are on board and are allocated a meaningful contribution with a complementary and innovative global public finance component that is based on the principle of all contribute, all benefit, and all decide to mobilize more and better resources that meet the 21st century global challenges. That was it for the messages. We are very thankful again, and we hope these will be conveyed to the high-level political forum and also be brought back from there to be implemented in our countries, because that's where development happens. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Martin Nsonko. I'm quite sure that the recommendations you put forward find their way into the recommendations and key action points of this forum. So thank you very much. I think your presentation connects very well with the presentation made by earlier on by Mr. Parfait. I hear you talk about inclusiveness. I hear you talk about participation. I also hear you talk about redefining the social pact between the state and the people, and also mobilizing international support for the Africa Development Agenda. That's the way I would like to summarize what you presented to us. I take a lot of great interest in the issue you raised about water conflict and water security. It's been predicted that the next source of conflict on the continent and probably globally will be water. That water scarcity is going to create a lot of tension across the globe. And we're going to probably be having conflict arising from that. I think that's one thing you've pointed our attention to, which I think as a continent, we need to give due consideration to. The water sources are drying up on the continent. For those of us who are in West Africa, the Lake Chad Basin used to be a rich source of water, for several activities, including grazing of animals. Today, the Lake Chad Basin is almost dried up. It's almost dried up. So when you see some of the conflicts in the Sahel, it's around water resources, grazing land. That's what those conflicts are about. So we need to pay attention to this and begin to think through how we address this problem of water scarcity. If we leave it unaddressed, perhaps it could be a major trigger point, conflict trigger point for us on this continent. We're going to move on to the next presentation. We are really not doing well with time. We are really behind schedule, and we don't want to stand for us to stand between us and your lunch. So we move on to the next presentation, which is going to be by Perry, Indina Perry. We're going to hear the voice of the youth now, and he's going to speak to us from a youth perspective. Perry, please be brief so that we can close this session at most by 1:30. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur le panel. Je m'appelle Natwa Indina Pierre. Je viens du Tchad.
My name is Natwa Indina Pierre. I'm from Chad.
and I'm in charge of the association that is responsible for youth and the fight against climate change. We have several points that we've already shared with you. There are several slides, but I'll be very brief. I'd ask you to kindly follow with attention so that I can go quickly through them. We have a program which we developed called the Green Microcredit Program. Why did we develop this program? Because we found that in the rural world, people have a considerable amount of difficulty accessing energy, solar energy in particular. 2% is electricity, access to electricity rates in Chad at the moment, and countrywide, we're talking about 7%. And I believe that with respect to SDG 7, what we had to do is look at what we call solar eco air conditioners. Why did we come up with this? We found that there was need in the rural areas, and there's a kit, a micro solar unit and linked to the internet, integrated into this kit. And I think that microcredit is not available in this sector. And in the rural areas, there's limited access, limited amount of resources available. So we've put in place these small credit systems that will enable people to have access to energy at a lesser cost. We've tried to improve upon people's well-being thanks to these kits. And we wondered along those lines why we shouldn't let people have these kits thanks to credit. If you go to any village in Chad these days, you find that people use solar systems to charge their phones. So we have to develop local entities. How can we do this? Subsidize microcredit agencies, because usually they are profit-making, and if they are giving credit to people who are unable to reimburse them, they cannot survive, which is why we said, let us help these agencies that exist already and give them let's give them grants. So we partnered up with a local NGO based in N'Djamena in Chad, and with our association and the entity, the business that is developing these micro solar air conditioners. So we thought that through microcredit, the best way to go, which in fact we haven't yet observed in Chad, unfortunately, was to offer microcredit, but we don't know who it goes to. So as youth, we felt we need to do something at our level to help the rural communities. Impact. Between now and 2030, we expect to reach 2,000 people, raise awareness amongst these people, and we're going to facilitate local populations' access to this form of solar energy. And there are three components to the project. We really want to make sure that the project reaches the grassroots level so that by 2030, more than some 10,000 households will have access to solar energy in this way. Thank you. Electricity through this way. Thank you.
Thank you for being very brief and straight to the point, sharing the experience of Chad with us, what you've been doing in terms of providing energy access, solar energy access in charging phones. We'll move on to the last presentation by Nyako. Nyako, you have the floor. 7 minutes maximum.
Okay, thank you very much for this opportunity. And would want to share just some activities that we do to accelerate the SDG actions here in Niger. And we are hoping that at the end of this forum, we would be able to get some technical inputs from experts here on how we'll be able to improve and also make sure that it gets to more people. Slides, please.
Please, can we have a slide, please?
I think I can continue. Okay, so we are a youth group of researchers here at the West African Center for Sustainable Rural Transformation and also the West African Science Center for Adapted Land Use, WASCAL, hosted at the University Abdou Moumouni here in Niamey. So our SDG actions are motivated by three main questions. First, we have how are we able to raise the voices of girls in our communities so that they can improve their contribution to community development? And also, the second question is, how should the youth get involved when it comes to issues of SDG? And the third is about how are we able to put rural women at the lead when it comes to building sustainable communities through SDG 7, access to clean energy. And so just to run you through some of our SDG activities, we began with a simple activity, 1 sachet, 1 tree. After a normal cleanup exercise, we felt like rather than just burning the waste, like what is done conventionally, why don't we rather use that plastic waste to create a nursery, plant some trees and share it to community members so that people will begin to have an idea of how simple processes can lead to climate action, how simple processes can lead to greening our environment. And also, we decided to train some youth, which was funded by Plan International West and Central Africa, on how they will be able to recover through green employment opportunities. So we usually conduct trainings in solar technology, mainly for irrigation because of the potential here. And then we looked at a critical question on how are we able to really raise the voices of girls here in Niger. Those around here would bear with me that it is practically impossible for a young girl to gather elderly men to want to talk to them, to want to educate them. So we thought using the SDGs as a conduit would create that opportunities for them to get community members to have a second thought about the image of the girls. So, for instance, in Tillaberi, some of you may be aware that that is one of the security zones. So there is that law there that you can't buy fuel more than a liter in a gallon. And so farmers will have to always carry their diesel-powered irrigation systems to the city to get fuel every 2 or 3 days. So this is really affecting them. So what was really remarkable about this, our initiative, was that one of the ambassadors, because we trained some 17 young ladies in the regions as SDG ambassadors to vulgarize and also advocate for SDG and sustainability actions in their communities. So during an encounter, one of the young ladies did tell an elderly man that, well, if you are complaining that these issues of fuel is one of your main challenges, are you aware there is a way of, re-engineering your diesel-powered irrigation system to rather use LPG once there are no restrictions to LPG access. And so this was something that really got very interesting. And the man told her that, well, when will you be available so that you could come and educate my colleagues? So the interesting thing here is that they didn't just say, come and talk to my colleagues, but they asked, when are you available? So it kind of gives an idea of the image of the girl, the image and the respect that community members are now beginning to give to the girls because of the activities they do. So just to run you through, for 2022 up to 2027, we have a kind of roadmap that aims to put rural women at the lead when it comes to building sustainable communities and also access to renewable energy. So from the slide, you see that we have 4 main phases to this project. Now, the first phase, which is about providing capacities to some women farmers through climate smart technologies on how they'll be able to improve their productivity. Then after the capacity building, we are looking at processing, we are looking at marketing, creating a kind of value chain within the district where it will be controlled by women and would also lead to an increment or an improvement in their incomes. After that, we would provide them with solar equipment that will help them in accessing water and also processing some of their products. Now, this first phase has been funded by the British Embassy here in Niger, and this is what we are currently rolling out. Now, phase 2 of the project aims to establish a community savings and loans association within that same community and with all these women involved in the process. Now, this will lead to sustainability. Another objective of this second phase is to enhance their savings by developing a financial module. Now, interestingly, we are looking at how this financial module will help them to create a kind of fund within what they save that would help them to begin to procure solar panels. The aim is to get the community electrified through renewable energies. And so we've decided to apply through an agreement with the British Embassy to apply part of the funding to putting them into a group that would help them in the savings. And now we are moving on to how we'll be able to develop a financial module for them that would help to sustain the gains of the project. We have gotten a technical support partner, and we are also currently exploring other options. Now, with the third phase focuses on how these women will be able to get the solar panels. We are assuming that at the end of each farming season, they should be able to acquire about 15 solar panels. Now, during this process, we realized that access to land for women was a challenge. So we were able to negotiate to get some 4-year concession, and also it was a 3-acre farm where the women will be able to have all-year access. So this would help in achieving this goal. So we are hoping that they would be able to acquire close to 20 solar panels at the end of each year. And also our organization, CSDAC, would continue to build collaborations with organizations on how we can support to also provide more solar panels to achieve this objective. Now, in 2026, which will be rolling out the 4th phase of the project, we are hoping that we should be able to have acquired enough solar panels through the support of technical and financial partners to begin to build a mini off-grid solar system for the community that would provide access to just basic electricity. Then we are hoping that by 2027, 2028, the community should be having access to electricity that is powered purely by renewable energy sources. So this is basically a roadmap we have developed, and this is what we are doing here in Niger to to be able to ensure that there is that issue of energy citizenship. We are able to sustain and we're able to do what others are not able to do. And we are hoping that this would succeed and would be a model for other countries. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, so thank you very much, and would hope for more opportunities to interact. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nyako, in sharing the local experience with us here in Niger on the issue of women empowerment through support on renewable energy and climate smart farming. I think that's what you are focusing on. And I really like the phrase of energy citizenship, making sure that every citizen has got access to energy. I think that's extremely important. We've got 3 other presentations online, but in the interest of time, we will not be able to take them. I would invite them to respond after the questions, and they can then bring in their own perspectives as well. So on that note, I would like to open the floor for comments, questions from participants, and then I will ask the presenters online to respond to some of your questions in terms of their own intervention. So participants, the floor is open. You can raise up your hand or your name tag. Okay. Sierra Leone, please be very brief. Uganda, then we'll come here. Sierra Leone, you have the floor.
Okay, thank you so much. On the nexus between peace and development, that caught my emotion strongly. And the issue of peace and development, I don't know, sometimes some people will say it's a question of the chicken and the egg, but I think one is embedded in the other. That's my thinking. But anyhow, I think the task has been to define what is the intersection between peace and development, the intersection point. And once we're able to define that, to make sure that we build, that intersection, we sustain it. And to me, the intersection, I think the professor there alluded to it, which is the issue of having strategic partnerships. The Secretary General UN recently has said that Africa seems to be derailing, since the mechanisms, to bring about stability, we seem to be reversing, And I think this is reversing because there are questions around the type of partnerships that we have been promoting. I think a lot needs to be done here. You pointed out the need to have true partnerships, inclusivity. Sometimes we talk about space, but people fear to talk because they think when you talk, that will be reprisal. What sort of partnership we talk about that? Yes, since the UN was born, one would say the UN, EU, ECOWAS, this regional community, so on and so forth, the multilateralism, one would definitely say, had we not had this institution, the situation could have been a lot worse. Yes, but at the same time, we think that if we had propped them properly, what we see as problems happening across the region, the sub-region across the world, could have been stymied, to a very large extent. So yesterday, I made a suggestion perhaps for us to redefine what partnership is all about. We need a reconceptualization of what partnership is all about, to invite measurement. Maybe the academia should come in here to help us define what is the real partnership do we talk about, research, issues of monitoring and evaluation. When do we actually talk about good partnership and its benefits, and perhaps bad partnership and its costs? What we see as measurement within Goal 17 GDP, aid, you name that. That is fine, as indicator, but could just be secondary, or even say manifestation. The substrata are there, that we have to focus on. And we need to build, the concept around that, to model that, and make sure that we have a sound monitoring and evaluation mechanism on that. So that when you come to such a fora, we should be reporting on the status, on promoting the true partnership. Then we can talk about the peace and development and stability. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sierra Leone. Uganda?
Yeah, thank you so much. I want to appreciate the current presenters. You actually touched my heart so much. I'm proud to say Uganda is one of the biggest refugee hosting countries in the world. And this comes with a very heavy impact on the greening of the country. I really want to say with a lot of disappointment here that the so-called donations for raising seedlings to green back countries to its previous looks is a nightmare. We're talking about how to support rural women, how to support youth, how can we make them really appreciate environmental greening. But how do they get this support? I'll be very grateful to live for Uganda with a list of donors who are willing to green Africa. When you are in the flight, coming to any destination in Africa, you will not stop weeping. Yeah, we have a lot of money that is geared towards greening. And we're seated here saying green recovery for multiple crises. We're talking about saying peace and security. Yes, a lasting solution, but it may not come tomorrow. We still have refugee burden. What do we plan for them? How do we plan for them? Because we either do it now or we don't do it at all. The water scarcity, it's a real serious issue in Africa. Not only water scarcity, what we have as water now is very dirty. Actually, it's one thing that matters us more than any other business. And lastly, terrorism is not only by holding the gun, but if you see most of our youths are now into drugs. 24 hours. I was in Mombasa 3 days ago. You will really cry. So it's the kind of security we have to talk about should be inclusive. Otherwise, I'm really, really grateful for the presentations. God bless you.
Thank you very much, the MP from Uganda. We go to the back. There's a hand at the back. Yes, you have the floor, please.
This one.
Right.
Thanks. Salek from Site 7.
No. At the back here, straight here.
Here.
While I have a break, I can maybe.
Yes.
Okay, I will wait. Can I?
Right. Okay. Okay, so after him.
Alors, merci. Moi, c'est...
Thank you. I am Hassan Moumouni. I chair the SAM NGO, which is Save the Mother and the Child. I have listened to all the contributions made by the panelists addressing various issues. Africa is facing many a challenge, and we need people such as yourselves who are forthright, who speak the truth. And in fact, in Africa, we do not have the reflex of anticipation of things to come. Nowadays, we have, for example, yellow fever, and it is the raining season. Now, rather than thinking out about eradicating this disease, we are thinking of something else, whereas yellow fever is the first cause of death in Africa, and we have to combine our efforts in order to eradicate this scourge. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being very brief. Yes, please.
OK, merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My thanks go to the audience and the panelists for their brilliant presentations as made, notably he or she who had addressed the different vulnerabilities that our countries or Africa in general are facing, to talk about peace and development. What peace, what development can we talk about should peace not be guaranteed in our countries? So this is an issue that is transversal in terms of peace of security. So what type of peace and democracy can we talk about should we not guarantee development and good economic performance? Should youth not have the guarantee of availing themselves of the required job? And also in terms of employment for African youth, even democracy is such, according to various studies, should the middle class be brittle, should people underemployed not have access to good nutrition, food, and basic services, even democracy would not be guaranteed. So we would informalize, or rather make more brittle our states. I'll share with you a young initiative that was undertaken by young Africans, which is the Solidarity Show in the Sahel. This organization had conducted a survey over 200,000 individuals in terms of the vulnerabilities faced by Sahel countries and the recurrent instability to which Africa and the Sahel are faced. Unfortunately, as brilliant as this youth-driven initiative is, and even though it is being implemented in Niger, it has not received the support and the sanctions, the support of you from the UN, African Union, and ECOWAS. In other words, what is nowadays the guarantee when you have a youth from the Sahel, from Africa, who's championing a viable project to have access to you and to be supported and to also benefit from those partnerships that necessity commands, should they not have the establishment to recognize them in their countries? This is my question with regard to access to financing for youth. It's actually the same sources of financing that would destroy our companies, enterprises, and our initiatives, because the rates and requirements imposed to our young entrepreneurs cannot be met. And they do not have the required support of states that are very often weak. And they depend on Bretton Woods international funding institutions. And these are the real vulnerabilities to which we, young people from Africa and African countries, are facing. I've been working in the humanitarian field for 20 years. I've been in all the continents of the world, be it in DRC, Yemen, Afghanistan, and whatnot. And it is these are things that we had absorbed and that we wanted to actually help our youth by preventing the repetition of such occurrences. And this is why we do not get the required support so as for us to be able to build our building. That's the real problem. That's the vulnerability. This is what I wanted to share with you. Recently, I took part in an event, a high-level conference on and as well as another conference that was held here within the framework of the EU Niger Business Forum. And I'm under the impression that it is the same narrative, the same sentences, the same presentations. So do we have today an evaluation mechanism with regard to such issues so as to be able within 1 year, 6 months, for all those of us to evaluate whether these goals were achieved as we have taken part in such fora? This is the real vulnerability. So that is my question. I thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll come to the middle. Yes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Salek from State. Can I? Yeah.
No, we are coming here in the middle here, behind Ghana.
Okay,
Then
thanks,
we'll
Salek from Site Sever. I learned a lot about African RCP, Regional Collaborative Platform.
Yes.
But
yes,
I didn't
you have
hear
the floor.
from the participation membership from civil society side. We have UN agencies and others. How do you see the social inclusion with this platform in terms of membership, but also in terms of contents, social dimension aspect. Because you mentioned education, health, and others, and I think we need also to get it in depth and having also civil society, specifically disabled organization, included or involved in any ways at all levels. Thanks.
Thank you. We'll come to the middle here.
Well, thank you very much. Let me congratulate ourselves for the discussion so far. I'm just wondering what happens when we leave this forum and go back to our countries. How are we going to translate all these declarations into tangible, workable projects? And how are we going to monitor the implementation of these commitments? I see the role of members of parliament or parliament in general as very, very key in this whole endeavor. I have not seen many MPs, and I have not really heard the role of parliaments in the implementation of these commitments. And I think, and I would suggest, as we go back, we need to make intentional efforts to communicate the outcome of this forum to the parliaments of Africa, and also urge Parliament to develop monitoring frameworks that will assist them to do their oversight of these commitments. Because when we leave this forum and we come back next year, between now and next year, you need a policeman, so to speak. You need someone who will be providing oversight, responsibility to make sure that the commitments are taken up in each country, and that these commitments are followed through. And I think Parliament is well placed to play that role. And so I'll urge the forum to make conscious effort to bring parliaments into the implementation of the declarations that we are going to make in this meeting. I want to thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I think that's extremely important, and that will be captured in the key recommendations of this meeting. We'll come to this side. Yes, please. Please be very brief.
Thank you. Very amazing exchanges, and I wanted to thank the gentleman who just spoke now, the member from Ghana. He spoke something I was going to say. And really, I want to appreciate all your exchanges. They're really, really amazing discussions. But I also want to bring a little twist to this conversation in terms of asking, when our fellow panelists talk so much about governance, what kind of governance are we talking about? It's very important for us to simplify and break it down into the understandable or consumable understanding for everybody to understand what you mean by governance. Governance could mean whatever it could mean to whoever who chooses to use the word. So it is very important for us to diagnose that so that we can understand it comprehensively as citizens who are pursuing the SDGs, to understand very well so that we don't get it wrong. Then for me, I think governance in a way simply means you and I who have this strong analytical sense, who have this good background, development experiences, trying to understand that gap between those who are making decisions, who are often, maybe let me just put in a very provocative way, we have offered our parliaments to rascals, and then we, the intellectuals, are sitting here and discussing with all the big scientific words, and then that space is being occupied by people who don't even understand this language that we are speaking. At the end of the day, we will be taking this scientific discussion to people who have no correlation whatsoever with these discussions. And then where do we meet? in terms of that governance. That's one point that I feel we need to simplify and understand it very clearly. The second point is, why are we talking about youth participation, women participation, and other inclusion? Here in the conference rooms, when these participation and inclusion ought to be in our parliament, starting from our local governments. We need young intellectuals holding the seats of leadership in the local governments in Akosombo in Ghana, as well as in Itsekiri in South Nigeria. This is firmly very understandable. So we don't come to seek positions or inclusion where whatever we discuss has very little relevance to changing something. That is why for the past years, we've been discussing so much about these SDGs, but very little of it can be seen on ground in real translation. I'm not saying we haven't achieved something. We've achieved quite much. That my brother here who is coming from Kumba, you see, just give one example. Our government system would allow people to go and construct and own lands and build houses and create, informal settlements. And then after they'll come and call them informal settlements, and then you want to go and bring solutions. You can bring solutions after, the death. It is almost like leaving someone to die and then you want to give him treatment. This is the same thing. If you walk around the River Niger here, right to the extreme end of this city, you see the growing slum community, the growing informal settlement. These are the questions, these are the issues that we should be discussing here and asking ourselves, when we come next year, how many people who have moved from this slum community into an organized, urban settlement that is built on resilient consideration? So my brother here mentioned about making cities resilient earlier, vividly, when he mentioned the stakeholders' position. It is not only making cities resilient in principle. We have to make cities resilient in practice. Sometimes it becomes even very costlier for governments to go and start putting pipe-borne water in cities or in urban, informal settlement. I'm sorry, just to conclude. So this is where I think, Mr. Chair, that we should come often and ask ourselves questions based on the reality here. The gentleman there mentioned something from Niger, that there is too much of the same language, too much of the same theory, too much of the same exchanges year in, year out. Where does it take us? If you know so much, go to the parliament. If you know so much, be the governor of your state and change things. If you know so much, be the president of your country and make a change so that we can see real change. That means real, translation of development into reality for people, so that by 2030, we can see more smiles, we can see more human, beings having more dignity, more dignified way of life, and we can see even more resilient cities growing from slums to resilient settlements for everybody. Isn't that good for all of us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Unfortunately, we will not be able to take more comments and questions. I would like to invite Edwin, who has been staying online, to come in just only for 3 minutes. Edwin, are you there?
Hello.
Can we connect him, please? Please, can you use your intervention to respond to some of the questions raised already?
Yeah, hello everyone. My name is Edwin. I'm connected from Kenya, Mombasa, where it has been stated that there's actually a problem with the drug abuse in regards to the youth. And so in regards to our topic of discussion today, I'm here to present to you what we are doing here locally in Africa. I'm one of the people that believes that African problems can only be solved by Africans. So please, I'm from Kaino, Africa. Please go to the next slide. Next slide, please. Yes, so I'm from Kaino, Africa. Kaino, Africa is a tech company that's trying to address some of these problems. So the problems that we have in Africa, first of all, is the high cost of battery and energy storage. As much as the cost of solar panels are going down, for uptake of renewable energy, we find that energy storage is still expensive, and therefore, in a way, it is limiting the uptake of renewable energy. That is in terms of uptake of solar PV, and therefore, this is still a very huge problem that should be addressed in terms of energy storage. The second thing we have as a problem is inefficient in revenue collection for PAYGO companies. So there are so many companies that have come on board to adapt on the African market. We find that so many people in off-grid areas actually cannot afford a one-off payment for solar panel renewable energy systems. And so there are so many companies on the ground that are trying to do pay as you go, where it means that you just pay a deposit and you continue paying a few cents, maybe per day, per month, or something like that, so that at the end, the people living in off-grid communities with the low income can be able to afford the system in the long run. And so this has become a very major issue because you find that the technologies that are deployed on the ground, when they fail, it becomes very difficult to collect the revenues for the companies that are doing that business. And therefore, sustainability in that business becomes a very big problem. Then we also find that there are so many developments in the technology, whereby right now, one of the technologies that is trending is EVs, e-mobility, whereby even in Africa, there are so many motorbikes now that are run on electricity instead of petrol. And therefore, we find that there are so many lithium ion cells that are coming in Africa from other countries or from other continents. And therefore, in the long run, you'll find that there's going to be a problem, especially in Africa, whereby there are very few companies that are doing recycling of lithium ion cells, if none, because most of the companies that we have right now in Africa to counter this are actually doing the collection of e-waste and other waste. But about recycling, we don't have such facilities in Africa, which will be a very big problem in the near future. Then the fourth thing that we are addressing is lack of DC productive use appliances. So you find that in the local communities, it is one thing to supply them with energy, and it's also another thing to make them be able to.
Sorry to interrupt, Edwin. Can you kindly round up, please? Edwin, we will not have time for your lengthy presentation. Can you kindly round up, please, so that we can close this session?
Okay, thank you. So that's the problem. All right. So what we are doing, we are coming up with the battery packs and also other solutions that ensure that these battery packs get to the end users. And these battery packs, we are developing them from e-waste lithium ion cells, where we collect and recycle them to give them a second life. And therefore, in regards to this week, we are calling upon stakeholders to support us as a youth and also as a representative of other youths that are outside there. We would like support on this so that we can reach other people, we can impact lives, and also create employment for the people who are unemployed in Africa. Thank you for the time.
Thank you very much, Edwin. Sorry to ask you to be very brief. Colleagues, we've listened to everyone. We'll come back to the panelists just 1 minute to give us their summary remarks. Just 1 minute. I'll start with Mr. Parfait. Closing words.
Well,
frustrated, and people are growing really impatient. And that's understandable. I mean, the business of transforming societies is not an easy one. So I hear you, and I simply want to say, to submit that, no, do stay the course. It's not gonna, change tomorrow. But change, failure will be not to try and to try harder. But don't ever doubt about the commitment and engagement that we have in this cause, because it's about people's lives. So, and about, I think one valid point is the monitoring and how do you take stock? And these engagements are part of the process for stock taking. And that's why we come together. But it's really fascinating. And I simply want to thank each and everyone for the time you spent in this conversation and for what you're going to do when you go home. And my parliamentarian, yes, this is for you to go and take it up and carry on, because it doesn't end here. So I'm done, but thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Pape. 1 minute.
Bon, moi, c'est juste des recommandations.
I just have a few recommendations to my seniors for the UN and the other families present here. We, the youth, would like to appreciate the fact that we participate, but since COP21, we haven't really seen youth being invited to such fora. Also, we'd like to appeal for autonomous sources of funding to be put in place. We don't have to go through all sorts of labyrinths for funding to reach entrepreneurs. And finally, I'd like to say words of encouragement to youth, to women, to develop ecological solutions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ferry. Joy?
Yes, please. Thank you very much, Said, and thank you all for such a rich conversation. Just in closing, I'd like to stress that we've had the point made by the gentleman that spoke about the need to broaden the partnership in the context of the Africa RCP. We've deliberated on these issues at the retreat in Dakar, and indeed, I think the door was starting to open, that we need to expand beyond the African Union. My parting shot would really be to say that, again, in the spirit of the Africa RCP, we've identified 4 key pillars that will drive our work going forward. The first is agency, and I'm happy that we have people on the ground from the countries giving us examples of what they're doing. It has to be about the people. The second point is really about acceleration, that we have to put the foot on the pedal and move faster. The third point is about impact and moving, changing how you measure progress beyond the process into the outcomes. And then the final point is resilience. So hopefully when we come again next year, we'll be talking about a fascinating story of the score we have made on each of these 4 pillars. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Joy. Nyako?
Thank you. I would want to just say that women here have shown a lot of resilience, and I would want to appeal if more investments can be gone or can be put into women and also in youth. But there is a question I would want to ask. What is it that we are missing as youth? If you compare youth here, what we do, and you compare what those in the West do, something they do, they are able to get the whole world to see it. We, the youth here, what we do in communities, just remain in the community and also in our organizations. What is it that we are not doing? Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and thank you, dear participants. Mine here will be to stress the idea of stock taking. And there are 3 things to do here, because when we hear the people, when we hear those who ask questions, we see that 3 things seem to be missing. Collaboration between stakeholders. You heard about government not supporting independent initiatives. We should learn how to do that. We should also learn how to turn everything that we talk about here into action, where not at the UN, but in our countries. And when we take those actions, let us see what the impact is on the people. And then when we come back, we report on that. Please, ECA, if you can think of having part of these sessions, stock taking, and saying what we really did in between 2 fora, then maybe that will advance the purpose. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Martin, for your closing words. Our colleagues, join me in thanking the panelists for a very engaging session. Can we kindly give them a round of applause, please? I'll close on the words of Kwame Nkrumah. No matter what the challenges are, no matter what the hurdles may be, we should always look forward. We have no luxury on this continent to look back. And as Nkrumah will say, forward ever, backward never. Let's move on. The challenges are there, they are mammoths, they are quite considerable. Let's work collectively together, use the agency of the state. The state has primary responsibility for development. The role of the multilateral agencies is to support the government and key stakeholders. We are not to substitute for the government. I think that should be very clear to us. But we all have to work collaboratively. The agency of the parliament is extremely important in terms of the development process. So friends and colleagues and brothers and sisters, let's keep moving. We have no luxury of standing still. Forward ever, backward never. Thank you very much, and I thank you for your participation.
Thank you very much, Director Said, for moderating the session. I just wanted to alert the delegates and participants that we shall begin at exactly 3:30 with the consideration of the key messages and the Niamey Declaration. And if you can come back at that time, then we shall be able to finish quickly so that you can have opportunity to experience Niamey. Thank you very much.
Madam.
Can I write my? No problem. Voilà. Exactly. Voilà. Non, ça c'est deux. Ça c'est deux. 251, c'est le petit, hein. Voilà. C'est sur WhatsApp, donc on va prendre. Vous verrez. Hey, how are you? Oh, wonderful, wonderful. Oh, fantastic. What are you guys? Oh, okay. I don't have my card, but I can write it down. I can take my WhatsApp. So, so we are in. So 5-1, 5 and 8. So with this, I'm on WhatsApp. So perfect. Oh,
Them they find money, you they find babe. Now the only thing we go fi make a man fail. Body better Sochi, put your head straight. Make it no go be a die, not be the case. You say you like Kele, but they find ways. Kele we go make it lawyer 5 case. You the fun papa with your 5K. You don't get the money, you the boss give away. Oh my God. Time they say don't wait for nobody. Time they say it's really the money. Time they say waits for nobody. That's the time, a time we don't get time. on my way. Auntie Kilo, then I saw some man place. You say you know I'm such you say you get grace. We never start to the talk, you the frown face. Your night, now money for your estate. Now so gonna follow our way. But I see you when you that Toyota Corolla, oh. But I see you when you are flex for that Toyota Corolla, oh. Auntie waiting is up, oh. Time they say don't wait for nobody. Time they say it's really the money. Time they say waits for nobody. That same time, no time we don't get time.
For me. I wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Yeah, take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. Yeah, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Just when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up the silence, so my baby bust up the silence, so my baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up the silence, so up silence, so steady your picture for me. I wanna take a picture so this could last longer for me. Yeah, take my secrets, got them like precious money. I never want to hear you quiet, so I write songs for you. Opposition they come left and right, but I don't care. Pop up they are front, say leave you, but I died there. No more milk or more, cause you are my only strength. Whether rich or poor, I know that you're my best. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. And I believe, yes I believe, I'm falling for you like a thief, breaking the knees. Cause when I see you, I feel to steal the keys to your heart again. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up the silence, my baby bust up the silence. My baby bad, my baby good, my baby all the things I need. My baby bust up the silence, bust up the silence. So big tatty girl.
Come, Cuddy, gosh, give me
be fine girl. Don't keep that tight face, now you be the boss girl. Oh no, oh no, oh no, yeah. This one young guy don't go tire me. When you see my miss call, make you come back. I'm happy when I'm with you. Since then, me not looking up for that. I love the way you smile. You just taking me go. Every time you tell me, so you come. Now so jubilation like I win election. My baby's coming. Sweetie's coming. Angela, come and go now. My baby's coming. You are the apple of my eyes, the only sugar in my tea. Irima, please don't be shy. I want to give you my love, cause you make up your mind. We need to come on for time. We need to come on for time. Shut.
She said I'm really fine. You think I get to your time? She know because say you fine. No got time if you don't get me for mine. I just need a little time. You know I'ma make you mine. Say you'll be just with the fire. I can't lie me, I won't see you tonight. I hope you call me. Whoa. Tell me, I don't know. What's something sweet, man? And if it's too late,
This one young guy don't go tire me. When you see my miss call, make you come back. I'm happy when I'm with you. Since then, me not looking up for that. I love the way you smile. You just taking me go. Every time you tell me, so you come. Now so jubilation like I win election.
Angela, come and go. My baby's coming. Angela, come and go. My baby's coming.
It's 5 o'clock in the morning. She won't get help from anyone. She feels the hunger, it's burning. She counts her naira one by one. Ole, ole, she on the road, it never pay, but baby she can run away, but she dreaming of the USA. She born again, and she fucking for her rent, to pay her rent. For us, don't show me your sin, like this rap, so never win. She falling, she begging, she roaming, she falling down, she rolling, she thugging, she buzzing, sweet addicts all out. She falling, she begging, she roaming, she falling down, she rolling, she thugging, she buzzing, she loves attention, she's choosing. She said, is it shooting star? She walks till her feet is swollen, but somehow she don't get too far. Ole, she on the road, it never pay, but baby she can run away, but she dreaming of the USA.
steady, stay giving. Me, I like to jolly, fella for body, drink it by me, put smoke for body. I know they for bad energy, can't fake it like. So leave me make I breathe, yeah. I know they owe anybody, yeah. Only wahala, making sleep. I dem my day ain't changing shit. You know logos today the streets. Kambanala, yeah, yeah. Kambanala, Chuku Agosuomo. Take it easy, stay steady, stay giving. Take it easy, stay steady, stay giving. Take it easy, stay steady, steady, baby, stay giving, baby. Take it easy, stay steady, stay giving. Kambanala, mbanala, mbanala. Take it easy, stay steady. Take it easy, stay steady.
Cause me energy high, it doesn't me a grace. So, oh, I know fit to be their man. I know feel lie, you know fit to relate. If I open up my mind, and you bury up your face. So, inside, you got space. This smile, I carry from my face. So, it ain't hard, what's in the face. So, don't wait for all of them. You don't wait for me too. You don't pray, make a fall again. Come on. Mama, they pray for me too. I don't wait for all of them. You don't wait for me too. You don't pray, make a fall again. Mama, they pray for me too. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They make my vex, but I don't feel God, they explain myself and carry my cross and I face my fears and feeling my pain as I shed my tears. And one day all my go meet for heaven. Until then, I they chase my bread. Me no walk down on the 247. Only my neck with you carry my head. I don't wait for all of it. You don't wait for me. You don't pray, make a fall again. Mama, they pray for me too. I don't wait for all of them. You don't wait for me too. You don't pray, make a fall again. Mama, they pray for me too. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. They wanna know. Tell me what they wanna know. I know, no. They wanna know. I know, no. Tell me what they wanna know. I know, no. They wanna know. I know, no. Tell me what they wanna know.
All the parts of your body are here in Jesus' name. Be strong here.
come true, you be my desire. No stress, I got you tonight. Leave all your worries right behind, girl. Tonight we'll be going higher. Higher than the moon in the night. Shine lay down, I can make it bright. My sweetie Bella, so my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. Don't wanna see you die, my Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. Don't wanna see you cry, my Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my Bella. You got too many things you can't take away from me. Baby, I don't go bother. Honey, take my investment and take all of my money. Baby, I don't go bother. Baby, what you need? I see my sweetie Bella. So my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. Don't wanna see you cry, my Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. Don't wanna see you cry, my Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my Bella. Don't worry about the little clothing. Come true, see the door right open. You mean more than a moment. I'm yours, I can see you falling. In your arms, I'll be holding you down. You don't have to worry. All clear, not be blurry. Big flaws, where if I be stirred. My sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. Don't wanna see you die, my Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. Don't wanna see you cry, my Bella. My Bella, my sweetie Bella. My Bella, my Bella.
Sweet, sweet Caroline. Wanna take you to my paradise. You my sunshine. Fine girl, I love the way you whine. I want to kiss you on side. Things you they do, they sweet my body. They fuck you totally. Yeah, just they blow my money. Make it blow my money. Things you they do, they sweet my body. I'm never leaving you for nobody. Girl, make it blow my money. Be good, yeah. Alone it won't come. I be spending money like it's random. I know you ain't used to this lifestyle. Balling every day, now cash out. If you there with me, balling out, come. I'ma get no day, which I go. I can take you straight to the mansion. Make it just be mine for the dance, mine for the dance. Love the way you move your body, girl, give me bum. Now you dey knock by my door, go. If you want your body, I go give you paper. I'm on then I make you show me a true color. Anything you touch me, I don't go. Baby, this your love when you go reach my turn. I'ma give me a money and soft bomb. Job me, job. My sweet Caroline. Want to love you for life. Sweet, sweet Caroline. Wanna take you to my paradise. You my sunshine. Fine girl, I love the way you whine. I want to kiss you on side. Things you they do, they sweet my body. They fuck you totally. Yeah, just they blow my money. Make it blow my money. Things you they do, they sweet my body. I'm never leaving you for nobody. Girl, make it blow my money. Be good, yeah. My sweet Caroline. Wanna love you for life. Sweet, sweet Caroline. to love you for life. Sing sweet Caroline. Wanna take you to my paradise. You my sunshine. Fine girl, I love the way you whine. I want to kiss you on sight.
You're the best I know. You're the best I know. No one else comes close. No one else comes close. I wanna let you know you got that spark. You got aggressive spark. Every time you come around, you take that charge. Yeah, you got that spark. Move with your body, yeah, you got that spark. Yeah, you got that spark. Oh, yeah, back it up and make I pop my jump. Yeah, you got that spark. No, you rude as hell, I had to try my luck. Yeah, right, I had to try my truck. The first time I did it in my truck. Oh, yeah, right, I had to try my truck. Do anything for you, give you all my time. Girl, now your body make a rule my life. Buy anything you want, make you point, I swipe. Girl, now your body make a rule my life. You're the best I know. You're the best I know. No one else comes close. No one else comes close. You're the best I know. You're the best I know. No one else comes close. No one else comes close. I wanna let you know you got that spark. You got aggressive spark. Every time you come around, you take that charge. Yeah, you got that spark. Move with your body, yeah, you got that spark. Yeah, you got that spark. Oh, yeah, back it up and make I pop my jump. Yeah, you got that spark. Anywhere I go, I take you, make you follow me. And anywhere you go, I beg you, make I follow you. This thing on me and you, I no go ever turn on you. This thing on me and you, I no go ever lie to you. For my baby, I no good to. For my baby, I no good play. For my baby, I no good lie. For my baby, I right to die. You're the best I know. You're the best I know. No one else comes close. No one else comes close. You're the best I know. You're the best I know. No one else comes close. No one else comes close. I wanna let you know you got that spark. You got aggressive spark. Every time you come around, you take that charge. Yeah, you got that spark. Move with your body, yeah, you got that spark. Yeah, you got that spark. Oh, yeah, back it up, make a pop my jump. Yeah, you got that spark. Out of my eyes, baby, out of my eyes,
You're so special to me. Special, baby. Special, yeah, to me. Special, baby, to me. Sure, you know, CC. You're the only one I'm gonna be pleasing, boy. You got me chasing. Many days where you did do me, boy. Sure, you go tell me if you wanna run up on me. No, you to feel me. Oh no. Daddy, give me my good vibes. Really wanna treat you nice. Cause you bring me peace of mind. I just wanna hold on tight. You done made me wanna write all night. Bust it down, I'm tryna make you mine. Take this love and we got all the time. Ooh, no. You're so special to me. Special, baby, to me. Special, yeah, to me. Special, baby, to me. Make me sing in harmonies. Everything all over me. Make me sing in harmonies. Everything all over me. So if I hit you up, baby, I'll take you up. When you offer, baby, lick you up. Oh Lord, you want some more than fuck you up. Then baby, let me hit you up. Body against the wall. You right, I like the way, yeah. Your body hits the light when I go in. Baby, sing those harmonies. Baby, it's alright, just lean on me. Let me hear you say, oh yeah. Baby, you're so good, scream, oh yeah. Wanna hear you say, oh yeah. You're blessing me, yeah. You're blessing me, yeah. Oh, your vibe is so wavy. Oh, your body wines so wavy. You make that booty bounce so wavy. You make me sing your harmonies. Wow. By the way you smell so amazing. Want you to put it on my face, make it risky. Oh, you got that ocean wave, make it nasty. You make me sing your harmonies. Wow. Your body hits the light when I go in. Baby, sing those harmonies. Baby, it's alright, just lean on me. Let me hear you say, oh yeah. Baby, you're so big, scream, oh yeah. Let me hear you say, oh yeah. You're blessing me, yeah. You're blessing me, yeah. The way you're looking like a honey, I could tell you never had to satisfy me. Baby, let me looking like a honey, yeah. Satisfy me. Make me sing in harmonies. Put it in all over me. Make me sing in harmonies. Put it in all over me.
Yeah, baby, run flat. Where you gonna go? When you coming back? Know that you can't do a G like that. Nah, my girl shouldn't be like that. Even though you're in danger, say my name, I rearrange ya. Even though you're in danger, cross the line, I can't save ya. Even though you're in danger, say my name, I rearrange ya. Even though you're in danger, hey. Doubting till my eyes look clean. One more girl tryna re-up the green. How she made me run back, I'm in deep. Deep, I say the words that I don't mean. Got big smoke and I will intervene. One man soldier, I look out for me. Told the tool that ain't never undine. It's the remedy, evidently. Even though you're in danger, say my name, I rearrange ya. Even though you're in danger, cross the line, I can't save ya. Even though you're in danger, say my name, I rearrange ya. Even though you're in danger, danger. Know you're in
Independent, need no man to save you, girl. I'm a Superman the second that you need me, girl. And if you cry, you can lay up on my shoulder. If you're lonely, I can be no one to hold ya. Give your feelings in your body, you can substitute. You should tell me how you feeling, cause I fucks with you. Don't know why I'm gonna be killing you deep one. I hate the kitty, make it pop like bubble gum.
Even though you're in danger, say my name, I rearrange ya. Even though you're in danger, cross the line, I can't save ya. Even though you're in danger, say my name, I rearrange ya. Even though you're in danger, hey. G like that, my girl shouldn't be like that.
Oh baby, here I go. Better follow me where I go. Need you right here when I go. I need you to follow me. Follow me, girl, everywhere I go. I wanna dance with you in my palo. For my heart, I want to give you palo. Know what I give you try if there's no one trouble. I give you all of me, yeah. Nobody can defeat, yeah. Open your mind up for me, yeah. Give you my love for free, baby. Like, of course, I need time to your mind, of course. Take you, see my mama. Take you, see my papa. She want to see my mama. She want to see my mama. Oh baby, here I go. Better follow me where I go. Need you right here when I go. I need you to follow me.
Waste of time. I guess it's gonna take some time till I have a decent time with you. You know we gotta speak sometime, cause I can't reach your mind. They say you gotta seek to find something new. Pulp Fiction feeling like I'm in a stainless dance away a sorrow. I'm just finding a new religion now. Listen now, I know just the words to say to you to bring you around my way. That's not fiction, that's my way. Are you so ready? I guess it's not a waste of time with you, cause I already see my life with you. Your love is like a gun, you shot me down, said I'm the one. When I was on the run, you had my back right through the sun. Ginger me out, girl. Your body just a ginger me out. Oh baby, come close, don't you run away. We say I not you. Mean to me dark cause I'm thinking about you. Made in my kuman in a bed, my woo. Oh, Caro, make you stay. Carolina, what's it again I go do to show my loving? Carolina, yeah. No only you are the watch, so my baby, no worry. Simple, love to smile and your dimples. No other one go fi do like my baby. Oh, he man, you just got down my head. Ooh, yeah, my nanti. Ooh, never seen anybody pass this one, no. Keep dancing, I like that. Mama, she's shaking your waist, yeah. Oh, my lady, come chop on my blood, though. Is your loving is sweeter than cocoa? You must do ride on my motor, baby, oh. Carolina, waiting again, I go do to show my loving.
skies not gonna leave me like Casper. I say I do, I pass tracker, yeah. Can you tell me where my baby day? Yeah, listen, girl, I need you right, yeah. Like I said, give me nine, yeah. You're my potato, to you tomato, yeah. Potato, can you make me feel my good? My potato, to you tomato, you be. Then I feel for my panic, I be go, brother. Forget to say my to you tomato, see it. Can't compare tomato, you tomato, my potato, I be feel it in my soul, see my potato, see my to you tomato, yeah. Baby, I live, yeah, oh. Can you get me happiness, oh. Please help me correct cross. But you want me can't get.
Man, I Rambo, man, I Bruce Lee, man, I Tom Cruise. Please don't get me confused with these wrong
Man, I Rambo, man, I Bruce Lee, man, I Tom Cruise. If you want, I could pull trees, we could cut screws. Just yesterday I saw her standing at the light. So I approached her, I was feeling kinda shy. She's even finer when you're looking eye to eye. I cracked the joke, then I invited to my side. She said, you know you to the top and maybe. She said, I thought you never asked for maybe. You won't believe the way she made my body go. But now my heart and my destiny to you. My potato, to eat tomato. Potato, can you make me spin my goals? My potato, to eat tomato. Then I favor, pani terego. Forget to say my to eat tomato. No compare to my to eat tomato. Potato, I can feel it in my soul. My potato, say my to eat tomato. If I talk about my but where I baby, no more can never give up. I put my baby, she love me, me dark side. She hoping that me dark side. If I talk about but where I baby, no more can never give up. I put my baby, she love me dark side. She hoping that me dark side. My girl rise and my baby no job. She know the skies not gonna leave me like Casper. I say I do, I pass tracker, yeah. Can you tell me where my baby day? Yeah, listen, girl, I need you right, yeah. Like I said, give me nine, yeah. Yeah, me potato, to you tomato, yeah. Potato, I dip it in my soul, you know. Potato, to you tomato, to be. Then I feel for a funny potato. Forget those, my to you tomato.
I know you worry when I pack up and I got copy the boss your mind. Well, I'm looking good, you better pray. I know that nigga no go take my time. But wish me well, wish you well if I go. Cause I'm only human, runs in my blood, and you make it up. In any way, yeah. In any way, you always feel like home. In every way, yeah. In any way, you satisfy my soul. In any way, yeah. In any way, every other place I go. In every way, yeah. In any way, you satisfy my soul. So say you.
less temptation. Just relax your body. Let the music take control. It's time to party. It's time to raise the roof. We like to party. Nothing to go for this side. So play me the number this night. Tell me you want to feel alright. So we're gonna dance, we're gonna jump, we're gonna party like it's 99. Get up, I wanna see something. I know that you don't play by the rules. Get up, I wanna see something. I just wanna see the way you move. Oh, get up, I wanna see something. I wanna be sure you like this cruise. I'm bringing the fire, nothing can cool. No need to fight it, feel this temptation. Just relax your body, let the music take control. It's time to party, it's time to raise the roof. We like to party, we like to party. Nothing but love on this side. Catching fun on this side. I mean, you don't want to feel alright, alright. So we're gonna jump, we're gonna dance, we're gonna party like it's 99. Get out, I wanna see something. I know that you don't play by the rules. Get out, I wanna see something. I just wanna see the way you move. Oh, oh, get out, I wanna see something. I wanna be sure you like this cruise. I'm bringing the fire, nothing I can cool. There's no need to fight it. Feel this temptation. Just relax your body. Let the music take control. It's time to party. It's time to raise the roof. Feel like to party. Feel like to party. No need to fight it. Feel this temptation. Just relax your body. The music take control. It's time to party. It's time to raise the roof. We like to party. We like to party.
Something to feel alright. Remember all the time, remember all the time.
I want time with you, girl. You're moving it slow, you know. You're moving it slow, you know. That's why I just want more. I can never ever lie, girl. You look like my type of wine. You don't wanna cry, Oh, today you never need to worry. All I need from my baby, something steady, good shit, 5-star lady, body physically sexy, something steady, smooth like a 5-star lady, that's my baby, the girl amaze me,
Remember all the time, firelight, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright. Remember all the time, firelight, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright.
Nobody ever hold me down like this. You won't start something, oh. You count on me for love. I've never ever seen this one. Whoa, whoa. This one I want chance. Maybe substance. I be your mentor. You give me tension, lady. Feel to lose my head. I know if you lose you, baby. All I need from my baby. Something steady. Good shit, 5-star lady. Body physically sexy. Something steady. Smooth like a 5-star lady. That's my baby. The girl amaze me.
Remember all the time, firelight, shine every. Remember, you give me something to feel alright. Remember all the time, remember
eyes feel it too strong. I'ma get you freaky, you got them freaky. Oh baby, why you gotta take so long? Yeah. Smoking Hennessy, now feel make me weak. I need you every day of the week. You're so fine, you wine so unique. Oh, my body tight and sweet. All I need from my baby, something steady. Good shit, 5-star lady. Body physically sexy. Something steady. Smooth like a 5-star lady. That's my baby. The girl amaze me, yeah. She no problem, girl got no problems. She my style, mon petit foreign. When she move, girl release the bottom. She make me fall like the season autumn. Your body shape looking like a soft drink. And when she does, take the liquor from me. My chérie always comes before me. I treat her good like a gentleman, oh babe. Closer, stroke up on the room, leave her on my sofa. And girl, it's send me truth, tell me anti-social. But when you put me in the mood, you gon' feel so soldier. So me have to do, yeah. To show you what I love, girl, I'm here for you. Yeah. This girl from the island that I pursue, yeah. My big bad, but not the truth. When she arch in the back, make her have a youth. She no problem, girl, got no problems. She my style, mon petit foreign. When she move, girl, release the bottom. She make me fall like the season autumn. Your body shape looking like a soft drink. And when she does, take the liquor from me. My chérie always comes before me. I treat her good like a gentleman. She tell me she hasn't heard from me. Baby, tonight I'm all for you. Forgive me for all my truancy. Give you some before you go to sleep. When we hit the loud, we gon' get the first base. Next thing, we gon' get the third base. Girl, I want you, I need you. I miss you with the language. She no problem, girl, got no problems. She my style, mon petit foreign. When she move, girl, release the bottom. She make me fall like the season autumn. Your body shape looking like a soft drink. And when she does, take the liquor from me. My chérie always comes before me. I treat her good like a gentleman, oh. And I know you know that now why you dey move up slower. You go on passing if you keep doing it just like that. Kelly, your confidence. This your nigga, getting thicker. I dey feel am, say you no when you dey turn am. Be like a uko, you see not on that. Say you no, you break am like you go, scatter my ego. I don't define you go. Say you no when you dey turn am. Be like a coco, you see not on that. Say you no, if you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one. We go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one. If you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one. We go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one. I say, Yaskila, where you busting it is criminal. Got me thinking hypothetical. I wanna get personal, just wanna be close to ya. Now me I feel under ya, no, yeah. Now me get ya formula. I'm confident,
this your nigga, get in tika. I dey feel am, say you no, when you dey turn am, be like Oko, you tina turn am, say you no, you break am like you go, scatter my ego, I turn the fine you go, say you no, when you dey turn am, be like Oko, you tina turn am, say you no, if you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one, we go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one, if you don't mind, girl I wanna be the one, we go collect this wine, girl I wanna be the one.
Every day, I'm making money and chilling in my way. I know people calling, I love them, I fake. They cut me away when the money do. All the man them sing hallelujah, cause we came from and set the ruler. All the boys want stop at my moolah. Can never bring it down to a loser until it's game over. Be yourself, man, no go pretend. Anything you do don't depend. When they strike out, God go defend. You will keep trying till the end. Party, cause pop life no day to finish. You for this side, you for live life, make you no date him twice. As you the worry, make you put it in mind to party, cause pop life no day to finish. You for this side, cause you for live life, make you no date him twice. As you the worry, I've been on the road for long. Reason why I sang a song, now it's like a sing-along. Just to make my money long, I'ma do it just to ball. My head is fucking all. 0 to 100 all. I came with my team and all, and never even put me on. Told them we should give them one. Then I put it on a song. Be yourself, man, no go pretend. Anything you do, don't depend. When they strike out, God go defend. We will keep trying until the end. Call me now, rapping now, on the move. Live your life, feel free. So it's you worry. Make you put your team man to party, cause problem no get to finish. You for this side, you for live life, make you no dating twice. As you the worry, make you put your team man to party, cause problem no get to finish. You for this side, cause you for live life, make you no dating twice. As you the worry.
I've been down and broken. I've been drinking potions, battling emotions. Heard your lips are poison, but I still wanna taste. X-Men left you hanging, so you need that warm embrace, girl. Your ways, girl, you're faithful. I praise the Lord, ooh, baby.
She just wanna 5 cent chill. She don't want none of your money, she just wanna keep it real. She don't want no milk and honey, she just wanna 5 cent chill. She don't want none of your money, she just wanna keep it real.
She don't want milk and honey, just want vibes and chill. She don't want none of your money, just wanna keep it real. She don't want milk and honey, just want vibes and chill. She don't want none of your money, just wanna keep it real.
wanna get to know me. You do, yeah, yeah, yeah. You do, yeah, yeah. You should come and test me. Alright. Baby, come and get me. Alright. Put it in double if you let me. Oh, put it in drive if you wanna ride. If you wanna fly, baby, that's right. Anywhere that I
Give me the keys, let me work it. I wanna know if you're worth it. I have you switching gears, girl, you finna reverse it. I see you looking at me like you got a purpose. Oh, girl, Cameron, my you got a You know me, a young done that I go do you like Michael Schumacher. I just want the keys to your Benzo, that you wanna know how I drive it. I need you right now, baby girl, you sweet pasta. And I know you like the fast life, no long talk, baby, I know. So hop in, by my side, we be zooming, baby, all night. You see my doors, butterfly, that's right, that's right. You should come and test me, alright. Baby, come and get me, oh, put it in turbo if you let me in. Put it in drive if you wanna drive. If you wanna fly, baby, let's fly. Anywhere that I go, want you at.
try it, no key, bigger speed. Yeah, you want it. Believe me, you can't deny it. You do, yeah. I be so clean when they get to know me. You do, yeah, yeah, yeah. You do, yeah, yeah. You should come and test me. Oh, baby, come and get me. Oh, put it in double if you let me. Oh, put it in drive if you wanna ride. If you wanna fly, baby, let's fly. Anywhere that I go, want you
Makakini, but she no go feel me, be take on me up so silly. She go feel me on a daily. She go call me when the night get chilly. Yeah. Gradually steady. You go fall in love when you think you're ready. But if I give you once, you go come on a steady. No go complain if you are my baby, my glory. Just night, I just wanna hold you tight, squeeze you tight. Girl, I get to know you. Gloria, I love your body, can I hold ya? You give her brother insomnia. I'm a fight for your love and I'm a fight like a warrior. Yeah, Gloria, I love your body, can I hold ya? You give her brother insomnia. I'm a fight for your love and I'm a fight like a warrior. Yeah, telly and she still my heart. When I see her on the telly, she got a flat belly and she wine slow. And never see a girl with a face like you. She got a man, but he know fi do what I do. I got a plan, I fi run away with you. She got the juice, she got the sauce, she got the vibe, I got the crush on a girl named Lyria. She said she know the smile at all. For I said she know the doll at all. When she come into the hookers, they hold their own. But when she make a nigga monkeys, when she turn up for the place, but then who means it? If it's a pipe, no it is multi, Gloria, I love your body, can I hold ya? You give a brother insomnia. I'm a fight for your love and I'm a fight like a warrior. Yeah, Gloria, I love your body, can I hold ya? You give a brother insomnia. I'm a fight for your love and I'm a fight like a warrior. Yeah.
Anything you ever need, girl, I go give up. If you never go to sleep, I no go sleep. Oh. And if you leave me, girl, I go seek. Oh. You give me melody where I didn't sing. Oh, colo. Girl, they make me colo. Baby, you make me colo. Girl, they make me colo. Yeah, yeah, oh. Baby girl, you give me kana. Come okay, what is it, oh? If you don't mind, I could like to your side. Come okay, what is it, oh? What is it, oh? Baby girl, you give me kana. Come okay, what is it, oh? What is it, oh? If you don't mind, I could like to your side. Come okay, what is it, oh? Give me the keys to your heart, oh, and I go give you money back, oh. Allow me to spoil you from my heart, my baby girl, oh. When you weak, I'll be your pillow. You're the only one I know. This love is for sure. Nobody knows separate, no. Oh. Anything you ever need, girl, I go give, oh. If you never go to sleep, I no go sleep, oh. And if you leave me, girl, I go seek, oh. You give me melody where I didn't sing, oh, colo. Girl, they make me colo. Baby, you make me colo. Girl, they make me colo. Yeah, yeah, oh. Culture on the mix.
ምስጋና ለነሱ ለዛሬ ነፃነት ላበቁኝ ወገኖች የጥቁር ደም አምባ አድዋ አፍሪካ እምዬ ኢትዮጵያ ተናገሪ ተናገሪ የድል ታሪክሽን አውሪ
ሸዋምን የልክ ቴዎድሮስ ሳይደግም ግራኝ ሳይከትም ጉዲት ሳትጥል በቆም አክሱምን ቀድሞ ቢላልን ቀድሞ አዛኑን ነቢይ መላኩን ቀድሞ ያሬድን ሶስት ዝማሬን በልጅ መዳንን ንግሥተ ሳቢት ሳትይስ እንኳን ለሲና ሚሆን ሳትጓዝ ልታይ የአምላክን ሥራ ጥበብ ሰለሞን ጠቢቡም ሳይዘምም ምኒልክ ሳይቀድም ጽላት ሳይከተል ከሁሉ በፊት በአገሬ ረማን ነበር ዓለሜ ጦቢያና ታለም የዓለም ብርሃን ጊዮን ሚዞርሽ የነፍስ ጣን ሙሴ ለትወርጅ የበቃብሽ ቅድሚያ እርሱ ነፃ የወጣብሽ ምድርም ታሪኳ ቢዘረጋሃ ብሎ የሚጀምር ዘፍጥረት አንቺ ጋ እምነት ታሪኳ ቢጻፍላት አንድነት ተገኙና ጋሺና ጽላት ዛሬ አንተ ሰው ማን ብለው ጠየቁኝ የማነኝ ልበል ካንቺ መፈጠር ብዙ አድርጎ ያ ሰው ስም ያውጣ ያውቅበታል የልጁ ማገር ነው የአባት ቤት ይመታል ያ ሰው ስም ያውጣ ያውቅበታል የልጁ ሰው መሆን ያባቱ ይበቃል ያገሬ ልጅ ስማ ገኘ ሆይ ያገሬ ልጅ ማናኛል ኪሆን እኔስ ልቤ እውነት አየ ማን እንደሆንኩኝ ለየ እና የተባልኩት እንዲገባኝ ኋላዬን ዞር ብዬ በቃኝ ስሜ ተጽፎ አየሁት በክብር ቃል ሰው ነህ ይላል የእናቴ መቁጠሪያ ዞር ዞር የወጣው ልጇ ሰላም ጤና እንዲሆን በይናት ዓለም ጸሎትሽን ከኔ ላይ ቀንሰሽ ለኢትዮጵያ አድርጊ እኔ እንድኖረ አለዚያማ ቢደርስልኝ አንቺ ጸሎትማ ለብቻዬ ያለ ሀገርማ እኖርማ እንቺ ያየሽውን አላይማ እውነት እውነት ጸሎትሽ ላይ ሀገር ጨምሪበት የኔ ትውልድ ሰው እንዳይሆንበት አጎንብሶ ሄደ ከአንገትና ጀርባው ዘር ጭነውበት አይቼ እንዳላየው ሆድ ከሀገር ይሰፋል ብዬ እያለፍኩት ማነ ብለው እነ ሆድ ከሀገር ይበልጣል ልቤን አስጨነቁት ያ ሰው ስም ያውጣ ያውቅበታል የልጁ ማገር ነው የአባት ቤት ይመታል ያ ሰው ስም ያውጣ ያውቅበታል የልጁ ሰው መሆን ያባቱ ይበቃል ፍቅር ግን የለው ሀገር ፍቅር ሳይኖረው ሀገር ያንቺን ሳፈቀረ የፈጠረኝ እንዳለውን ሰው አታድርጊኝ ምነው የፍቅር ቃል አያልፍ ዘንድ ዓለም ያልፋል ከአንቺ በፊት ነበር ስሜ ሰው ነህ ይላል ፍቅር ሳይኖረው ሀገር ያንቺን ሳፈቀረ ለፍቅር ቦታ ከሌለሽ ከበር እግዚአብሔር መለሽ ከዓለም በፊት ከሀገርና ሰው በፈጠረን ፊት የሚበልጥ ማነው? ጥያቄ በፈጠረን ፊት ከበለጠ ሰው እንደ አምላክ ባስብ ስተቱ የት ነው? ጥያቄ የቱን ባስቀድም ሰው ወይስ አገር? የአገሬ ነገር ይሞላ ነበር። ጥያቄ ነበር ሀገሬን ሀገር ካደረገማ ሰው ላስቀድም ሰው ልሁንና እንዳደዋ እንደዚያ ሰሞን ሀገሬ አማረች ሰው ለሰው ሲሆን ለካ አድዋ ለሰው ልጅ ነበር ለነፃነቱ የሆነው ሀገር አሉ ምኒልኩ መልእክቱን ሲልኩ አሉ ምኒልኩ መልእክቱን ሲልኩ ምኒልኩ ሊቀማ ማተብ የሚያወልቅ ልጅህን ሊወርሰው ማንነት ሊያርቅ ባሪያው ሊያረግህ ቆሟል ከደጅህ ሀገር ሚስትህ ናት ደግሞ እናትህ ሀገር ልጅህ ናት ደግሞ ማተብህ ሰው የተከተለኝ ሰው አርገኝ ላርግህ ሰው አርገኝ ላርግህ እናስ ምን ይላል ሀገር ሲተነተን የሰው ልጅ ይሆናል 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 አድዋን ለሀገር ያደረገው ማንደው አድዋ ለሰው ልጅ አድዋ ለእኔ ነው ሚስትም ትሁን እናት ልጅም ማለት ሁሉም ሰው የሂጃብም የማተብም ተስፋው ማሰሪያው ሰው ነው ድንግሏም እርሱም የሰው ልጅ ሰው ጠልተው ማተቡ ላይ በጅ ሰው ላፍቅር ጀግና ልሁንና ልቤ ላይ ነው የዛሬ አድዋ ሰከላ አባይን ወለደች እናቴ ምን አድዋ ከራስ ጀመረ ራሱን ያሸነፈ ለሰው ተረፈ ሁሉም ትውልድ አድዋ አለው የኔም አድዋ ልቤ ላይ ነው ጀግና ማለት ይቅር ባይ ነው ቂም በሆዱ ከሰበቀ ጎጃም ሰው ካላረቀ ከይቅርታ ከራቀ በላይ መቼ ዘለቀ ይቅር ካላወቅንማ ዮሐንስ ለሀገር ወድቆ ሲሰዋ ቴዎድሮስ መቅደላ ይጠጣ ጽዋ ለከንቱ ነው ባልቻ ዛሬም ይነፍሳል ወረረ ዛሬም ይነፍሳል አሉላ ዛሬም ይደርሳል ከራስ ይደርሳል ቃል እየተማዘዝነ እኛው በእኛው አንሰን ከተራከስነ በእነሱ አድዋ ድል አርገናል ግን የእኛን አድዋ ተሸንፈናል ተው አድዋን ለሀገር ያደረገው ማነው አድዋ ለሰው ልጅ አድዋ ለእኔ ነው አድዋ ለእኔ ነው አድዋ ለእኔ ነው አድዋ ለሰው ልጅ ሁሉም ትውልድ አድዋ አለው የኔም አድዋ ልቤ ላይ ነው ጀግና ማለት ዛሬ ይቅር ባይ ነው ሰከላ አባይን ወለደች እናቴ ምን ሰከላ አባይን ወለደች እናቴ technology is a so yeah Robalata Robalie is a technology Gabale ይድረሰው ለዛሰው ወራሪው ለመለሰው የነፃነት ተምሳሌ ታርጎ ስሜን ክብር ላለበሰው ያረክልኝ ብዙ ነው ከፍዬም የማልጨርሰው ያረክልኝ ሁሌ አዲስ በሄድኩበት የምለብሰው በጠራው ስምህን ጀግናውን ስራህን አመት መቼ ይበቃል በዓለም ያለ ጥቁር ከትውልድ ትውልድ አንተን ያመሰግናል ሯል በላ እንዳንተ ምንም እንኳን ከተባምር
የሰው ልጅ ክቡር በደግነት በፍቅር በክብር ተጠርቶ በክብር ይሄዳል ሰው ሊኖር ሰው ሞቱ የተሰጠኝ ሕይወት ዛሬ በነፃነት ሰው ተከፍሎበታል ከደምና ከአጥንት ስንት ወገን ወደቀ በነፃነት ምድር ትናገር አድዋ ትናገር ትመስክር ትናገር አድዋ ትናገር አገሬ እንዴት እንደቆምኩኝ ከፊታችሁ ዛሬ በኩራት በክብር በደስታ በፍቅር በድል እኖራለሁ ያው በቀን 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 ደሞ መከራውን ያን ሁሉ ሰቀቀን አድዋ ዛሬ ናት አድዋ ትላንት መቼ ተነሱና የወዳደቁት ምስጋና ለነሱ ለአድዋ ጀግኖች ለዛሬ ነፃነት ላበቁኝ ወገኖች የጥቁር ደም አምባ አድዋ አፍሪካ እምዬ ኢትዮጵያ ተናገሪ ተናገሪ የድል ታሪክሽን አውሪ ተናገሪ
mwina Afrika kufika hapa ndikandu dunia maendeleo kubirizo represent around one house.
Recording in progress.
Merci.
excusons pour le délai. Nous avions une coupure Internet.
Sorry for this delay.
L'interprétation en direct.
We hope you have the interpretation. Everything is going to be fine and we will resume our meeting. So, there was a session which was meant for 2:30 and we will move to that. That's the Niamey Declaration. So without further ado, let me give the floor to the chair of the Bureau to take the floor. You have the floor, Madam.
Mesdames et messieurs, distingués participants, nous sommes donc...
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, we are coming to the end of our forum. And this is the agenda item concerning the reading of the key messages and the Declaration of Niamey. Let me give the floor to Secretariat to walk us through the declaration. The declaration will be read in French and projected in English. Mr. Nassimi, you have the floor to read through the declaration.
C'est la bonne version. Excellences, Mesdames et Messieurs les ministres.
Excellencies, ministers, ambassadors, dear delegates, dear participants, we're going to proceed with the reading of the declaration. I will concentrate on the salient items of the document. So we read the document RFSD stroke 2023, and I'm going to read the French version. This is the item of the agenda, and that's the Niamey Declaration on the acceleration of implementation of the Sustainable Development Program, the Africa that we want, accelerating inclusive and green recovery from multiple crises. As indicated earlier, I will start with the first paragraph and then move to the next part. We met Niamey during the 9th session of the Regional African Forum for Sustainable Development, Accelerating Inclusive and Green Recovery after multiple crises, and the integrated implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Sustainable Development Program and Agenda 2063. The chair of the President of the Republic and Head of State chaired this meeting, expressing our appreciation for presiding over this forum and for offering all the conditions necessary for the establishing of this meeting well. Going through the evaluation, we shared experiences and established the necessities for the implementation for Agenda 2063 of the African Union. So after the appreciation let me move to the paragraph on actions. Request the coordinators, the resident coordinators of the UN to intensify the support, revitalize the national actions, and establish transformative initiatives at the country level after the different crises to achieve sustainable development. To request the Commission and the UN and other partners to continue to support the member states for the way forward in industrialization and the promotion of the value chains that are appropriate in this matter, in this area. We invite the partners, developing partners, to support all that are involved in the innovative actions. In this regard, we request the UNEC and the partners to implement an action plan to mobilize global support for the operationalization of the regional initiatives and the coalition for sustainable development in Africa, now and beyond. We request the UN systems and the AUC and the African Development Bank and the Afrexim Bank and other partners to enlarge their support and the deployment of initiatives aimed at national development and the implementation of different exchanges and all the elements to help in the area of carbon and ensuring that all the protocols are followed, capacity building and sustainable development of the Great Green Wall for sustainability to be able to overcome the challenges, the funding challenges through the acceleration, the implementation of the programs of Agenda 2030 and 2063. We request the UN systems and the AUC to be active partners and establish and implement capacity building programs and other initiatives to help the member states and regional economic communities to implement effectively the global framework for biodiversity. We urge the member states to recognize the success for COP27 within the framework of the UN and support countries to work hand in hand with COP and ensure that the efforts of these different countries can deal with the necessary activities and that can bear fruit to ensure that infrastructure is improved, as well as ecosystems and means of subsistence, which are related to climatic phenomena that affect the people. We call upon the international community to respect its obligations and that the Paris Agreement and to redouble its efforts to mitigate greenhouse gas emissions in order to live in a human stable system. Invite member states and their partners to make greater efforts to implement the program of action for the implementation of the framework for disaster risk reduction and the African Forest Landscape Restoration Initiative, in particular by placing an emphasis on programs as well as rapid action systems programs to enhance urban resilience and expansion of catastrophe risk insurance and financing. Call upon all African countries to redefine and develop their economic models, integrating the protection of natural resources, including water and land, the promotion of renewable energy, and a just and inclusive the implementation of green and resilient infrastructure that supports sustainable industrialization and the development of urbanization that enables inclusive growth while establishing recognition of what's necessary, encourage all African countries to use emerging technology and the potential of young people to be active in the necessary transformative change over the coming 10 years and achieve the objectives of sustainable development and to increase the national investment in digital, meteorological, and climatic observation systems to help and provide the early warning systems for all the citizens of the continent. And finally, I request the government of Niger to present the key messages on behalf of Africa to the high-level political forum on the sustainable development and the auspices of the Economic and Social Council at its meeting to be held in New York from 10th to 19th July 2023 at the Sustainable Development Goals Summit on 19th and 20th September 2023 during the high-level work of the General Assembly at the 28th session of the conference during the United Nations Framework Convention for Climate Change in regard with the Agenda 2063. So, Madam, that's the declaration of Niamey. Many thanks for that declaration that you have read to us. I'd like to request the distinguished participants to make comments on this declaration. I'd like to remind you that this draft declaration has been put on the platform, and I hope that the distinguished participants have already gone through it. I can see Chad that is requesting for the floor. I'd like to remind you that let's just speak for 1 minute. Let's be straight to the point so that we can save time. Let me give the floor to Chad. Your Excellency, the Minister of Chad, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to congratulate the Secretariat and the entire team for preparing this Niamey declaration. I see that this is at the basis of the declarations and the debates that we held together here, and it reflects our concerns. However, I would like to make a comment that in the preamble, we see that having organized the forum in Niamey, and specifically in here, this demonstrates the concern of the geographical framework that the challenges that these countries of the Sahel face. In all discussions, this is an area which faces challenges relating to climate change, as well as the impacts that other areas of the world are facing. Maybe it would be relevant to shed more light on in this preamble, to put in a specific description of the specificities of this region relating to climate change, the challenges such as desertification, floods, population displacement, all of which have an impact on these people, which are in addition to the climate change. All these affect this particular item. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, the Minister, for your comment. I hope the Secretariat has taken due note of your comments. Now, let me turn to Morocco. Morocco, you have the floor. Thank you very much, Chair. I would like also to talk about the declaration in the preamble. I have a proposal that when we talk about the heads of delegation and mainly from the African Union, I suggest that the wording says the parliaments of states, members of the ECA are not just the African Union. I thank you. Thank you very much, Morocco, for your comment. Is there any other person who would wish to make a comment? I recognize you. You can take the floor.
Thank you very much, Madam Minister, and thanks very much for the very beautiful outcome document. Just to cite very quickly at point 9, the necessity to have the Great Green Wall, highlighted in that paragraph alongside the AFR 100 project, because of course, the Great Green Wall is Africa's biggest nature-based solution that cuts across the different divide as well as the different project lines that offers holistic solution. So it will be very, very important to note that the AFR 100 is an offshoot of the Great Green Wall, and the Great Green Wall is in fact the only initiative that heads of states and governments of Africa pronounce, and that we need to strongly highlight so that it is well included. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre...
Thank you very much for your comment. Now, right now, on this side, is there anyone who would wish to take the floor? Behind there, is there? Yes, take the floor, please. You have the floor. You should introduce yourself before you speak, before you make your comments. Edouard Yao, I'm from the African Institute for Development Policy. Thank you, Chair. Last time, I underscored the absence of the issue to do with integration. I think that in this forum, we emphasize two aspects. One, the integral and full implementation. Now, in the preamble and in the recommendations, we don't see anything to do with the need to undertake SDGs in an integrated manner. Thank you. Thank you. I give the floor to Algeria. Algeria, you have the floor. Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening. Thank you, Chair. I have a proposal relating to item 9 of the declaration. The time when we mentioned the Sondai framework, I think this is an international universal framework. It's better to add the African mechanism for response to natural disasters after the Sondai framework, because this is a regional framework. Many thanks. Thank you, Algeria, for your contribution. Before Cabo Verde, I see a country over there. Unfortunately, I don't see it clearly. Yes, it's Kenya. Kenya, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My name is Mercy from the Network of African National Human Rights Institutions, and just appreciating the very good work in putting together this very relevant declaration. Just citing a gap that we still see with the final outcome statements. Throughout the days when we've had the main forum and even the side events, issues of human rights and mainstreaming human rights in realizing development have come out quite strongly. And we are a bit worried that we are not seeing any mention of a human rights-based approach to development in the document. So just kindly requesting that the human rights language is equally mainstreamed in the document to ensure that as we are realizing Agenda 2030, then this is entrenched on a human rights-based approach. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour ce commentaire.
Thank you very much for these comments.
Le Cap Vert.
Yes, Cape Verde, you have the floor. There's no sound.
Est-ce que vous arrêtez un moment le temps que nous connections? C'est bon pour le son?
Can you hold on so that we can get connected and hear you? You can now go ahead, Madam, Your Excellency.
Comme j'ai souvent aussi l'habitude.
As I usually say, to highlight the situation and the specific nature of the small island states, we had said that in the declaration, we bring out vulnerabilities of the small developing island states, and this be included in the declaration. We also made a recommendation to the outgoing bureau to highlight the role of the African of the UNECA so that they can support the initiative of the new coalition for the public debt removal for the African countries. I thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, for those comments. The AU Youth Group, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Minister, and the great job that has been done to put the document together. So I represent the Pan-African Youth Union, and I wish to heighten the position of young people that we are deeply saddened. The youth have never, are not mentioned at anywhere in the declaration. We're not recognized in the preamble, despite being the majority stakeholders of Africa. And the many discussions to include youth to accelerate the achievement of the progress of the SDGs. So we call upon the House to revise that component, to recognize the youth, and to table down the clear recommendations put by the youth to make sure that we're part and parcel of the implementation of the SDGs. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you.
Je tiens à rappeler ici que
I'd like to remind you that the youth were not omitted from this declaration. The copy of the declaration which I have here mentions clearly the place of the youth. Thank you. In any case, probably when you read the final version, you will see this there. I have another hand that has been raised somewhere there. Yes, please go ahead, and then you will come after him. Yes, it's me. The council was established since the first day. I was speaking French. The SDGs are, are leaving behind so many vulnerabilities, yet there are others that are not mentioned. The far rest left behind. So this recommendation that I have is that during the next summit on the SDGs, there should be a strong message to the UN and the community to strengthen the dimension on inclusive SDGs and the focus on the data disaggregation. We cannot touch these people without disaggregated data. It represents today 1 out of 6 people are disadvantaged, and they need to be highlighted here. I thank you. Thank you. There's another speaker just over there.
Thank you, Madam. I'm Wycliffe Masso from the Network for African National Human Rights Institutions. Throughout the course of our discussions, the issue of human rights-based approach has been key and central. So our concern is that the declaration does not take on board issues of human rights-based approach to data collection and even analysis to inform the challenges that internally displaced persons, issues of access to water, issues to addressing environmental challenges will require issues of human rights-based approach. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, monsieur, pour votre...
Thank you very much, sir, for your contribution. Allow me to say that some of the important items, have been clearly defined in key messages, which you will see later. So everyone will be responded to in that regard. Ghana, you have the floor. Yes, it's Ghana, I think.
Well, thank you very much. I must commend the Secretariat for putting up such a brilliant document for our consideration. At the risk of being repetitive, I just want to bring back the issue of the role of Parliament in the implementation of the outcome of this declaration. To the extent that we would expect that most of the issues that we have discussed will have to find reflection in national budgets in order for national governments to commit resources to implement some of the recommended actions. And to the extent that Parliament is the body that will be required to, as it were, provide oversight over the executive and the implementation agencies of our national governments, we need to have a test that reflects this role. And I think that it is important that the declaration will have a dedicated test that will call on Parliament to rise up and play its oversight role more forcefully. And I would suggest that we have that kind of test in the final document for consideration. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, le Ghana, pour cette contribution.
Thank you very much, Ghana, for that contribution. I think the Secretariat has taken due note of your proposal. You have the floor, sir, over there. Yes, the gentleman here who had raised the hand, just in front of you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just want to thank the Secretariat for the great work they've done in this document, and to add that in the preamble, it's imperative that we hear the words such as meaningful engagement of persons with disability, simply because in the past, persons with disabilities have experience multitude of barriers, and to have a paradigm shift, it's imperative that we talk of meaningful engagement of persons with disabilities. This is the engagement that respects and works with persons with disabilities and their respective organizations too. I won't need to frog a dead horse, just to underscore the importance of data and mention of data in light of persons with disabilities throughout the document. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much. You have the floor, sir. Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. My observation is similar to the previous speaker's comments, and it is with regard to the declaration that has just been read out. There is nowhere in the Niamey declaration that people living with disabilities come out clear, and yet this segment of the population pays very dearly when we have natural disasters. They bear the brunt of natural disasters. Our suggestion is with regard to disaggregated data. Non-governmental organizations and governments should make efforts to have disaggregated data on people living with disabilities. If we do not have these data, we will not have plans, policies, and programs that take into account PWDs. Let us not forget disaggregated data. It would be important to involve people living with disabilities through their organizations when you have responses to humanitarian crises. Most governments have ratified the Convention on People Living with Disabilities. Thank you for the advocacy, sir, for more inclusiveness. Thank you. More comments, please. There are two young people I see who wish to take the floor. You have the floor.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. And I'd like to thank the Secretariat for the impeccable work done on drafting this declaration. In the second last paragraph, where you refer to a strong and resilient infrastructure, you need to add access. So accessibility to these infrastructure is important for people living with disabilities because it limits our participation in public life. Thank you once again, sir, for that contribution. I'd like to take the last speaker, please. Maybe I'll take a lady this time. Right in the middle over there, the lady right in the middle, you'll be the last speaker. Oh, thank you, Madam Chairperson. On behalf of trade union organizations, we'd like to thank the Secretariat for the work that has been done and the reading out of the declaration. One of the things that we've been underscoring throughout this forum is that nothing can be done without inclusive social dialogue that would enable us through Agenda 2030 to involve all social, political, and economic actors. And here I'm referring to non-state actors. We would like social dialogue to be a key lever to realize Agenda 2030, and it should be mentioned in the preamble of the declaration. Thank you for your comment, Madam. I'll give the floor to the DRC. Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving me the floor. With your permission, I'd like to raise a sensitive but indispensable factor. We've had discussions within the ARFSD, and I'd like us to talk a lot about security risks. Security should come out clearly in the Niamey Declaration. And I'll quickly go back to an intervention made by one of the panelists during yesterday's session. And it seemed to stigmatize the security factor in the implementation of SDGs. And just to be brief, reference was made on progress realized. But then if you have insecurity, you need to start from scratch. And that means that you will interfere with the pace towards attaining sustainable development goals. It is essential that security risks are included in the Niamey Declaration. This is valid for all regions in Africa, be it West Africa with the jihadists and Central Africa and elsewhere. We are convinced that it is extremely important that we include security risks in the process of implementing the SDGs. That is my concern that I wished to share with you very quickly. Thank you. Thank you very much, DRC, for that contribution. I believe that we've reached the end of comments and interventions from the floor. And I'd like to thank all the delegates that have contributed towards enriching the declaration. I would like to just inform the delegates that we will take into account most of your comments in the declaration. And for those whose points were forgotten by the Secretariat, I believe that they come out in the key messages that we are going to read out to you in a short while.
Voilà. Donc voilà, chers participants,
distinguished participants, distinguished guests, proposals have been made to improve the Niamey Declaration, and subject to the inclusion of those revisions, I would like us to adopt the Niamey Declaration. Ladies and gentlemen, we will now move on to reading out the key messages, and I'd like to invite His Excellency, the Minister of Ethiopia, Mr. Demera, to read out the key messages coming out of this forum. You have the floor, sir.
The
messages will be read out in English, and the French version will be projected on the screen. It is a draft of a summary and key messages coming out of the forum, and it's already been posted on the website.
Honorable Minister Nemera, you have the floor for the message clip.
Thank you very much.
Floor for the key message.
So, good afternoon, everyone. What I'm going to do is the message produced by the team is very extended and long. So what I focus on is the key messages, the key summaries and messages under each agendas that we have been discussing over the past 2-3 days. So what you see on the display is the extended version, but I read from here under each agenda items, the key summaries and key messages that we are going to, take forward as member states and also as a collective, African voices on the platforms, ahead of us. So without further ado, I directly go into the agenda items and try to slowly read the pointers. So the first agenda item was the high-level panel 1 from Africa to the 2023 High-Level Political Forum on Sustainable Development and the Sustainable Development Goals Summit. Priorities to address multiple crises and accelerate the implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063, the Africa we want of the African Union. So under this discussion, the first panel we had, the key messages were, in the light of the discussion, the forum agreed that member states should So, in light of the discussion, the forum agreed that member states should A, broaden the involvement of the private sector in innovation and resource mobilization initiatives, including by enhancing the efficiency of tax regimes and curbing illicit financial flows. B, increase investment in irrigation systems in order to reduce the over-reliance of many African countries on rain-fed agriculture. C, develop innovative strategies to promote the involvement of young people in the implementation and review of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063, as they could play an essential role as valuable partners of government and should comprise at least 30% of the delegations of African states attending international meetings related to the Sustainable Development Goals. D, strengthen institutions so that they are better able to anchor initiatives to promote the implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. E, enhance investment in projects to exploit African energy resources, including new and renewable clean sources of energy. F, invest in projects to promote industrialization and the export of finished goods so as to exploit fully the opportunities stemming from the establishment of the African Continental Free Trade Area. So these are the 6 key messages summarized under the first panel 1. So regarding the high-level panel 2, which was the team from the COP27 on climate change and beyond, the title was Financing to Achieve Inclusive Recovery and Just Transitions and to Accelerate Implementation of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development and Agenda 2063. Key messages under this agenda: member states should A, advocate strongly the operationalization of the loss and damage fund that was announced at the 27th session of the Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change and pay particular attention to adaptation financing. B, create the enabling environment needed to engage the private sector and to incentivize it to mobilize additional sources of financing for nationally determined contributions in view of the fact that only 14% of financing for climate change in Africa comes from the private sector. C, integrate climate change into national development planning and budgeting in order to increase national adaptation capacities. Entities of the United Nations systems and development partners should provide technical support to member states to strengthen institutional capacity to generate population data disaggregated by age, gender, and location to measure collectively progress made in the achievement of the Sustainable Development Goals. The third panel that we had is plenary roundtable panels on national and subnational actions and reviews to speed up and scale implementation in Africa. So the points under this is there were various national reviews and peer learning to strengthen country level interventions as well as subnational or local level interventions. So I'll try to read the key messages under both subdivisions. So under the voluntary national reviews and peer learning to strengthen country level interventions, the forum agreed that member states should A, ensure that voluntary national reviews were fully inclusive and that all relevant stakeholders, including young people, women, indigenous groups, and persons with disabilities, were involved at all stages of the voluntary national review process. B, employ innovative and effective approaches and collaborate with partners, including the United Nations and other development actors, to address data gaps, the limited capacity of many stakeholders, and other key challenges. C, scale up successful initiatives such as the Sustainable Development Goal Use Reporters Initiative, which supported voluntary data collection by young people at the local level in the Democratic Republic of the Congo, and the use of those data to support the monitoring and evaluation of progress towards the achievement of the goals, and invite young people to take part in the African Youth Sustainable Development Goals Summit to be held in Lusaka in June 2023 to further promote that approach. D, emphasize inclusiveness in all actions to accelerate progress towards implementation of the 2030 Agenda and Agenda 2063. E, ensure that inclusion, capacity building, resource mobilization efforts were better synchronized so as to facilitate the effective implementation of the two agendas. The other agenda under this is the voluntary subnational reviews and peer learning to bolster or improve local action. In light of this discussion, the forum agreed on the following key messages. Member states should A, establish and maintain strong links between national and local reviews to strengthen stakeholder engagement, data collection, policy making, and achievement of the goals. B, recognize that localities as holders of information on the ground were key to overcoming data collection and data disaggregation challenges. C, bring civil society and stakeholders into the voluntary local review process in an inclusive manner to ensure local and community ownership of the Sustainable Development Agenda. D, ensure that the private sector is brought into the voluntary local review process and create an enabling environment for the ideas of young people to feed into the policy-making process. E, identify and encourage innovative local and community-led solutions to problems related to the environment, health, education, and other sectors to spur peer learning. F, support communities and civil society in promoting and defending human rights and ensure that the voluntary local review process is integrated into national reporting obligations on human rights. G, use voluntary local reviews as a tool to engage with communities, bring global and regional agendas to communities, and enable local action to be taken to help achieve the goals of these agendas and ensure that no one is left behind. Under all these agenda, there is a section that summarizes what the United Nations should do. And the United Nations should do A, continue supporting localities in undertaking voluntary local reviews and in localizing the Sustainable Development Agenda through technical assistance, implementation of specialized guidelines, and funding. B, elevate the promotion of local reviews, the localization of the Sustainable Development Agenda, and the stories and voices that have emerged at the local level to national, regional, and global forums. C, continue to embed a human rights-based approach within the support provided in the voluntary local review process and reporting on the Sustainable Development Goals. D, help to strengthen capacity to collect, synthesize, and analyze data as part of voluntary local reviews and help to link that capacity with data activities carried out as part of the voluntary national reviews. The fourth agenda that we discussed on is the plenary roundtable panel on rethinking data availability and data systems in Africa to address multiple shocks and accelerate implementation of the two agendas. And the key messages in light of the discussion, the forum agreed that member states should A, increase national financing for the sustainable production of data, strengthening digitalization efforts, and new and innovative data technologies to help create real-time data systems with a view to providing timely information for responsive policy decision-making, in particular at times of crisis. B, develop comprehensive frameworks for the alignment of administrative data with national statistics. C, invest in building the capacity of data professionals and creating a strong data culture among young people so as to ensure their involvement in all steps of the statistical value chain. D, use data science hackathons as a tool to help young people improve their data skills and use their creativity in support of the Sustainable Development Goals. E, support the establishment and strengthening of statistical associations with a view to deepening partnership for the achievement of the goals. F, avoid creating data graveyards resulting from the proliferation of unintegrated data portals and instead start building data systems that speak to each other so as to create a single data space for Africa. The next agenda that we discussed on, the parallel meetings for an in-depth review of progress made and peer learning on the sub-themes of the regional forum. So we had SDG goals under this, and I'll try to read the key messages quickly under each goals. So the first discussion were made on the goal of clean water and sanitation. The key message, in light of the discussion, the forum agreed on the following key messages. So the first one, the member states should A, fast track the endorsement of the Dakar Declaration of the 9th World Water Forum, as well as the Dushanbe Declaration of the International Conference on Water-Related Disaster Reduction, and the Abidjan Declaration of the 21st Congress of the African Water Association, and the 7th International Conference on Sludge Management, and invite the international community and all stakeholders to support their implementation. Second, increase domestic resource allocation to and facilitate private sector investment in improving and developing water and sanitation infrastructure and managing water resources, in particular, transboundary groundwater resources. Third, engage in evidence-based and timely decision-making at all levels by prioritizing investment in monitoring, evaluation, knowledge and information management, and learning, as well as fostering research and the application of knowledge, innovation, and technology to inform sector interventions and policy making. The fourth point, revitalize UN Water/Africa so that it can efficiently and effectively deliver in response to requests by countries and regions for technical assistance, support, and expertise. So these are what I read now is what the member state should do summary. And there is a section that says member states and development partners in collaboration should do. One, raise the profile and value attached to water and sanitation, focus on groundwater resources and the management thereof within an integrated water resource management and nexus-based approach that also incorporates such novel concepts as virtual water, which could be used in agricultural production and trade between water abundant and water stressed regions to ensure food security and water use efficiency, and use nature-based solutions in the protection of natural resources to further improve water quality as the backbone of the framework for action in follow-up to Africa Water Vision 2025. The second point that they should do together, apply a human rights-based approach to the development of water resources and the provision of related services to ensure the full engagement of women, young people, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups. The third point, promote and support the mainstreaming of disaster risk reduction and climate change adaptation into plans and policies to manage water resources using a human rights-based approach. The second goal that we've discussed together was the affordable and clean energy. In light of the discussion on this goal, the forum agreed on the following key messages. So the first one is what the member states and development partners should do. The first point, collaborate to ensure investment in strong grids, digitalization, innovative technologies, system flexibility, and cross-border power systems, which are essential for addressing energy access challenges, building resilience, ensuring energy security, and responding to climate change in Africa. The second point, prioritize access to clean cooking solutions and provide price incentives to attract private sector investment in that area. The third point, ensure that such partnerships truly support Africa in achieving a just, equitable, and inclusive energy transition that leaves no one behind, while concomitantly addressing the paramount objective of sustainable development, as well as enhancing the means of implementation of the nationally determined contributions of African countries. Since just energy transition partnerships are potentially catalytic instruments for decarbonization and the push toward this net zero emissions in Africa.
Apparemment, il n'y a plus d'interprétation.
So apparently there's no sound, he says.
Est-ce que l'interprétation... Oui,
interpretation. Yes, it's on.
The other point under this, development partners, in particular, multilateral development banks, are requested to support investment in natural gas as a transition fuel in Africa, in line with the Kigali Communique for the Sustainable Energy for All Forum and the African Common Position on Energy Access and Just Transition. As doing so would support the integration of variable renewable energy sources, such as wind and solar energy, faster and at scale, while supporting the continent's development and use of green hydrogen, which must benefit the continent first and foremost, avoiding a merely extractive and export-oriented arrangement. African countries and development partners are urged to work together to find innovative ways to mobilize the investment required for a just transition. And the international financial architecture should be urgently reformed so that it becomes more supportive of transition financing. Another point that focuses under this agenda is summary is what African governments should do. First, urgently strengthen policy and create an enabling environment to attract foreign direct investment and investment by the African private sector in the energy transition as mechanisms that leverage limited public resources to increase such investment are pivotal. Second, strengthen regional integration and leverage the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade Area so as to use the continent's abundant clean energy resources to transform its critical minerals, to industrialize and to drive the global energy transition agenda. Another subpoint, member states and partners should promote and support access to and better use of data at various levels, addressing energy potential, energy use and investments, so as to better inform efforts to address the energy challenges in Africa. Another point, governments and development partners are encouraged to unleash the potential of innovation and entrepreneurship among young people to address the energy and climate changes in Africa and to encourage sustainable development solutions. The other goal that we've discussed together is the industry, innovation, and infrastructure. In light of the discussion on this goal, the forum agreed on the following key messages. A, member states should accelerate the evolution of science and technology education in universities to make their curricula more practical by combining theory with practice. As such, an approach would help engineers and technicians who are inventors and producers of technological products to enter the labor market. B, governments and the private sector should do, 1, implement policies and strategies to support small and medium-sized enterprises, create jobs, boost productivity in Africa. Second, increase investment in hard and soft infrastructure, including transport, and in the development of skills related to information and communication technology and science, technology, and innovation, STI. Third, help firms to increase exports. Fourth, attract foreign direct investment to forge links between countries in Africa and other regions of the world, facilitate technology transfer, and build capacity. Fifth, promote special economic zones and favorable business investment that facilitate information sharing among participating firms and greater investment in STI. Another point, C, countries should build resilient regional value chains to develop productive and competitive economies that can take full advantage of the opportunities to implement the agreement establishing the African Continental Free Trade in order to accelerate the achievement of the two agendas. D, entities of the United Nations and regional development organizations should support states in accessing blended financing instruments, including concessional capital, climate and green funds, and risk mitigation tools to encourage private investors who are interested in infrastructure development projects. Another goal that we've discussed is the sustainable cities and communities. In light of the discussion on this agenda, the forum agreed on the following key messages. A, member states should, 1, strengthen the capacity of local governments to play a critical role in economic planning in order to drive urban development. Second, create an enabling environment for an inclusive governance architecture for urban planning in particular for the inclusion of such marginalized groups as migrants, refugees, and persons living with disabilities. Third, adopt a human rights-based approach to and mainstream gender and migration into urban development plans. Another point B, member states and development partners are urged to invest in data systems to strengthen evidence-based urban planning and development. C, member states and entities of the United Nations system should develop stronger linkages in the implementation and review of such global processes as the Sustainable Development Goals and the Global Compact for safe, orderly, and regular migration, recognizing that voluntary national reviews served as a useful entry point for ensuring such synergy. The final goal that we've discussed on is the partnerships. In light of the discussion on the partnership goal, the forum agreed on the following key messages. The first one, what the member states should do. First, member states should first implement a roadmap for the modernization and transformation of national statistical systems, thereby enhancing countries' ability to withstand shocks and facilitating the production of disaggregated data for reporting on the two agendas. Second, enhance the digitalization and efficiency of revenue collection and expenditure mechanisms to promote transparency and accountability on both the revenue and expenditure sides of public budgets. Third, enhance policy on taxation and spending, institutions, human capacity, green financing, monitoring and evaluation interventions, and regulations that positively influence behavior, accelerate a green recovery, and safeguard human rights for all. Fourth, strengthen the capacity of small and medium-sized enterprises in relation to financial technology, health technology, agribusiness technology, and other innovations, and improve their access to market so that they can enhance their competitiveness and earnings and contribute to achieving the Sustainable Development Goals. Another point is what the development partners should do. The numbers are a bit confusing, but yeah. One, improve access to finance for African countries, including new sources of climate-related finance at affordable rates based on fair and transparent criteria, not based solely on the business models of credit rating agencies, and without the so-called African premium. Second, deploy a range of novel and existing financial instruments, including new and increased special drawing rights to provide additional liquidity and fiscal policy space for African countries to address emergency fiscal space constraints. C, member states and development partners should urgently curb illicit financial flows, redouble efforts to recover assets lost through all illicit financial outflows, and establish a United Nations tax convention to enhance the revenue collection capacity of African countries. The other is, unfortunately, the agendas that we've discussed today, such as the leveraging science, technology, innovation, and the followed plenary session before lunchtime. They are still, our team is still producing the key messages. And once they are all compiled, they will be available to all delegates and or from each member state. So these are what we have for the first 2 days, and I stop here.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Nemera, chers collègues.
Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, of course, you're the rapporteur of the forum, and thank you very much for talking us through the key messages of the roundtable and parallel meetings of the forum. Right now, I would like to invite the distinguished participants and delegates to make their comments on the key messages that have just been read out by the rapporteur. But before that, I'd like to suggest that the critical items were raised after the reading of the declaration. Before the reading of the key messages, many items that were raised following the declaration and the comments were taken on board in these key messages. So we could just, go over them and move to new comments if there are any. Do we have any new comments with regards to these key messages? Mauritania. Yes, Namibia. Sorry, Namibia.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Moderator and Chairperson of the Forum. I would like to make a comment on point I, dealing with predictable financing for countries. I would like to
Recording in progress.
I would call it wrong classification of countries, which is affecting our ability to acquire development funding. In the case of Namibia, Namibia is classified as a upper middle income country, such that we are excluded from different kinds of funding. This classification was done on the basis of looking at the wealth distribution in the country, which is not really giving a clear picture of the economic status of the country. So I would have liked us to have specific, allusion to that effect, that some countries are misclassified. And as a result, we have a problem of getting funding. And especially after COVID and different disasters where we are still busy recovering, we are finding it very difficult to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs with this exclusion from funding from outside. I thank you.
Merci beaucoup, la Namibie, pour votre commentaire. Et maintenant, nous avons la Gambie. Vous avez vu la Gambie? Voilà. Mais il ne réagit pas. Allez. Balancez le bon baladeur, s'il vous plaît.
Hello. Okay, my name is Absent Kejabi from the Gambia. I work with Minister of Finance on the Director of Development Planning. I just want to thank the Secretary for job well done, and on the high level that discuss on statistics and data. When I went through it, I've not seen. We emphasize here that statistical institution and system must be strengthened, and that will ensure, timely and quality data, availability. So, but that has not come out very clearly in the message. So I will want them to look at it, maybe, message number, item E, where they have statistical associations, maybe they can see how best they can incorporate that in the message. Thank you very much.
Ok. Madame, vous avez la parole.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair, for steering this house. I would like to make some suggestions in regards to the key messages that have been read. My name is Jacqueline Amongin, and I'm from Uganda. Looking at across the 5 areas that have been tackled, I would like us to emphasize the idea of calling upon the member states, especially the heads of governments, to implement the international protocols and international commitments, especially in regards to Africa free trade. They commit, but they agree, but they do not commit. For example, today it's just 4 countries out of the 54 that have ratified and domesticated that protocol. And in so doing, we'll be attaining the SDGs. We also have pending protocols like the Abuja Declaration, the Maputo Declaration on Health, on Agriculture. I think this is the time to call upon our heads of governments to commit to implementation and domestication of these international protocols that they commit to at the international forums. And then 2, I would like, in the whole emphasis in the presentation has been looking at stakeholders, including the youth. Of course, I've surpassed almost my youth age. But I think that when we are talking about climate change and energy access for all, we are talking about inclusion. So it's very important. If you look at the figure, 70% of women in Africa till land, but less than 20% of the women in Africa own land. Therefore, when we're talking about anything in regards to sustainable development, we have to call upon the member states, even in our modus vivendi, we have to engage the women. If we're organizing the youth forums, please get the women on board. Let them know that clean cooking is important for them. Instead of us discussing here, and then if women are not keenly involved, then it becomes a nightmare. And lastly, we are talking about the key messages, strengthening policies and legislations. I am a member of parliament, I'm a legislator, and to me, the key messages that come out from this forum and those that will be presented in New York need to be domesticated at the national member states. That's when they make sense. So I would like to call upon all of us, even when this is not reflective in the key messages, please let us engage legislators across the board. In so doing, most of these key messages and the implementation of the key messages will be implementable at the country level. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup, honorable député, pour votre proposition et commentaire. Merci. Maintenant, j'ai le Kenya. Kenya, vous avez la parole.
Thank you. My name is Florence Sevo. I want to comment about the plenary roundtable panel that is renamed Rethinking Data Availability, Data Systems in Africa to Address Multiple Shocks, Accelerating Implementation of the 2030 Agenda. And so part B says, develop comprehensive frameworks for the alignment of administrative data with national statistics. Madam Chair, I'd want to indulge you to maybe, can we include, instead of administrative data only, citizen-generated data, administrative and citizen-generated data, because this is something that is being taken up by very many states to ensure that civil society organizations and other non-state actors are producing data that is fit for use. And that is increasing the data sets for SDGs, the indicators. Thank you very much.
Merci beaucoup, le Kenya, pour votre contribution. Alors, j'ai combien d'intervenants? Attendez, on va... Ouais, je vois 1, 2, 3. OK, donc on commence par la droite là-bas. Allez-y.
Thank you very much. Very beautiful sharing and exchanges and the outcome. I just want to comment that it is important for us to leave from here with clearer thoughts on what differences, what we are coming out from here as declaration next to what were the declarations of last year, so that we can have measurable milestone that has measurable projections of what next year will be or what we'll be connecting to next year. With that, I just want to call very quickly that instead of us looking at somehow, and a little provocatively, permit me to use that word, that the weak idea of talking about curriculum, technical, education in curriculum, it's what curriculum are we talking about? We have a colonial curriculum that has kept Africa, backward for all these years. So which of the curriculum are you and I talking about here? So I want to say strongly from this hall today that we should mention curriculum that is born from an African unlocked entrepreneurial ecosystem that indicates or encapsulates indigenous knowledge practices from the Sahel to the Kalahari and from the Horn of Africa to the west coast of Africa. This is very important so that when we mention technical experiences, innovation and technology, we can clearly see, how or call on our governments to unlock African-led, African-driven, especially women and youth-led entrepreneurial revolution that provides solutions to Africans' problems. So that the technology that we will have will not be the technology that will need years of adaptation. That is one. Then two, finally, I want to call upon you, Your Excellencies, and all the the leaders here that next year, let it be established that as part of this conference, we will have an exposition of African youth, women, farmers, pastoralists, fishers-led technological innovation exposition out here, so that we can see with our eyes the different innovations that are taking place either in the host countries or in the different parts of Africa. And then we can be discussing from that point on how to adapt them, on how to scale them up, and which financing is needed to capture which of the different technology, so that we can quickly curb that aspect of talking a lot and doing very little. Permit me to stop here. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre commentaire et votre proposition. Et je voulais juste dire un petit mot par rapport au point sur les innovations. Dieu sait que les innovations en Afrique, ça existe. Peut-être le point serait plus de dire que de mettre peut-être à l'échelle toutes ces innovations en matière de technologie, de sciences que l'Afrique, les enfants de l'Afrique produisent. Je pense que c'est ça véritablement l'idée que vous voulez développer ici. Mais c'est effectivement intéressant de voir ce que les enfants de l'Afrique peuvent faire de leur ménage. C'est très intéressant. Merci beaucoup pour cette proposition. Alors, vous avez la parole au fond. Merci.
Voilà, merci Madame la Présidente. Et je remercie en tout cas le secrétariat pour avoir fourni ce très bon document. En fait, je voudrais intervenir sur les messages clés, notamment le premier lot de messages, le petit B, qui parle d'investissement sur l'irrigation et l'agriculture pluviale. Moi, je pense que on ne sent pas trop l'inclusion là, parce que quand on dit agriculture pluviale, irrigation, etc., je ne pense pas que ça sorte nécessairement les aspects de l'élevage et du pastoralisme. Je souhaite quand même que ça soit mis. D'aucuns me diront que dès qu'on dit agriculture, c'est les deux. Mais chaque fois, si ça reste comme ça, eh bien, un des sous-secteurs peut souffrir. Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Merci beaucoup pour votre commentaire. Et maintenant, le prochain intervenant. Voilà, Madame, vous avez la parole. Allez-y.
Merci beaucoup, Madame la Présidente. Thank you to the rapporteurs for a really quite a strong report, but also key messages. I want to build on what has been said by my predecessors, including from Uganda. It's important to recall, especially heads of state, but governments at large, to to ratify, but also implement the international, but also regional instrument, including the one on free mobility of people, which I think is very important here. Only 4 member states out of the 55 AU member states have ratified the free mobility of people. I also want to make another point, which is related to the different constituencies that have been mentioned, including in paragraph 29 of the key messages. We talked about youth. I'm not sure we mentioned women, so I was glad that Uganda talked about that. But we're also forgetting a very important constituency, especially when it comes to climate change. We saw 2 young children who actually made a very powerful statement during the opening ceremony. They were 11 and 10, and the text seems to have forgotten them, and that's not fair, because they were representing the voices of children on the continent, not only from Niger. And we have a young woman, a young girl who's been attending this conference. It may not mean something to her today, but she'll recall being in this room when those discussions. So if anything, let's honor this girl who's, I think, 6-year-old and who's been patiently listening to all of us. And third, and last point is in relation to the energy transition. The other points on data was already taken on, so I will not dwell on it. But we're talking about energy transition when we all know that we need an energy transformation in Africa. So it would be really good to take that point into consideration. Thank you, and again, congratulations for your work well done.
Merci, Madame, pour votre commentaire. Et le secrétariat a pris bonne note de vos contributions et propositions. Alors, le Soudan, vous avez la parole.
Thank you, Madam President. Mine is just to add on the point on innovative financing. I think it's very clear that we cannot rely on the colonial or the old financing architecture that we have. That is really not adequate in terms of actually giving us enough resources that are needed for the implementation of the agendas, but as well in addressing the crises that we're actually facing. So what I would like to propose is the need for the continent to move into more of regional public investments informed by the principles of all contribute, all benefit, all decide. And already these funds have been set up within the continent. We have seen the setup of the Africa Pandemic Fund, the Africa Peace Fund. So I think it's high time now we look into innovative financing mechanisms for our own financing needs at the continent, but as well be able to promote for global public investment in the global financial architecture so that we can really have more resources which are really ethical and could really be able to complement our development needs as a continent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Merci beaucoup pour votre intervention. Maintenant, on va prendre un dernier intervenant, c'est le Libéria. Le Libéria, vous avez la parole.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I think you've done so well, bringing us to almost the close of this particular gathering. There are several points that we find in the key messages, which are very strong. And I agree with previous speakers that we should not only have the messages developed or agreed upon, but stakeholders, especially the head of states, to make sure that we are able to implement what we have all agreed on. But I'm looking at the innovative, financing. I think that's a very good idea. But I think innovation, if we want to move forward as a continent, innovation should start within. And that innovation should start with domestic resource mobilization. That's very important. While we wait for partners to help us, we ourselves should start using, what we generate locally. And we heard from speakers when they were doing presentations that illicit financing, if we are able to actually, even in tax administration, if we look at some of the money that we are losing every day as revenue, if we're collecting all of those, we'll be able to accelerate the implementation of the SDGs, especially the 2 agendas. So I think we should include, and I didn't see that coming out clearly, domestic resource mobilization. And also, we talked about science, technology, and innovation. Madam Chair, I'm so passionate about seeing Africa being a continent that will solve some of our major challenges we have with diseases, for example. Earlier, I have spoken about, the COVID epidemic that made the whole of Africa was like very scary. We didn't know where to start from, where to end, because we didn't have the solution with us. How can we invest into science that will be able to produce vaccine for malaria, for example, that will be able to produce vaccine for tuberculosis? All of those challenges we had in our health system for so long, not one country have been able to find such solution as was in the case of the West, where they were able to produce vaccine for COVID in just few months. For us, it's taking forever. So I didn't see that coming out very clear as to what investment do we make into science that will actually solve some of the everyday problems Africa has. We can't keep depending on our partners. We got to do some of the things that we're supposed to do for ourselves to help them moving forward. So I would like to see that coming out clearly in the key messages. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur du Libéria, pour votre interpellation. Et maintenant, mesdames et messieurs distingués participants, je sais qu'il y a beaucoup de débats, mais vous savez, l'heure est en train de nous faire défaut. Donc, j'aimerais vraiment arrêter les interventions à partir de cet instant. Donc, voilà. Donc, ceux qui n'ont pas eu l'occasion de présenter leurs propositions et commentaires peuvent soumettre donc au secrétariat les propositions et commentaires pour la prise en compte au niveau des messages clés. Donc voilà, donc c'est sur ces mots que je voudrais dire ici, chers participants. Après les contributions des uns et des autres, est-ce qu'on peut considérer que notre rapport de synthèse en lien avec les messages clés relativement aux EDD sont validés par la plénière? Le rapport est adopté. Donc. Merci. Voilà. Nous sommes donc, mesdames et messieurs, donc, à la fin donc, de ce point de l'ordre du jour. Et nous allons passer maintenant au dernier point de l'ordre du jour qui concerne donc déjà donc, les dates et lieux de la prochaine, du prochain FRAD. Pour cela, je vais inviter donc le secrétariat à nous dire qu'est-ce qu'il en est par rapport à la tenue, à la date et au lieu du prochain forum, le FRAD 10.
Est-ce que ça marche? Merci, Madame la Présidente. Effectivement, je vais commencer par le thème et les ODD de la session de 2024. So I will switch to English. So for the next year, the theme of the RSFD will be, of course, inspired by the theme of the HLPF 2024. Sorry. And so at this stage, we have the theme of the HLPF 2024. So I will share with you that theme. And of course, based on that theme, we will very soon work with the Bureau for the theme of the RSFD 2024 that will be inspired, as it's always the case, inspired by the HLPF theme. So the theme of the HLPF 2024 is reinforcing the 2030 agenda and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises. The effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. This is the theme, I repeat, the reinforcing the 2030 agenda and eradicating poverty in times of multiple crises, the effective delivery of sustainable, resilient, and innovative solutions. Madam Chair, the SDGs to be reviewed for the 2024 HLPF session are the following. SDG 1, no poverty. SDG 2, zero hunger. SDG 13 on climate action. SDG 16 on peace, justice, and strong institutions. And as is the tradition now, SDG 17 on partnership. So now on the venue, as we explained before, every year we move from a sub-region to another sub-region, and this year it was hosted in Niger, in West Africa, and we really have appreciated the quality of the facilities provided by Niger. Really, we highly appreciated that. And but next year we'll move to another sub-region. So we'll explore. We will move to, according to the rotation principle, to North Africa. So maybe the North African countries need to consult with their capitals to, in case there are no today there are no candidates to host the next year the next year session. But it's important to notice that we would like to confirm with our headquarters in New York at least the period and the host country for 2024 session. So if the countries could consult and come back to us by end of April, and then for the meeting of the Bureau of April, so we can validate this with the Bureau as we are planning a meeting of the Bureau in April, and then we'll be able to communicate to our headquarters the venue for the 2024 session of the RSFD. If the countries, at least particularly from the North African sub-region, are in agreement with that, I don't see any request for the floor from this country. So I think we can move with this towards this direction.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, le secrétariat, pour ces éclaircissements donc, par rapport donc, à la tenue du FRAD, du prochain FRAD de 2024. Je pense que les pays de l'Afrique du Nord auront d'ici là le temps de se concerter pour voir qui va organiser le prochain FRAD. Et vous avez annoncé ici aussi qu'il serait souhaitable que ça se tienne au mois, vous avez dit le mois d'août, c'est ça? Donc, je pense que vous allez ensemble, le secrétariat et puis les pays, voir comment ça se passera. Voilà. Donc, nous allons donc fermer ce point de l'ordre du jour, étant donné que nous n'avons pas pour le moment de candidature. Voilà, pour directement bondir sur notre dernier point, ou avant-dernier si on peut le dire. Il s'agit ici de recueillir des avis et des commentaires par rapport à ce point ou un autre point. Juste deux contributions ou commentaires, et puis on va à la clôture, si vous le permettez. Pas de... Alors, le secrétariat me fait savoir que, en tout cas, ceux qui le souhaiteraient peuvent toujours envoyer les engagements en ligne. Donc, c'est toujours ouvert. Voilà. Donc, c'est ouvert. Voilà, merci beaucoup. On passe donc à notre point 12 de l'ordre du jour. Notre dernier point plutôt, puisque là, c'est le point 13. Il n'y a pas de commentaire par rapport au point 12. Voilà. Est-ce que Madame Hanan est là? Elle peut nous rejoindre à la table, s'il vous plaît? Elle arrive. Donc, pour la clôture, mesdames et messieurs, c'est prévu que Madame Hanan Morsi, elle est la secrétaire exécutive adjointe chargée de programme et économiste en chef de la CEA, prononce donc un discours donc à l'occasion donc de la clôture de cet événement. Ensuite, normalement, c'est l'ambassadeur coordinatrice du système des Nations Unies près le Niger, Madame Louise Aubin aussi. Mais le secrétariat me fait savoir que Louise Aubin n'est pas disponible. Alors, je voudrais directement donner donc la parole à Hanan Morsi pour son mot de clôture. Hanan Morsi, vous avez la parole.
Good afternoon, Your Excellency, Madam Grama Saratu Rabiu Inusa, Minister of Environment and Prevention of Desertification of the Republic of Niger and Chair of the Forum, Mr. Oscar Fernandez Taranco, Assistant Secretary General for Development Coordination, Resident Coordinator of the UN in Niger, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. It couldn't be more timely or appropriate to have held the 9th African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development here in Niger. At the midpoint in our quest to implement SDGs, we need to deliver a new paradigm. We need to accelerate action And we need to deliver green and inclusive recovery from the persistent impact multiply our current investment rates by 12. The effort must start through governments adopting comprehensive water access and safety strategies, coupled with ambitious sanitation programs. We must also reinforce water cooperation, and we welcome the call to revitalize UN water in Africa. We must also recognize the need to better manage our natural resources and use nature-based solutions to build long-term resilience. Regarding SDG 7, our forum has emphasized the urgency of providing access to almost 600 million Africans who are still without access to reliable forms of electricity, and addressing the need for clean cooking for almost 900 million. African countries need support to map their energy transformation strategies, which allow them to harness the benefits of more affordable renewable resources, and also address the full extent of their needs in terms of energy infrastructure, including transmission, distribution, and storage. These strategies need to address the appropriate energy mix that allows the fastest transformation of our economies, avoids the risk of stranded assets, and builds an energy value chain within the continent. including by, for example, developing the battery value chain with the majority of the world's resources for these batteries actually present on Africa. Access to affordable and reliable finance has once again been flagged as one of the main barriers, with less than 2% of global investments in renewables over the last decade being made in Africa. Africa's energy platform is critical building block to allow us to deliver sustainable and inclusive industrialization in line with SDG 9. It's estimated that the annual cost to achieve basic infrastructure needs in Africa is between 137 billion and 177 billion US dollars, and the financing gap is around 60 to 96 billion US dollars. African heads of state underlined at the African Union Summit on Industrialization and Economic Diversification, which was held here in Niger last year, that Africa needs to boost investment in sustainable value chains to truly be able to transform our economies. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement is the most effective lever to allow us to deliver on this promise. We need to accelerate its implementation in line with the African Union theme for 2023, and we need to align its implementation with green and inclusive principles. As we have gathered here in Niamey, we have also considered in detail the challenges of an increasingly urbanized continent, and we can truly support the development of inclusive and sustainable cities in line with SDG 11 to meet the needs of growing populations and with increased migration expected from rural to urban areas due to conflict, climate change, and other demographic factors. Providing safe, affordable housing is a top priority for Africa's growing cities. And in our forum, we have also underlined the opportunity to invest in transformative transportation systems, which can improve productivity and also enhance the living environment. Perhaps most critically, the future development of cities must be done in an inclusive manner to ensure the participation and engagement of all. Our forum has also featured the Science, Technology, and Innovation Forum, where we have underlined the need for African countries to truly harness and accelerate the effect of transformative technologies. Investing at least 1% in research and development remains a priority. While networks such as the Alliance of Entrepreneurial Universities launched in Kigali last year can help in repurposing existing education networks to be more aligned with the needs and expectations of the business community in the aftermath of the pandemic. ECA has been proud to work with UNESCO, RTU, and UN Women to deliver a girls' coding camp with over 100 in-person participants and over 4,500 virtual participants, all from Niger. We also launched a climate solutions hackathon seeking to use emerging technologies such as AI to tackle climate change. And we have also had over 100 young students engaged in an innovation bootcamp to learn basic skills in robotics, 3D printing, and other associated technologies. The forum also featured the Africa Climate Talks in collaboration with universities and African Centers for Meteorology Applications for Development, which was set by ECA and is based here in Niamey. These talks play a key role in bringing academia, civil society, and policy leaders to address key issues ahead of COP28, including operationalization of the loss and damage facility, which was published in COP27, to ensure credible global stocktake on implementation of Paris commitments and a new quantified global goal. The success of our SDG summit in September will be built on credible African-owned climate solutions. And we are, in this context, also working to prepare and support the African Climate Action Summit in Nairobi in the first week of September. As usual, the forum has also allowed us to progress on delivering voluntary national reviews for 7 countries who are presenting this year, while we have also shared positive experiences of voluntary local reviews. I also take the opportunity to express our appreciation for the contribution of major groups to our forum. The role of civil society could not be more critical to ensure accelerated implementations of the SDGs. We also look forward to continue working closely with our youth partners, notably the African Youth SDG Summit and the Pan-African Youth Union. I have also noted the centrality of messaging on the right to development and on ensuring that a right-based approach is integral to successfully implementing the SDGs. We welcome the opportunities to improve inclusion, participation in our forums by also ensuring that the needs of persons with disabilities are fully recognized and integrated into our strategies. To conclude, I would like to express once again immense appreciation to the government and people of Niger. To His Excellency, President of Niger, we salute his leadership and commitment in setting us on a path for sustainable industrialization. We warmly welcome and thank our chair, Madam Grama, for her exemplary leadership and coordination to make this forum happen. We also congratulate the newly elected Bureau members, Morocco, Namibia, Ethiopia, and Chad, and express our appreciation to the outgoing members, Rwanda, Cabo Verde, and Congo. I thank you for your attention, and we look forward to implementing the Niamey Declaration to deliver accelerated implementations of the SDGs. Thank you.
Voilà, merci beaucoup, Madame Hanan Morsi. Je rappelle que vous êtes la secrétaire exécutive adjointe.
Madam Hanan Morsi, thank you very much. I'd like to remind everybody that you're Chief Economist at the ECE, Deputy Secretary General, and I'd like to thank you in your lengthy speech. You have outlined many, many challenges, and we see that this is against the backdrop of the Agenda 2030 and Agenda 2063, as well as the Sustainable Development Goals we've been focusing on. I'd just like to, in turn, make a closing statement. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, heads of delegations from the regional member states, and Madam Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary, Chief Economist at the ECA, dear participants at the 9th session of the African Regional Forum on Sustainable Development. As we come to the end of our proceedings, on behalf of the House authorities in my country, may I thank all participants for their commitment and their precious contribution, which have enabled us to attain results that met our expectations, and we have seen them reflected in the key messages and the Declaration of Niamey. May this serve as the guideline for transformative action moving towards speeding up efforts that will build a better future for the success of the UN Agenda 2030 and the African Union's Agenda 2063. I would like to also take forward these key messages to the Secretary General and in September this year, alongside the General Assembly at the United Nations. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to assure you that during my own term of office and in partnership, in collaboration with the members of the AFRSD, the ARFC Bureau, work on these key messages and at every opportunity convey them and work to implement activities inspired from these key messages. I totally commit to reflect Africa's priorities, the Africa that we want, as we implement the SDGs. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear representatives, dear participants, may I respectfully convey my gratitude for the trust placed in me and in my country, Niger. My thanks also addressed to Madam Vice Secretary General, the Secretary General of the United Nations, through her and the entire United Nations family. Thank them for the initiative taken to organize this event. Special thanks go to the CA represented by Madame Hanan Morsi. Thank you for the excellent collaboration that we've had with the government of Niger in preparing this forum. I would also like to thank the distinguished representatives and esteemed personalities here, Your Excellencies, ministers, who have been able, through your presence, to make this session such a brilliant success over the past 3 days of the forum has lasted. My thanks also go to speakers and participants, all of you who kindly agreed to share your experience and your expertise with us. Finally, may I thank and express my gratitude to all the people who spared no effort, unstintingly worked towards ensuring the organization of this event, which put Niamey at the center of the continental map for an entire week, illustrating our shared wish to take to accelerate a progress towards achieving agendas 2030 and 2063. May I thank also the UNDP and all the people who in turn contributed to organizing this forum. I'd also like to thank the various teams, the interpreters, without whom we would not have been able to communicate, although there were some interruptions from time to time. May I once again thank also those of you who contributed to this, as well as the security of this session here. I now declare closed the 9th session of this African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development. Wish every single one of you a safe return to your respective domiciles. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Donc voilà, mesdames, messieurs, après ces mots, je dirais la séance est levée. Merci beaucoup pour votre
After these few words, I now declare the meeting adjourned. Thank you for your participation. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Excusez-nous si les membres du bureau sont encore dans la salle et les ministres, veuillez aller sur le podium pour une photo de famille, s'il vous plaît. Members of the bureau, ministers, please go on the stage for a photo.
Bonsoir, et j'espère que vous m'entendez. Je regrette que j'ai presque perdu la voix, mais je vais essayer quand même. Ça passe? Bon, pour ceux qui ne me connaissent pas, je suis Jean-Paul Adam, le directeur de la technologie du changement climatique et des
For those
ressources
of you who don't know me, my name is Jean-Pierre Adam, and at the end of this 9th session of the Regional Forum of the African Forum, or African Regional Forum for Sustainable Development, I'd like to ask Niger. I'd like to thank the government of Niger for such a successful event. We've had such clear messages on sustainable development. And now,
recording in progress.
These messages will be taken forward by Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment, President of the Forum. She says this will be delivered to New York and then this to the summit in September. We've had recommendations that underlie the declaration of Niamey, and these recommendations aim to speed up sustainable development for the African continent based on strengthening value chains. And we trust that African countries will work towards the greening of their economies and benefit their communities. We'd like to thank Niger once again and all the ministers and its Excellency, the President of the Republic, who opened the session. And we'd also like to say that the Bureau, we'd like to express our thanks to the Bureau. The Voice of Africa will indeed be represented at the highest levels of discussions on sustainable development goals. It's now or never. Time to implement these recommendations and speed up progress towards achieving our respective agendas. Once again, sincere thanks to the government of Niger. I do believe the minister has a commitment to honor, so she won't. I'd like you to be very brief when you put questions to her. Thank you.
We have reached the end of the 9th Regional Forum on Sustainable Development in Niger. And at this point, I would particularly like to thank and congratulate the government and people of Niger for their leadership in delivering the key messages from Niamey that will be presented at the high-level political forum in New York in July, and ultimately at the Sustainable Development Summit, which will take place in September. The focus of this 9th edition of the forum has been on the sustainable industrialization for African countries to allow a green recovery in the era of multiple crises and allow African countries, therefore, to change their economic model and accelerate the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. I think Niger has provided the ideal backdrop for these discussions, both in terms of the quality of the arrangements, but also in terms of the thematic focus, as we are in the Sahel region and on the front line of climate change, on the front line of dealing with security issues, and on the front line of accelerating the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals. His Excellency, the President of Niger, has shown remarkable leadership and also launched a forum building on the outcomes of the African Union Summit on Sustainable Industrialization last year. And we look forward to work with the government of Niger during their chairing of the forum and for the presentation of Africa's priorities at subsequent events. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup pour votre question. Je voudrais juste dire que effectivement.
Thank you very much for your question. I'd just like to mention in response that through the various breakout sessions and parallel sessions, Niger was able to outline priorities. We were able to identify these priorities for Africa and see how all these messages can be carried forward. I do believe that we shall take forward these key messages. There's a roadmap now, and we shall indeed move towards speeding up the progress towards industrialization. That's what I want to answer. Yes?
So the forum aims to create the platform for acceleration of the Sustainable Development Goals. And by focusing on a few SDGs, there has been an attempt to identify those catalyzers that allow further acceleration. The first catalyzer is the availability of finance. And the UN Secretary General a few weeks ago outlined the principle of SDG stimulus. And we have to dramatically increase the amount of money that is invested toward the Sustainable Development Goals. This depends on resource mobilization by African countries themselves, but African countries also need investment and they need support. And this is the principle. Now, where do you invest it? A few areas of particular focus for Africa. Firstly, energy. 600 million Africans that currently do not have access to energy. Connecting those 600 million Africans will be one of the biggest boosts to economic productivity in the African continent. If we can deliver and connect people and provide that level of investment, this will be the trampoline for a lot more further acceleration in development. We've also addressed the issue of clean water and sanitation, which again is one of these factors that provides a trampoline for further development. And we looked at partnerships, which addresses this issue of financing. And all of this is framed as well in how we address the economic model of Africa, SDG 9, sustainable industrialization, allowing for sustainable value chains that create more jobs and that actually address the needs of the African continent in the longer term.
Nice.
Je crois que Madame la Ministre a un autre engagement et ma voix, franchement, va pas tenir le coup. Je me porte volontaire à répondre encore une question. Madame la Ministre doit nous quitter. Merci Madame la Ministre et félicitations. Yeah. I'll take one more.
My name is Wallace Small, I'm a journalist for the Pana Television from Zimbabwe. How would you say the forum this year has achieved a lot and maybe in a short space of time we covered a lot of ground and maybe for the next forum there are some issues which still need to be amplified. Well, generally, what's the overview of the outcome?
I think that the forum, where the forum has been very effective, is that it has been very honest in assessing where African countries need to do more themselves. We need to mobilize more domestic resources ourselves. We cannot be only dependent on outside resources. There needs to be a strong policy framework. If we take the example of energy, if the policy is not right, the regulatory environment is not right, then it's difficult to attract investment. But the big missing ingredient to get success is that we have to accept that even in the best case scenario, where we raise more money by African countries themselves, we still need support from outside the continent. And we need that investment to come in at large scale. We know that this is possible. Huge amounts of finance have been raised to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic, but those funds have not been invested in Africa. Less than 2% of global investments in renewable energy have happened in Africa over the last 2 decades. If we accelerate that investment, for example, in energy in Africa, it's win-win. It brings value for the investor and it transforms Africa. So I think that the big value in this conference is there's been a lot of realism in saying what Africa needs to do. And we have been very clear as well on where to invest. Thank you. Merci beaucoup.